Very nice to meet you. What's going on here? What do you do?
1 second. We're just starting the podcast right now. This is a theme song. Right on. Welcome to Hotbox for Home Grow. Can't believe we did this. I can't believe we made it, but we're here. These guys. Wow. It is like it's misting and raining out there. And we got a bunch of people out here already smoking, already burning. Chris Goldstein set up a huge tent. I'm amazed at the tent that's here. This is amazing.
I love it when people talk about the size of my tent.
Thank you, Jim Miller.
So, yeah, you know, what's interesting, this is about the size that you would be allowed 10 by 10 is what we're talking about for home grow. So this glamping tent
really
is like 11 by 9, basically. So it's a rectangle. 10 by 10 is a square. This is an 11 by 9 rectangle. So what's interesting about this is that this is pretty much the size of what we're asking for, which is, you know, this is cool. This glamping tent's awesome. We're hotboxing it right now for home grow for sure. But to the same extent, it's really not that much space. You know what I mean? This is smaller than like a single car garage. I could maybe just drive my Prius in here if I had to sleep with it for the night, you know? But like, really, we're not asking for a lot of space for home cultivation. And most patients are not going to max out on this size. But I also do like backyard gardening, you know, and you can do a lot in a small plot. I follow what is a sort of hippie technique called square foot gardening. And if you do a little square foot gardening, you can really do some successful stuff. So this right here, if you were allowed to have it, could be about the size of the maximum size of what we're asking for, which is pretty modest. as far as a home grow. So
Do you
yeah,
thi-
the
do you
glamping
think
tent's cool, but this is also representative of what we're asking.
what you said about what you can do if you do it right within a 10 by 10 canopy, do you think that's going to become a talking point? Why not have it by legislators who oppose it? In other
Look,
words, the better you convey that, that's what Dave Evans would be doing. You know
Look,
how much you can grow.
Look, Jim,
You
I
know-
think the biggest concerns I've ever heard over the years have actually been alleviated by modern technology. So over the years, I've
But
been
modern technology don't overcome stupid.
okay. I agree with you there, but unless it's Instagram, and of course everybody's equalized by the stupid there. So so anyway, no, here's the thing that people used to be really concerned about, like urban legislators who were looking at all of the densely developed, 30-story luxury apartment buildings in Weehawken or something like that. That
Weed hawking?
Weehawken,
okay.
Weehawken.
Weehawken.
Get it?
I always wondered what you call the people from places like Mawa and
Yeah.
Weehawken. Do you call them Weehawkenites?
Well, if a guy,
Do you call them
if a
Weehawkenonians?
guy's selling,
Are they called Mahawaiians?
my Hawaiians? Yeah, but a guy selling some joints on a street corner, he'd be hawking
That's
joints.
right.
He'd be weed hawking.
But no, so the
Weed hawking.
legislators were concerned that, let's say you have a luxury apartment building with like hundreds of residents and hundreds of units, and you give people the ability to home grow. All of a sudden, oh my God, clutch my pearls. Everybody's going to grow that much.
Clutch my-
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. My pearls are coming off.
I was thinking,
Anyway,
yeah,
so once
different.
once you're done clutching your pearls, you will realize that anyway. So the urban legislators are worried that everybody in an apartment building is going to sprout a giant grow. And you know what? Honestly, I don't think that would be a bad thing. I'm okay with that because honestly, we could have rules that could accommodate that in many ways. Back 20 years ago, Jim, indoor grow lights were indeed like energy hogs. They were hot.
Oh, yeah, they're
Okay.
like street lights.
They were a little bit dangerous. All right,
Yeah.
let's not mess around. But
Hot.
today, 20 years later, we are dealing with cool LED technology.
Yep.
And not only does cool LED, so the other thing I used to hear back from legislators, and I'm not kidding, I'm just telling you what legislators have said back to me. I'm like, hey, what about home grow? And they're like, well, Chris, if we allow everybody to home grow in an apartment building, I mean, what happens to the electricity usage? I mean, we're gonna have to like redo the entire grid. And I'm like, okay, first of all, that would be awesome because we could probably fund that with
That would
cannabis
be
taxes. Second of all, yeah, if our infrastructure is that bad. Second of all, the truth is that with cool LED technology and modern tech today, everybody in that apartment building could indeed plug in their lights and without drawing so much power that it fades out the rest of the city. So these arguments are pretty much over. The idea that lights are dangerous or that there's too much electricity used for home cultivation is gone. Now, in places like Barcelona, if you travel to Spain right now, they do, if you walk down the street, it's kind of cool. People have like big weed plants growing on their balcony. I mean, you look around and you're like, wow, like that's some nice landscaping. And then you look a little closer and you're like, that's like amazing marijuana landscaping. And that's what we would like. I mean, I would love, we should be so lucky, Jim, if Jersey City and Newark and Camden and Trenton started to look a little bit more like Barcelona. I mean, what would be wrong with that? But if people had big bushes of weed, a personal amount, growing on their balconies in full view, which I don't think is wrong, that is what we could have. We could have a little piece of Barcelona right here in Trenton.
Yeah,
And that's what we're
about that.
bringing here today. That's the hot box for home grow. So now, as legislators walk by to do their jobs on a dreary, rainy day here in Trenton, they can smell the freedom of legalization as they walk by.
Yeah, but they can also get a few sound bites of what we're here for with those excellent
Oh,
signs.
wait a minute.
I think they think we're here advocating for camping.
What kind
I
of-
think that they think we're camping advocates.
What kind of hot box is this? Who's got a joint? First of all, it's not what. All right, let's.
This is my personal. But
I need a joint
All right.
for the hot box.
You know,
Hey!
the now that it's not so hot with LED lights, what used to happen is law enforcement would look for roofs where the snow melted quicker, you know, so like when you get a 6-inch snowfall, it would melt off of, if somebody's growing in their attic, they wouldn't have snow on the roof when everybody else did, and that would be enough to get a warrant to look. Back in the day, because like Chris was saying, the grow lights back then were actually what we use for a metal halide street light. You need a ballast, whole unit down.
Yeah.
But I think that we don't need to explain why patients need home grow in a state that is an outlier state that went a different way than other states and said, we're going to legalize, but we're not going to let patients grow their own. We went a different way. Shouldn't somebody be explaining to patients why? I mean, that's where the explanation should be, not us. Here's why patients need it. They got to start saying, here's why we're not allowing it. They're not allowing it. They got to have a reason. What's going on in other states they think they can prevent from happening here? There's no comparison being made. And I myself don't like the idea of information having been prevented that would engage senators on a more realistic level. So to not allow other senators to have information they would glean from an informational committee hearing is self-serving, so that then our Senate president can say there's no will in the Senate to pass this bill. There's no will in the Senate because they haven't heard about the bill yet. Of course there isn't.
Who's coming out? Nobody? Oh, okay. Because Governor Murphy walks around with some state police, so I'd love for him to come over here. Come talk to the sick and dying. You talk to the money guys. Talk to us now. Talk to the people you stepped over. All the sick and dying people you stepped over. And New York got recreational grow. You can grow weed as a stoner in New York. Step over that border,
Yeah,
with your cancer, you go to jail. Over that border.
In Pennsylvania, it's even worse. They got the shortest end of the stick.
we always get a horn from them on the way by.
Okay, I thought Governor Murphy was coming. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. I just thought we had an emergency situation. Everything's cool now.
This is your show.
If I see Governor Murphy, I'm going like this. I'm pointing, and I'm going to go, hey,
Yeah,
call him over.
he doesn't come in and out of here.
He is not going to come near this.
He can get in right up in between the buildings here.
He wants to open like this. Nope.
That's one thing Governor Christie has over him. He wasn't afraid to walk by. He wasn't
No.
afraid to briefly engage occasionally. And he never took the back door in.
No. He faced us like a man.
Well, after the first time he did. The infamous, was his head inside the door, the plane of the building, or outside when he said, stop acting like a pussy?
Is Murphy on a chopping block?
No, I don't think so. No. No, the plan, I don't know really. You know, he, I don't trust him since he didn't get back, about the question that was, Jeff Oakes asked, how do we live, how can patients live in a state where if things got bad, the state will help them die, but not help them live by growing, them growing? That's a legitimate question. You'll help somebody die at that point and find reasons to not let them grow their own medicine. And if they can't afford it, add it up. It's not a long distance between dots in that scenario. In that arc of a story. We should be mourning the loss of Bill. Bill died. He died on the shelf in committee. Medical marijuana Bill, otherwise known as S324. I call him Bill. He was a good Bill.
He was a good Bill.
Yeah, he was a kind of strict Bill. And he was left to rot without discussion.
No. No funeral, no wake, no nothing.
Listen, we're an outlier state, damn it. We're the ones that don't allow patients to grow. Why do we make them tell us why we should? They should. The burden of proof should be on the one who's more of an outlier. They are the outliers. They went a different way and never explained why. And now they're not explaining why we're not hearing.
Maybe there is no because. Maybe that's why.
I don't understand.
Because there is no will to. That's why.
Yeah, right. Well, there's no will to because nobody's heard.
That's what I'm saying.
Nobody's heard about what it is.
So
You know, it's yeah.
In other words,
if you can stop a bill from being voted on, and you can stop it from being heard, why would you not let it be heard and then just don't allow the vote? Because the will would be created by that, and senators would want to know more and say, why aren't we voting? I liked what I heard in committee. He knows it's going to happen, but he's getting a free pass from co-sponsors is a problem. So rather than thanking co-sponsors, we need to be challenging them too. There's 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans. When the Democratic Republican leader of the minority, the Senate Minority Leader Bucco, has been a co-sponsor of this bill 3 times now. 2 years, the legislative session before this last one, this whole last session, and now he's a co-sponsor of the same bill. It gets a different number each session, but he's a co-sponsor of it still. So he's been a co-sponsor for 3 years, and he's never once asked Senator Scutari to allow Joe Vitelli to post it for hearing. And I'd like to know why. I mean, if he's the head of the minority party, they're supposed to offer a check and balance against the majority party so they don't run amok. Well, the majority party has a responsibility, and if they go too far over a line, it's up to the minority to call them out. How are you a co-sponsor of a bill you know helps people? Families are going broke, or people are suffering unnecessarily when they can't afford it. How do you not, as the minority leader, ask him to post it so he can say no, and then everybody sees how it's going? You know, I don't like the behind closed doors approach. They don't even need to get behind closed doors. We don't really have inroads with our friends. And I understand that Joe Vitelli's hands are tied. He's been very clear that he would like to post it immediately. And the fact that it's not getting done, I think, should tell us something. This is the 3rd keep away session. 3rd one.
Because I said so session.
Well, Lefty, he told you, well, actually, we've been talking about this lately when you called him off the record at a function not here. And then you recently got him to quip. We wouldn't even have this, meaning the program, if it wasn't for me. As if we wouldn't have medical cannabis or legalization if we didn't have him.
Yeah, what does that mean?
You know how long he was a legislator when he introduced Reed Gusciora's already written bill? He was a legislator for less than half a year, I think, at that point. I mean, he was brand new. And the reason he did that was because who better to introduce the bill in the Senate than a municipal prosecutor who has to prosecute patients for cannabis possession. It was the great story. I'm a prosecutor and I'm a municipal prosecutor and that's why it's, you know, if it's Jake's Law, it's a child that needed it. It gets people's attention. That's why it was Jake's Law. You know, that's why Scutari did it, not because he loves cannabis patients. He didn't change his mind. It was a stepping stone for him. It was a way to make a name for himself with something other states were already doing. And he did. It's exactly.
It made sense at that time.
Yeah.
And it worked in his
Worked in his favor. It established him a brand.
Jelani, what's up, man? How are you?
the brand is called the Godfather of legalization.
Yes, isn't that funny? Some people call me the Godfather of legalization. Wasn't the Godfather?
Yeah. What he's the abusive stepfather.
You cannot be a godfather, my friend, unless you let his home grow, because that's not legalization.
Yeah, we'll give you a slice in your back
That's a slice of legalization.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just
First
saying,
joint, first joint
hey,
of
if
the
we
day.
gave you an envelope, would it help? You know, here's an envelope. A fat envelope.
Oh yes. Oh, when I blew that smoke out, it's got the green screen look, and it's got all weed out there, a big field of weed. Wow, that looked cool. Yeah, when you blow smoke out there, it's cool looking. Look at that. I think Governor Murphy's going to call in. We got to call into the governor's office, and I think he's going to finally call into the show.
What do you got, a impersonator gonna?
No, I got Governor Murphy. How dare you?
I'm not sure I've ever heard you say, how dare you?
How dare you?
You didn't give it any emphasis.
Yeah, you're
Are you feeling mad? Are you feeling kind of sad?
yeah, you're
I'm feeling kind of sad because I don't have home grow. Are you feeling stoned? Yeah. You ever hear that, Jim?
Feeling mad?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
I keep flocking.
Is that the best thing ever?
You feeling mad? Are you feeling kind of sad?
yeah, you're
Are you feeling stoned? Yeah. That is the best sample ever. I love her.
You feeling mad?
Yes, Katari, we're feeling mad out here. We should be home smoking in our grow rooms, but no, we're out here in a hot box tent. Why, Skatari? Why? New York has home grow for stoners. You could be a stoner in New York.
But they also have a patient home grow.
And patient home grow, but anybody can grow weed in New York. Step over that border. Oh boy, you're going to jail for 5 years. Skatari fail. That's a Skatari fail. New York has passed us over. Like Fredo said, we get passed over. Jim's got the weed out. All right. This is officially hot box for home grow. I love it.
National.
we need home grow. We need insurance coverage. Is utmost important. A lot of people won't be able to grow their own, of course.
Well, we did have it limited.
Insurance coverage will be helpful in a way where home grow, wouldn't suffice for some I guess. And that's another big thing in my opinion
I also think
that needs to be done as soon as possible. Please, thank you, and goodbye.
I am the law. Ben's red. I am the law. No Ben's red.
Okay, terrific.
Sorry, I was a little loud.
So now I hear there's a movement to limit the potency of cannabis in the state of New Jersey. Is that correct?
Yeah, they want to increase my suffering. They want to limit the potency and increase my suffering in New Jersey. Yay, New Jersey.
basically you can have the same amount of medicine. It's just going to take more smoke inhalation to do it, which is less than optimum. You would want to actually make it stronger. Because if you could take one puff and get what you needed as opposed to 5, that's 20% of what it is you don't want in your lungs. And basically that's all that's going on. It'd be like if you capped alcohol at
How
40%.
can cannabis legalization have gone in such a direction where is it because of COVID and the disconnect in the society? What's going on, guys? Like, what the hell's the problem?
With what specifically?
Is it the money? Is it what is
Lack of patient home girl? I mean, we're talking
the lack of respect for human life?
Well, yeah, look at the State House here. We have to put our own wheelchair ramp in because they do not have access to this lawn for wheelchairs. So we have, for a couple of years now, we're bringing our own ramps here. So talk about the compassion of our government. There is none. There is no compassion, Slav. You got to put them on a spot and force them.
Okay,
And
you
this
know
is why
what?
I'm bringing this up, because I think it's something
I
we
like
have to keep on.
like playing devil's advocate. I think there is compassion. I don't think the people who have compassion are allowed to show it if they want to keep their committee
There's
assignment.
compassion for the people that are have the money to pay to buy their own dispensaries and grow for the state of New Jersey. Yeah, there's compassion for that limited group of people. Me, I can't do that. I'm
Why-
sorry. I don't have, you know,
why-
vertically integrated facility to go hang out after my business trip, to enjoy the garden and the flower room.
You got 25 Democratic senators, 3 are co-sponsors of the patient home grow bill. 3 Republicans are co-sponsors. The reason for that is the people who are more compassionate Democrats, if they co-sponsor, it's like saying screw you to Scutari because he doesn't want people to be bothering him about this. The more co-sponsors there are, the more people to bother him. So there are people that have to compromise what they would like to do to play the game to keep doing good for people. I mean, it's how people get sucked into making deals that are not compatible with everything else they're doing. And Nikki knows that. Scooter.
Nikki knows. Call him Nikki the Nose.
Why don't we have the will to decide to put the people that need to represent us in the way that they structure, the home grow bill? And why isn't there a clear path for the constituents to choose their elected official to, best represent
Well,
their issue in terms of home grow? And when are these people are gonna come around? I mean, is it ever gonna happen?
do you
Are we gonna get home grow, and how soon?
no, we're not gonna get it. We're gonna have to force it to happen because it's just, you know, needs to be
It's another
a
thing that needs
more
to be.
active, presentation this year, and it has to start earlier. And I think Lefty and Sativa Cross have taken a really great first step in getting selfie videos of patients and putting.
Is there a lack of constituent support in terms of reaching out to their legislative representatives because of the way the legalization has been happening, in terms of having to being able to go now into a store and very rapidly buy what they need, and it's kind of like on the shelf. And I mean, it still is a near and dear issue to everybody, but it's just that everybody's kind of got what they got for now and like kind of forgot about the home grow. Is that what this is?
Yeah, probably a little bit.
Okay.
I think the people that have found the gray market prices to work for them are probably a little less motivated because they're not running.
Yeah, I mean, the prices should motivate anybody. As soon as you walk into the dispensary and it's as soon as you see the menu, the price would be the biggest
Well,
motivating
not
factor
run-
for me, at least,
Not running out, not running out.
to advocate for home grow. I don't know about you guys, but not maybe the top priority. I mean, of course, health issues and access in the way that I think it should be grown is some totally different. But I think to an average Joe, that's the main thing nowadays. So
Do you know why the bill that would have that passed out of committee unanimously and then was never heard from again, sat in a budget, whatever committee? There needs to, we have little lead-ins, if we want home grow, we also got to beat the drum for insurance coverage, saying that if we get insurance coverage, as soon as that happens, we'll have support for home grow because insurance companies won't want to pay for it. And if PAAD and Senior Gold start paying for it, now the state of New Jersey would be paying for it. And they're really going to be a little less in line to make sure home grow doesn't happen, because then it would actually save New Jersey money, even though the PAAD program doesn't come directly from the Treasury. There's programs that support that, like the lottery. Oh. That'll keep the mosquitoes away.
It's better. Hey guys, what's going on? How y'all doing?
How are you?
What's up, Jay?
We're getting high. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
What's going on?
It's good to see you guys. How are you?
Hanging in there. Slop, can I move these down for? Can move it down for an interview? I'm going to interview everyone that's out here.
You know how I finally I suck with names, but with Jake I made the association. This is Jake from UFCW.
Hey Jake, did you make a 30-second video? Would you like to make your 30-second video right now?
30-second video.
Yeah.
I did see that.
Hey, yeah, let's do it. We're gonna do them today.
So yeah, we should do it.
We're gonna do them right here. I'm gonna.
Come on, squeeze in.
Squeeze
Squeeze in.
How are you?
Hurry, get in here.
Hey,
Hey, listen, I'm gonna get up.
you're gonna get up?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like I don't need to make a thing myself as a patient. But I've been
Well, no, I need you to make one too. Actually,
Everybody,
Yeah.
all of us.
So actually, we're all here. We can all make them today. It's only 30 seconds.
well, actually, what it is it can be longer than 30 seconds, and Lefty makes it in the 30 seconds. The
Yeah.
draw here is this. You don't have to get it right. If you stutter, yeah, I mean, while you're thinking, and it cuts it out. I'm telling you, Lefty has timing to where basically if a person's moderately sitting in the same position, the cut, you can see it, but he'll get 30 seconds worth out of it. So if it's sort of like, why am I still waiting to grow my medicine? No, can I do it again? Yeah, you do it 5 more times. He'll pick one out and put it up.
He's the master editor.
So you don't have,
Editor in chief.
you don't have to worry about whether or not it's gonna be right. If you forget something, you can just also add that, and Lefty he'll give you fair representation. So it's he does more work than afterwards than trying to get it right.
I believe that.
You know what we'll do?
Can you CGI me like I'm Thanos? Can Janet be Iron Man?
Oh, yes, come on. Absolutely.
Well, anyway, if Jim gets up, take his seat.
Yes.
But I just want to be able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
I think I hear you now. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I want everybody to hear it on a replay too.
Let me switch this
Here you-
over here.
Right here, and then put these on. Bit of an on standing up on these feet.
It's a good microphone stand.
Here we go.
Clown shoes on, though. You
We're gonna
can't
do a
have
nice
those.
Uh-oh.
shot like that. There you go. And I'll get out of your shot.
All right, hold on.
So there we go. Perfect. That's how's that? That's a good shot of you.
Am I professional looking enough?
Great. I think that's great. Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I thought you were gonna give me a kiss on the.
So all you got to do is say your name, what your condition is, and how home grow would help you, and then say, "Why am I still waiting?" And
Okay.
that's it. We're done. Here, and I'm gonna kill all the.
You want my
mics
first
over
and last name or just my first?
here. Just your name. Just whatever you want to do. Whatever you want. I might cut it out. I don't know. Wait.
See what I say.
Okay.
Can you just ask me the question again, and then I'll go?
Who are you? What are you doing here, man? What's in this?
I don't know. It's run, so I don't know what Burry laced it with, man. All right, I'm ready. I'm
All right,
ready.
ready, go.
My name is Jake. I am a medical marijuana patient. I've been in, unfortunately, several motorcycle accidents now, and I suffer from chronic lower back pain. I also suffer from anxiety and bipolar disorder as well. Medical marijuana home grow would help me at home be able to cultivate the specific strains I need, the ones that the MSOs and the growers out there just aren't growing yet. It'll help me take control of my condition, and that's why we need home grow, and we need home grow now.
Why am I still waiting?
Oh yeah, why am I still waiting? We introduced the bills. What are we still waiting for?
That was really good.
I don't know, man. Maybe I like crashing motorcycles because I think it's a cool story. Maybe I'm a bad rider. Maybe it's bad luck. Who knows? But
What happened?
Hey.
How'd you crash your motorcycle?
Dude, both times I've had people pull out of intersections in front of me from dead stops where like I had the right of way of everything. The first one was at 7 a.m. in the morning on my way to work a couple years back. And this woman driving her husband to the train station, she pulled out, she had oncoming traffic, she jammed on her brakes, she didn't see me, she blocked my whole lane, and I fucking smacked into her. And then this past time, I had a postal van pull out from a dead stop. I was in clear view, and I didn't hit the van this time, thankfully, but I went up and over a curb, and I didn't hit a telephone pole, but my bike did, and I wrecked my bike. So, but still, beats up on your body, man, and my lower back hurts. So, medical marijuana helps me, manage that all day.
It is a cool story, bro. Seriously, because like I wrecked my Harley. I mean, that's
Yeah.
badass.
I totaled 2 bikes, and hey, it wasn't my fault either time, and I walked away both times, so I can't really ask for much else.
Right on.
Not
Wear a
on your
helmet.
motorcycle, you're lighting yourself on fire, so it's one thing or the other.
Yeah, no, here, get in.
Oh no.
Yeah,
It's your turn now.
come over here. Sit.
Oh,
sit here.
yeah.
This is the seat because I got good lighting here and I got a good frame up. So this is going to be good. Let me kill a. Okay, just tell me your story, like real quick. Not even, you can as long as you want,
Okay.
but what you're used cannabis for and how home grow would help you.
Okay.
Mm.
So I am Janet Rose. I am a medical cannabis patient here in New Jersey. I suffer from chronic pain, nerve damage. I also am diagnosed as complex PTSD. So I am being treated for that as well. Home grow here in this state would help me financially afford it. I honestly, as much as I love the legal market, I've worked in this legal market, I have a passion for this industry. It is not financially feasible for me to afford it inside the legal dispensaries at the moment. So home grow would help me navigate that and provide myself with the medicine that I need in order to function on a daily basis at an affordable cost. If they're going to allow me to grow tomatoes in my backyard, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to buy a phenotype, take that phenotype home, and propagate that myself. But a lot of pain issues, a lot of things that have gone on, a lot of trauma issues in my past. A lot of things have led me, a lot of visits, a lot of medications, a lot of doctors. They all led me right into the medical cannabis program, and I'm doing the best I've ever done.
Why am I still waiting?
Why am I still waiting? That's the question I can't even remember. Why am I still waiting? Because the state of New Jersey just wants to continue to profit off of it while they put their medical patients on the back burner. I don't want to wait anymore. Senator Scutari, make it happen.
Say it again.
Senator Scutari, make it happen. We've waited long enough.
Or gold. One more time, but say, why am I still waiting?
Okay. Why am I still waiting? Senator Scutari, make it happen.
So good. So good. Now I got like 4 to choose from. I don't even know which one to use. That was good. Wow.
Yeah.
So yeah, man. So cannabis helps you with a lot of your back pain. You have back pain, spine pain.
Yes, I'm numb down my right shoulder into my arm and hands. My hands often shake and tremble. There's a lot of times I can't even actually get out of
Story like,
Yeah.
and you got off all the pills.
Yes.
You got off all the pills like
Yes.
me, right? We got
Yes.
off right on.
Yes.
They had me on opiates for
15
10 years.
clean.
10 years I was on opiates.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And we're back.
All right, well, we're still there.
I think we're still on. Well, I have to check now. We said we're streaming live on YouTube. All right, let me check that now.
If you're viewing on YouTube, please dial in now to confirm.
Yeah, continue. Sorry, I'll just do some
Was,
engineering here.
We were just talking about the fact that they'll pump you full of opioids with no problem. But what do they honestly do? They make you tired. They put you to sleep. Are they actually helping you navigate the pain symptoms, or are they just wiping you out so much that you don't notice it anymore? It's unhealthy. It's dangerous. It's a toxic cycle of abuse as far as I'm concerned. And I'm proud to say that I'm 15 years clean, and I contribute a lot of that to cannabis as well. So no more opioids. I'm done with it.
Sorry, say it again.
Ah, cannabis saves and opioids kill.
Hell yeah. Agreed.
Lefty's addicted to his phone.
He's scrolling through here trying to figure out
I'm
our
making
connection issues.
I'm making sure we're still.
We're still live, folks.
All right, we might have lost a little bit there. I'm not sure, but I might be hitting you guys up for some video because she might have got chopped up a little bit. Let me
That's
check.
okay.
I don't think so.
I'm a choppy individual anyway. It's all right.
Yeah, you karate chop people every time they get in your way. You might be hobbling around, but it's with kung fu action.
It is. I might be a little slow in my kung fu action, but they're coming for you.
No, I got you. I got you.
Like the hill down at
For 15 years.
Yeah, there's
Oh.
a chopped up aspect of my interview, huh?
Put that one on your audio resume.
Why don't you come on over here? Why don't you get in on this for a moment?
Why are you a medical
Yeah.
patient?
You're gonna all the pills like me.
waiting for homegrown.
Right
I'm
on.
gonna swap out here, Lefty, but thank you.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you.
You keep it very smart and very.
Good to see you again.
What's up, my man? How are you?
Hey. Thanks for having us.
Yes, sir.
You know.
So, you know what we're doing? We're making a video of all the suffering. I'm very sorry to make this, but editing this video sucks. I'm telling you, it's very sad. It really is, because I'm hearing all your stories, and I relate to a lot of your stories. And then, it's just a lot of suffering out there. And like, why are we still waiting? Like, this is just why we're suffering. New York just got it legal for everybody. And we're suffering here with all these conditions and diseases, and we can't get home grow here in New Jersey. One person's holding it up. And it really pisses me off. And I'm sorry you're all going through this. I really am. I mean, this is hurtful.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the reason it's being held up, we all know the reason. Senator Nicholas Scartoria. And
When you call his office, it says Scatari. What is his name? Is it Scatari? Who is he hiding from? Scatari is his name?
Is it Scutari or Scutari?
Call his office. It says
Yeah,
Scatari.
let's call in. Let's see if he'll
We
actually.
will. We're
Yeah,
going to, after we're
great.
doing, we're going to
Great.
call his office.
Because he wants medical patients to only be able to buy $65 eighths of corporate mids.
How?
And that is the only thing that he is in this industry to do, is to facilitate that business model. And, he wants to treat the cannabis industry just like every other pharmaceutical company. They're already drafting these bills to allow interstate commerce, to reschedule it, to change the entire industry into something that we already know is toxic, So, that's the reason it's being held up is, one Senate president right now and his minions. Who it's ironic because wasn't he the one who started all this in the first place, and he rests on those laurels all the time? He says like, oh, you wouldn't even have, legal cannabis if it wasn't for me. I got news for him. We still don't have legal cannabis. I still can't get the strains that I prefer, the phenotypes that I like, that they're almost extinct. You can't find pure sativas. You can't find good, pressable strains if you make your own rosin and everything. You're not even allowed to manufacture rosin if you want to. So a lot of things have to change in the state. And we know what's holding it up, and it's money and the politicians who facilitate big money.
Who are you and what are your conditions?
So my name's Mike Burry. I'm a union organizer with the United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 360. So I take it for anxiety initially, to deal with the anxiety of possibly being arrested by the police for it. Like Willie Nelson said, the biggest problem of using weed is getting caught with it. Luckily, different times now, so now today it just helps my swag. It helps my drip, it helps me, my sunny disposition, and I really would just prefer it to be able to cultivate my own types and to keep the strains that I love alive, because I can't find them on the open market at all. If you use pure sativa strains, you can't find it anywhere. You have to go to Holland to find it. So it's, I'd like to be able to have the right to cultivate my own personal use strains away from the interference of the government and the MSOs.
Why am I still waiting?
Well, we're still waiting because of,
Say that. Say that. I just want you to say,
Oh,
why am I still waiting?
why am I still waiting?
One more time.
Why am I still waiting?
Work
Why am I still waiting?
it. Work it.
There we go. There we go.
Yelled at you at work.
One
more time.
I'm going to send him this too. So
Where's my sample?
Okay, terrific.
All right, let's find his number. Let's call him up. Hold on. No, look, let's call him up. It's Guitar, New Jersey.
Nicholas, we're outside.
we're going to get some poor staffer who probably has a home grow in his
I
closet.
know.
So tell the staffer, like, yo, come out. We're smoking weed.
All right, here we go. Here you go. So you can speak to him.
Oh, excellent.
Legislative office.
Hello, Senator.
No. Can I take a message for him?
Yeah, we're outside at the Hot Box for Home Grow event. We're wondering why we don't have home grow in the state of New Jersey.
Okay.
Care to comment?
I can't comment on his behalf, but what's your name?
My name is Mike Burry.
Mike Berry?
So we're right outside at the State House if you'd care to come out and speak to us.
Okay, I'm not outside of the State House.
I'm sorry?
Inside the State House either.
Yeah.
I can let him know.
Yeah, New York just got home grow for anybody. And we got cancer patients here in New Jersey that go to jail for 5 years. And it's like just a border, over a border. And, we step over that border, going to jail as a cancer patient. It doesn't seem right.
That's right. So we just kind of want the assurance that this is on the agenda and you're working on it.
Will do. I will mention Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you. What's your
You're
name?
welcome.
What was your name?
Thank you for the call.
What's your name?
My name is Mike also.
Michael. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you're welcome to come out and join us.
All right.
Yeah. Come on and hot box with us, bro.
I'm not in Trenton, so
Oh, okay. Too
You
bad.
don't have to lie to me, Michael.
No, it's all right. That's a shame. Well, all right.
no,
well,
our office isn't in Trenton, so I don't have to lie.
you're up in Clark, right? At Clark somewhere? Yeah.
Yeah, Linden.
Linden. Oh, all right. Okay. I'm glad you got wheelchair access finally, though. That's good.
Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Lefty. Let me get out of here before you make me call the president.
All right. Let's call Murphy now. That was fun. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Who's next on the hot seat? Anybody want to make a video? Would you like to make a video? Are you a patient? No. Okay. You're kind of a patient. You're just an unregistered patient, pretty much. Right. Use it for anxiety and just regular living in New Jersey. Living in New Jersey. Road rage.
What's up, Lef?
Pollution. Living in New Jersey. Hi, Cindy.
Hi,
Oh, good to see you. You made an amazing video, but you can make it again. But we just won't use it.
Cookies.
Oh, shit. Look at this. Yeah.
I got cookies.
Yeah.
I got cookies. How strong are these cookies? They're really strong.
Okay.
Yeah, I got brownies too.
Sounds good.
Yep. So we need homegrown. We need it now. We can't afford these high prices and the shitty weed that the dispensaries have. It is shitty weed. Shitty weed.
S-H-I-T-Y or S-H-I-T-T-Y?
Like ASS, shitty ass weed. That's
Okay.
what it is.
It's not like South Park where it's like, welcome to shitty weed, like shitty walk.
Well, pretty much when you walk into a dispensary, it's like walking into the shitty walk, right?
Shitty walk. It is kind of like walking into a shitty walk.
Yeah.
And the problem with the modern dispensary is that they just hand you something over a counter. It's like
yeah.
it's sort of like going to a parts store for truck parts or something like
Right.
that. Like you're ordering up your truck parts online. You never get to I maybe do you smell your truck parts? I kind of open my truck parts and smell them. I'm like,
I actually like
that is a good part, you know.
I
You know
do-
if it's gonna fit,
yeah,
if it smells
I do
right.
love
So
to smell my truck parts. Now let me tell you something about truck parts. I
yeah, it sounds like you just made truck parts a real euphemism, Sandy.
it is. I mean, they should have scratch and sniff.
Whoa.
Yeah. Right? On every
Whoa.
Whoa, we're talking about scratching this duck parts.
Okay,
It's like Duck Dynasty right here.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
this is bad.
Oh, brownies. We got brownies. Who wants a brownie?
I do.
They got like they're dosed with keef.
Toast with Keith brownies.
Oh my god! And guess what? They're still warm.
Twist my
They're still warm. Still
Oh,
warm
they are-
brownie.
They are still warm. These are still warm brownies.
Still warm brownies.
Oh, come on.
Yes, still warm.
Come on, Cindy.
Who wants a brownie?
Don't make me eat it,
Oh,
sis.
Cindy.
Eat the brownie.
Oh, fuck up.
Yes. Is that good?
What's that thing?
You always make good brownies.
I
Is that
know.
like a plasma?
I know, nice and hot and warm, and I made them like right
Oh.
before I came.
Okay.
Mm. You'll feel it in an hour.
That's
my God.
interesting.
Are you wearing a pink jumpsuit? Pepto Bismol pink.
No, that's salmon.
I got it.
That is not, that is salmon.
That jumpsuit. I need one in that size.
That's
Okay,
salmon right
right.
there. That is a salmon colored suit.
Dispensaries are bad.
No,
Is
no,
that
tell
thing
me the
making
good.
that noise? What
Do they? Is
going
that
on?
from a dispensary? That
That
jumpsuit?
thing is a vape part
I
in
am-
there?
I am-
Oh
That's
shit!
crazy.
Look at this jumpsuit.
Shit.
It's pink.
Wow.
Pepto
Okay,
Bismol
it's not
pink.
often that I see
You know,
device.
real men wear pink. You know,
That's right.
that's right.
Okay.
So is this a dispensary
Wow.
jumpsuit?
Have you seen this?
Oh,
This is crazy,
Do
dude.
you sell these jumpsuits?
I've never seen
I'm like
one.
interested in this pink jumpsuit
Oh,
you got
that's
going
nice.
on. That is your brand, huh? Oh damn! Well, hook me
Look
up
at
with a
what's on there.
jumpsuit. You want a
Down
brownie?
you go.
Yeah.
Where-
You want a brownie?
Look.
You
Wow. that's
brownie?
crazy.
want a brownie and a cookie? What do I got to do?
What
to
is
get a
this?
That's
jumpsuit?
totally nuts.
what is this machine here?
All right. Tell us about your
Lefty, I've never
dispensary,
seen anything
please,
like
and
it.
do
Hold
you
on.
have any weed that we
All right.
can look at?
One at a time.
I do not have weed. Well, you can.
Yeah, I just seen you stick it in your hand and then in your pocket. Thank you very much. Oh God.
Ah,
Nice.
we're gonna get you working for the TSA. I think.
Not the CIA though. And they're looking at me right now.
So I think you're a free ranging TSA agent. Are you a free ranging TSA agent?
Free range TSA.
You see them in the wild every once in a while.
That's somebody we got to watch out for those initials. Yeah.
Oh,
Tell me about
Johnny
those.
it was
That-
really.
What is that?
Garlic burger?
That's very beautiful.
Lefty, I've never seen anything like this. You stick a cart. I'm
Dave.
not a big fan of
Name.
carts, okay?
Burger.
But wow, what is this?
Put his mic on, bud.
Hold on. Hold on.
A lot's happening. I know you're getting sensory
You
overload.
got to put a headphone on. You can see what I'm going through.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, here.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Signing out now.
Oh.
Okay. Good.
Oh,
Just
shit.
drink it like a drink.
Oh, wow.
Suck it. Suck it like whatever. I wasn't sure if I could say dick.
Oh, don't say it.
I did it.
I'm going to sample that.
Wow, that is crazy.
That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Okay, I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Is this cool? Watch.
It is cool.
Watch this. Look.
Wow. It really hits it.
Did you hit it?
Oh yeah.
Lefty,
I don't know.
you
If
hit
it, I will. I'm not usually a big fan of carts, but I'll tell you what. That's really good.
Got me.
Really good. Yeah. Sorry about the. Now I have my headphones on. I was like really yelling there. Huh?
Well,
I'm doing Lefty.
There was two conversations going on too, and I'm like,
Here you go.
Okay, what we're looking at, if you can't see us on camera, I can't do it again, Bob. You're up.
Somebody take the hit.
Take it.
Take it.
Oh my God.
Do it. Suck
Look
it.
at look at
Suck it.
Oh, look at that.
Bob, suck that.
Suck it, Bob.
Oh my God.
Suck it, Bob. Suck it, Mr. Dispensary Man.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Suck it, Mr.
That's pretty cool.
Dispensary Man. Oh my God. Woo. That is nuts.
Wow.
You got shit like that in your dispensary?
Suck like that.
That is crazy. That is a crazy hit.
Oh, kind pen. Okay.
I feel like I just
Got hot.
oh wow, I really did just get very high.
I just got really high too.
We are definitely hotboxing.
We are hotboxing in the tent. for
Yeah,
sure.
this is definitely our
Suck.
this is our Valley.
What'd you
Forge
say? You
moment.
like to suck?
Not what I said.
All right.
Definitely not what I said.
Look out.
That means
Okay,
you. Yeah.
look out.
Whoa. Yeah. Cap that shit.
Okay, terrific. Again, Lefty.
You're trying
Okay.
to hotbox this
So
tent.
I was
with-
just talking about did you guys go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I could see you were really I don't
Yeah.
know.
No, I just
I
wanted
was
to say
just
hi.
suspending your thought there.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead. I just want to say hi.
no, you
Hi.
go ahead.
And you're gonna sit here now after Cindy. You can have a
You
seat,
like-
but not.
did you like?
I will,
Wow.
yeah, but did I want to talk to you about something real quick though?
Yeah. Probably lots of
A
stuff.
lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Talk
Real lot
about
of
a
stuff. Yeah. We really need to.
Go ahead. I'll let you guys comment.
No, go.
Does it have any rebel?
I can feel what's happening. It's okay. This is Master Lefty Theater right
No,
now.
no.
It's a one-on-one interview.
That would be under the
Whoever's
table.
sitting here, I wanted to talk.
The
to.
under the table interview is what he usually does. Whoa.
Whoa. This is not. I have no producer today, so it's like a kind of a mess.
You want me to be your producer? I could be a producer. I'm really like professional at this stuff.
Well, Chris, I didn't do your video yet, did I?
I'm supposed to do a video.
Can you sit over here and do your video?
That seems
Lefty's afraid of me. I'll sit.
already there.
Lefty's
She,
afraid.
no, she's done.
Oh, I'm done.
She
Yeah,
did hers.
even though I didn't talk,
She did hers.
I did.
But
I
if-
did
If I
mine.
have something else to grab you with, I'll talk to you.
If he wants to
Yeah.
grab me, he knows where I am.
I need you to do hi, I'm Chris. This is why I use cannabis.
Chris,
Why I need
come here. Tell
homegrown.
him why you.
Oh my god.
Why am I still waiting?
I'm not ready to do that right now.
Oh, come
Okay.
on. We need a video too. And you need to tell people to send in their videos that if
mean,
they're a
I
patient,
have to say, I
they've been
know-
waiting on homegrown and they're paying too much at the dispensaries that have.
Everybody.
Now, is that pot? Do you have good strains
grab that.
at your dispensary? We need to know.
I look like I would have bad strains at my dispensary.
No, you don't.
No.
Now, are you a medical dispensary or a
Of course I am.
recreational?
Both.
You're both. Okay. And where are you?
Flemington, New Jersey.
Fleming-
Grove.
That was my next question. Where you're
Honey
located?
Grove.
No, what's the name of it?
Honey
Yes.
Grove Dispensary.
Okay.
Honey Grove.
Yeah.
Very good.
My dream all right here.
So like do you source any like I saw Brutes Roots is like one of the new non-global brands.
they're one of my biggest partners.
That's awesome.
I have 2 pre-rolls for $10 from them.
See, look at all the
Okay.
interview prep I'm doing off mic.
That's what I mean.
Sorry, now we have to go back on mic.
I
No.
love Blue Shoots. I'm really happy.
Grab
to
it.
be
Grab the
working
mic.
Oh yeah, so Brutes Roots is the okay. So I track the prices of marijuana
Oh,
every
yeah.
2 weeks in New Jersey. And what's interesting is that most of the strains that you see out there are Ascend and Terrascend and Cure Leaf and Columbia
with
Care.
Hillview.
Yeah, well, that's true, but you're not really seeing that in affordable. So I'm looking at the lowest price that you can get at each dispensary.
Right. Well,
What would you say is the best deal at your dispensary right now?
definitely the Blue Shoots pre-rolls.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, and that's you know
I'm
what,
really proud of that.
So
'cause-
that's two.
Yeah.
Two joints
Two-
for $10.
yes,
which
How-
is still a good
how
deal.
many
both half gram.
Half gram.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, look, the Brutes Roots, if you go to their, because they have a home store in Egg Harbor Township,
Yep.
and they're woman-owned, majority woman-owned, sun-grown, and that's
Kelly,
what's
she's an
interesting.
amazing
It's,
woman.
it's really the first stuff that consumers are seeing in dispensaries. It's like affordable, not corporate. You know
Yep.
what I mean? And it really checks most of the boxes there, almost every single equity box as far as your grow.
pretty
And people
soon,
can buy it.
More
So-
and more of these people are going to be coming online, and we're
Yeah.
not going to be corporate at all. And I'm going to be really happy about that.
That's good to hear. I mean, so like it must be tough. I mean, I wrote the other day that it like
Not
if,
all dispensaries are bad. Some people are sneaking in that are really
I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying you're getting a bad deal from the wholesalers. You know what I mean? Like for the it's hard. It's hard.
Fix that too.
Yeah, it's tough. It's
Here to
tough.
fix all these things.
Do you have specials? Do you run specials? Do you give like 20 to 15% off for patients?
30% off to new medical patients.
Just new one time.
75% off of your fourth visit every time.
Ooh, well, that's a good
So
one.
what do you? I was on a
Yeah.
call the other day. So Pennsylvania has a
We have the best
million.
loyalty program in the state. Positive about it.
Awesome.
So Pennsylvania has 1 million registered medical marijuana patients, and New Jersey has 100,000.
Which is a shame.
So
We could
you
fix that too.
guys would welcome 1 million patients, right? If there was like a 10 times increase in the
I
amount
would
of
love
registered patients or whatever.
to have all the medical patients in the
Road trip.
state
Yeah.
because I come from the
Lefty.
medical
Road
program in
trip.
Maine. I was cultivator there for 13 years.
Oh yeah, whereabouts in Maine? It's a big state. That's
It's a big state. I cultivated all over it.
That's cool.
Outside Portland, which was the last place I was.
That's a beautiful place. I sail a lot, so I've been to Portland a lot with sailboats, man. I love that town because it's a boat town.
I will
you know what
be-
I mean?
I will be there this weekend.
That's cool.
love-
So like when you talk about like Brutes Roots is interesting because when you talk about them being affordable, that's what I'm talking about. Like small businesses like you will buy the affordable stuff as it comes online. You will pass that savings on to consumers.
Not only that,
You know.
I'm excited to work with people who aren't MSOs.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, but like, and that's what's interesting. Like, so they came online and they're like breaking all the price charts, right? They're not only the most affordable price at their own dispensary, they're the most affordable price at other dispensaries like yours.
Yeah.
So that's the value of having a business that's really in it locally instead of a business that's internationally trading on Canadian stock market
Like
stuff.
us, Bruce Fruits is for the people.
That's cool. I like that. I like to
I
see
like
that.
that.
I'm happy to see that kind of stuff. I said a long time ago I wanted to wait to buy my first adult use purchase until I could buy it from the most equity business possible. And 2 years on, like I said, I wrote a column at NJ.com that said I wouldn't buy adult use cannabis until we fulfilled the equity promise that I could buy from a black owned local small business. And the truth is that the closest we've come to the equity, ticking off all the equity boxes so far, and that consumers can afford is like the Brutes Roots product.
Right.
You know what I mean? The
But
woman owned.
thankfully, more and more of those products are going to be coming online.
Yeah.
Bango also just came online.
So that's like again, like Brutes Roots, the affordability is a
These
big
are
thing.
sun-grown
So
products, so we didn't have this before. It was all
that's what makes it
indoors.
affordable. You
That's
think?
what makes it
Yeah.
a lot more affordable.
Okay.
Because there's, you get to use the sun.
So that's an important point here. When we say sun grown, unfortunately, we would love to think that it's like a field of sunflowers, but the truth is like it's a sort of like a large greenhouse.
Yeah,
you know what I
farm
mean?
greenhouse,
Situation.
But
Yeah.
with a greenhouse, then you can control the environment. So we want that. You want to be able to make sure that there's not pesticides on it, and there's not, and you're controlling the heat and air, so you don't have mold.
Yeah. Copy all that.
Right.
All right. Well, cool. I'm glad to see, like, I call my column cheap weed because I figure a lot of people are shopping by price. You know what I mean? So
I'm Big Dave. I'm here to change that.
yeah. Well, I mean, what do you think? Do you think a lot of people come shop by price too? You
I
know what
do,
I mean?
and they're also really fixated on high THC, which doesn't mean
Yeah.
crap. I'm gonna fix that too.
That's interesting. They're
Yeah.
chasing the
They're
THC
chasing
potency,
the
huh?
THC.
Yeah.
Oh, you got CBGA, which is really
Yeah.
important. I love that. And do you have any other kinds of instead of just flower? You have vape carts.
All right, so
You got RSO.
topicals.
Yeah.
Topicals, nice.
I'm
Okay.
from the medical world, so I
Do
really
you have
care to
any edibles like you got pictures?
all of it.
All of it.
Yeah, I'm
We
medical.
need to take a road trip out there. A
Please
bunch
do.
of us.
I'll
We will.
attend myself for you.
Oh, I will definitely. Do you have a card?
I do not. I should. I left my other bag at home.
Dave, can you sit in the hot seat and
Yeah,
do
take
30
it.
seconds for me?
His name's Dick.
Dave.
I called you Dick. I was gonna call you Big Dick. Here you go.
Oh, the background's green. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Hey, Lefty, good to see you again.
Hey,
my
man.
friend.
Good to see you, brother. All right. Let's see.
Haven't seen you since the expo.
The expo. Yes.
Yes, that's where we first met when I first got here. Actually,
That was
Been a-
fun.
It's been a long journey since then.
Yeah.
Actually,
Doing well.
I'm I'm really excited to be home.
Yeah.
I'm embracing being back in Jersey and being in the cannabis industry now, and being someone who could connect with the community because I care to.
Yeah. So can you say your name, what your condition is, how Homegrow will help you? Start there.
I'm Big Dave. I've suffered from PTSD. Cannabis has helped my life for as long as I can remember. I'm in the industry 27 years. I haven't done a drug as long as I've had dreadlocks for 18 years. And I'm with Honey Grow Dispensary, and we're here to change the game.
You're the first one that got the first one that got the pot background. That's cool.
But well deserving, cultivated for 20 years.
Can you say, why am I still waiting?
Why is everybody still waiting? Anyone and everyone should have the ability and the right to grow ganja and to grow medicine for themselves. Not just sick people, every single human.
Thank you, Dave.
Very welcome.
Check this out. Governor Murphy's going to join us. Governor Murphy, are you? Governor Murphy's on the line. What? Hold on. Let me get Governor Murphy here. Governor Murphy, can you hear me? I thought he was calling in. Governor Murphy? Hello, Governor Murphy, can you hear me? I can't hear you, Governor Murphy. Governor Murphy, I can't hear you.
I've taken all of his airwaves.
Governor Murphy, it's not me.
But Lefty,
There we go. I got you. Murphy, can you hear me?
I can.
think.
I have something in my ear, but let me take it out.
Fancy meeting you here.
Hello, hi, Dave.
Governor Murphy. Governor Murphy, I can't hear you. Hold on.
I think I heard him say hello.
I think I heard him through the Governor Murphy. Hold on.
Can you hear me now?
Technical support.
Hold on. You can hear me.
I can come down from my office, but you might not want to smell my breath.
Wait, Governor Murphy, I couldn't hear a word you said. Start over. I just heard your breath.
I said I could come down from my office down the street, but I don't think you want to smell my breath. What is it? Hey, Dave, you seem to have a lot of hair.
I do have a lot of hair, thankfully. I'm probably losing it since I've been home in Jersey working in the industry, though.
Have you seen my new hair?
I haven't yet.
I got new hair from we've taken them from babies, small babies. We've ripped follicles out and I've installed them in my own head. I would love to have a beautiful lock like you.
Well, maybe we could work on it. I'll give you some of mine. We'll lock it up in there.
I'm just worried you get some of that in the product.
I don't want to get you all high though for my hair.
Lefty,
Yes, Governor.
you do realize that I am trying to get my wife to become the senator. And what we did is we went over to Bob Menendez's house last year and we stuck gold bars in his jackets.
I'm willing for you to stick gold bars in my jacket as well.
Yeah, I could use one.
If you're Dave, if you're running for a political office, consider joining my team. It is headed by Count Dracula. We like to suck the blood directly from babies, poor babies. And Lefty, can you please do me a favor and cut this home grow bullshit out, or I'm going to stick you in a fucking cage like Dan Kessel.
Oh, that's rather harsh, Governor.
So is 5 years in the slammer.
Yeah, shout out to Dan Kessel, who was actually in jail for cannabis. What we're doing right now.
Yes.
Cannabis. I had plugs for years. And
there is I'm sure there's a group of lobbyists near you right now who support jailing us. because they line their pockets with our tears and our hard-earned money. Lefty, can you ask David? You can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately, yeah, we can hear you, Governor Murphy.
I'm taken a little bit aback by that comment. Let me be clear. I've called for one reason and one reason only. I want to let you know that they have a couple home grow bills here sitting on my desk, and I haven't read them yet. But I do know I'll never sign one.
You'll sign, Governor. You'll sign.
Lefty,
We're gonna
let's
change people to your office.
let me tell. Let's put Governor Murphy away for a sec, because I think I can help you in the
Put
This
on
is
Pat
Patrick
Duff.
Duff.
Yeah, put Pat Duff on, please.
Yes. Well, Governor Murphy is not. You know what? With his wife running for Senate and everything, he's got to figure out how to set up Andy Kim touching a little kid. They're seeing how they can set up Congressman Kim right now. So that's the best way to win, is you find out if the person you're running against is a scumbag or not. So yeah, well, listen, I wanted to tell you one thing, Lefty. So I've been dealing with a lot of these towns, right? Trying to and it's nice to hear him. Where, by the way, where's your dispensary in California? You have one in California?
Flemington, New Jersey.
Did you have one in California too?
No, sir.
Oh, where'd you come from? Where'd you have your experience?
I was cultivating in Maine.
Oh, in Maine. Very cool. Well, what I'm seeing a lot of still here in New Jersey is a lot of the, people flexing their muscles who are mayors and councilmen and, just doing shady stuff to allow some people to operate and others not to operate. So it's really going to be difficult for like the strong to survive, because the strong aren't even being allowed to get in the market. So I wanted to ask Dave, because you're in the market, right? So what is at this point, the products that are coming out of the non-medical, of the new recreational market, is there a good enough supply of good medicine out there to supply even the 75 or 80 dispensaries that are open now?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially if a lot of the new ones are coming to market.
A lot of the new growers and stuff, right?
Like Skunk Foot, who I'm really, really excited about.
Good.
They're super soil guys. They know what they're doing, and they're going to bring the heat.
Wow.
They're my boys.
Where are they from originally?
They're originally from Philly. They're New York legacy guys, and they've been up in Maine doing legal stuff for a good amount of time.
Nice.
And they're my boys.
Great.
And we're going to bring the fire.
Right.
With Bruce Roots. We're going to change the whole game here in Jersey.
Can you give us a little insight on the strains or anything that you're bringing in, or is that
a lot
kind
of
like
old school genetics?
That's what we're
Sour
looking for out
Diesel,
here.
Headband,
Thank you.
Super Silver Haze.
Right. White Widow.
White
all that
Widow.
Really? Are you serious? Is that what you guys are gonna do?
Yes.
Some all the original
The Piff.
really all the land races and all that.
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for all that kind of stuff?
Stuff will be in the ground this spring.
Great.
Where'd you get your headband clone or headband seeds?
That's not for your information.
So
Well, I know the. I mean, I'm the.
My
seven
sour
dispensaries.
diesel from AJ.
Okay.
I've
Archon?
had sour diesel from 2008. I'm a sour diesel.
There you
man.
go.
My license plate says Sour D.
Well, I can say that's one strain that's not. I mean, you can't even find it around here.
You can
know.
in my house.
Everything is cookies and cakes and
Yes.
and blends.
Not for long, my friend.
Yeah, that'd be nice to see that.
I'm not a runts guy.
Yeah, I do one called Vermont Logs.
OG Kush is coming back.
Well, have you heard of Vermont Logs?
Of course I have.
Yeah, that's one that a friend of mine and I are doing right now. It's that's reminiscent of the old schools.
It's kind of like the Elvis.
Yeah.
Elvis. I remember that one.
Of course you do. I haven't seen that in like 15 years, but I
Mm.
do have seeds coming soon.
And by the way, Lefty, my book is out. Just a quick plug for my book, Rabble Rouser Rising. And see it right there, Rabble Rouser Rising, on Amazon. Story of how I beat my cancer. You know, it's funny, Lefty, what I left out of this book.
On that. God bless you.
I left out the fact that I used RSO to instead of chemo. And it was actually suggested by my editor. He said, you know, it seems that anything that has that kind of message on it or material in it gets the shadow ban. You know, I literally got thrown out of all of the cancer support groups when I mentioned that I used RSO instead of chemotherapy. So I was thrown out of support groups. I was called, you know, all kinds of names for choosing RSO over chemo.
Wow.
My aunt started at the same time, about the same time, and she
In the
chose.
state of New
You
Jersey,
called
you
smart.
cannot. I don't think you can purchase RSO as a recreational at a recreational menu. I haven't seen
Yeah,
that.
I had it sent.
But
I
I
had
have
it
not
sent
seen
to
it
me.
anywhere else. Is
Well,
what I'm
Honey
saying.
Grove Dispensary, we got you.
Wow. You guys are open already, or
Sure are.
you are? I'll give you guys a visit.
Right now, we can go there and get some RSO on rack.
What are you selling the RSO for? How much is it for the?
$40 a gram.
How much?
Wow.
$40 a gram.
So 4 times 6, so it's like $2,400 for a cycle for a Rick Simpson, you know, 90-day cycle.
I wish I could get it cheaper, but that's just what
Yeah.
I'm.
Oh no, that's you know, if you make it yourself, right? If you made it yourself, and you had,
Which I did for many years.
yeah, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, it would cost somebody probably just about that to make it themselves if they had the raw material.
It's very close to being, if not more, to be honest
Yeah.
with you.
And you're also not going to blow your fucking house up.
Right. I'm very, very grateful to have that medicine for the patients.
That's great. I'm really, because I used it. What happened was when I had a 10-inch tumor in my stomach. It was like I had no idea it was there. It was killing me for years.
It truly is the most important thing on my whole menu. RSO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a secret way that you prepare, or is it just the same way as most people?
This isn't my RSO.
Oh, okay.
With me personally, I would mix all of.
So what kind of product goes into your RSO? Do you know?
Personally, I would use all of my strains because when you mix everything
If I
together-
were to do it at home, in other words,
Right.
what would you recommend in terms of the strains or the process, or
I would mix things because you want to get the medicine from everything.
Right.
There's certain things from certain strains that could help that you wouldn't know.
Is there anything, any combinations that you like or that you would recommend?
Particularly, I would mix a hybrid sativa indica all together.
Okay.
I would make
But
sure it's
not like
all there.
particular strains that you like
Per-
RSL specifically.
Um,
Or is there even a reason to do that in terms of,
you know, with every patient that could be different,
right?
Because everyone reacts to certain plants differently. Just like I like to smoke sativas during the day, and certain people don't ever want them. Every patient is a different person for that. So that's
Everybody's chemistry will react a little differently.
Rick Simpson recommends, you know, heavy indica strains.
Oh.
But that being said, I mean, the Rick also uses naphtha to do the extraction, and I don't recommend naphtha to do your extraction with.
right.
So, you know, and what I used was what he's saying. It was what they refer to as a full spectrum RSO with you know, several different strains.
Right.
And I did 60 grams in 60 days rather than 90 days because I had a high tolerance and I couldn't take the pain pills. And I needed something to help me with the pain. So the high dosage was like, I was just chilling, you know? So, yeah, I mean, that's if anybody out there has cancer, and what I wanted to finish my statement with was that, you know, when they wanted me to do chemotherapy, and my aunt started at the same time, and she has neuropathy in both of her feet. She can't walk now, and it's not from the cancer. It was from the chemo. So, you know, you do have an option out there, and you know, that's great that his dispensary carries that, and that price is a decent price. And if you space that out and buy it over that period of time, you know, in a 90-day period, that cost should be incurred pretty easily. So, but But thank you for what you're doing. Thank you, Lefty, for fighting up there for the home grow.
Pat, before you go, can you give me 30 seconds on your name, why you use cannabis, and how home grow will help you?
Well, my name's Patrick Duff. I use cannabis because I have, severe ADD and dyslexia, and didn't really realize until I got a little older that how much it actually did help me. And now I have severe PTSD from being raided from by the DEA, by the LAPD, and going through all these different types of situations because cannabis was illegal and was slightly legal in a gray market. So please erase this black market that still exists that puts your citizens in jail for growing cannabis. I know too many people that have gone to jail for it and that are still in jail for it. And I really appreciate it if you allowed us as citizens in New Jersey to grow the plant that is called the healing of the nations. It's benign and benevolent. So to allow us to grow it, the only thing that it might hurt is the bottom line of the big corporations, but even they will be benefited if you allow us to grow, because everybody wants good pot.
Can you just say one more thing? Why am I still waiting?
Hey, Governor Murphy, Nick Scutari, you are the one, Scutari, who said Steve Sweeney was the reason that we didn't have legal home grow. So why the hell are we still waiting?
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. That was perfect.
Be my brothers.
See you, Patrick Duff.
Nice hearing from you.
Dave, great to see you again, brother. Awesome, man.
Come down and do a show
I would
at the
love
shop.
to.
I would love that.
I would love to
Please
more.
do.
You're the man, brother.
Thank you for what you do.
Can I interview you? Can I get your 30 seconds on and get your why you're still waiting? And you can yell it too. You can say, why am I still waiting? Nobody's ever yelled it yet. I want someone, why am I still waiting?
What if a group of us yell?
Oh, dude, that's amazing.
Everybody that's here.
That's amazing. That's the best idea ever.
That is a good idea.
Dude, thank you. Dude.
I'm just high.
That's why I like to work with them.
Oh my goodness. All right, don't make noise with that, please. All right. What's up, my man? How you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Right up.
Jelani, can I ask you to do what we're doing? We're doing a 30-second video of your name, why you're a cannabis patient, how home grow would help you. And that's pretty much it. That's where
like I said, as a reporter.
Hold on, let me switch.
So is it like an advocacy video?
It's going to be part of the still waiting. It's going to be part of the still waiting. Did you see what we did so far? Yo, what's up, my man? How you doing, brother? Good to see you.
I mean, I can't do that, but I
can't do an advocacy video? Okay.
but I can do an interview with you.
Okay, let's do
We
that.
want to do the live interview.
Let's do that then.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're here for hot box for home grow, and you can put those on if you want to hear. Sounds better. But what do you think? What do you think the holdup is for home grow, and how can we hurry it along? And how would home grow help you?
I'm the journalist and you out here asking me questions, but I like it though. Well, from keeping my personal opinion out of it, but from a sourcing perspective, what the medical patient sources have told me is 70% of the market being closed off makes it traditionally difficult for medical patients in all of New Jersey to access their weed just by the very nature of that bargain in and of itself. And there has been an argument that has also been parsed out by some of those patients that there is very little precedence for a municipality having the authority to ban any specific type of medicine, so to speak. And so that's also a very interesting argument that I've picked up from the community as well in my reporting.
I'm kind of amazed that New York has gotten so far ahead of us with the rules they just came out with for recreational home grow.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And right over that border, we crossed that border, As a cancer patient, you're going to jail for doing the same thing they're doing over in New York.
Yeah, New Jersey is definitely an outlier in that it is one of the few states that has legalized recreational use of cannabis, but has still basically has penalties for growing your own weed, so to speak. It's definitely an outlier.
I'm gonna move the sign thing, got other tents to set right here, just so you know.
But I'd also like to ask you some questions, Doug.
Okay, sure. No problem.
You know, I am the reporter. I have to do my job somewhat. You know, because I also have my recorder going. Could you tell me your first and last, sir? Tell them who you are.
I'm Edward Lefty Grimes. I'm with sativacross.org. We're a 501c3 here in New Jersey fighting for cannabis patients' rights and the rights of the disabled. And we're out here at the Hot Box for Home Grow to rally and hopefully get Senator Scutari to put this on the agenda. The bill that came out. I don't know the number of the bill. Does anyone know the number of the bill? Jake probably knows. Chris Goldstein knows. But there's a bill out there right now that has just been reintroduced for the third time, the third session, about home grow for patients. And that's all we're asking for is home grow for patients.
I was going to track down the bill for you, but in any case, you did say that you had a previous interaction with Senator Scutari during the lame duck session.
Yeah, I was in my chair and I was in my scooter actually, and I scooted up next to Scutari, and I said, "Hey, we met at the Bruce Springsteen concert." I said, "You told me then we were going to have home grow soon." I said, "What's going on? We need strain specific home grow." And he says, "You wouldn't even have legal cannabis if it wasn't for me." And then he went up the stairs where I couldn't follow him in my scooter. I couldn't scoot after him.
And so, from your perspective as an advocate, what forms of pressure do you think will be effective in getting this point across? What other forms of advocacy do you think can happen here? And how are you planning to essentially fight the one of the most powerful Democrats in New Jersey?
I'd rather work with him rather than fight him because, you know, we have to have the same thing in mind here. We want to help, you know, sick and dying people. I can't believe he's on a different page than that, other than helping sick and dying people. So I think we could work together here. We got a bunch of people here that are suffering, that they're here for a reason. All these people, they're in the rain. There's people with MS here. There's people with epilepsy. There's people with cancer here. There's all kinds of suffering here. And we shouldn't even have to be here. You know, this is like, we're still here though. Here it is. How many years later did they pass medical cannabis in New Jersey?
Yeah, I mean, it's been over a decade since you guys have gotten your medical. And so what do you think about Scutari's argument that the market has to make more progress before home grow is legalized? What do you think about that argument right there?
I think we're well past that point. I think there's somebody told me there's more dispensaries than Walmarts in New Jersey now. So I think that's saying something. I think we're good now. I think we can start helping the sick and dying again.
Yeah. And how do you all feel about the pricing?
I can't afford this medicine. Like I said before, I use RSO, I use Fico oil, and I don't use it because I can't afford it. But when I get it for free, when my friends will make it for me, yeah, I'll take it. But I can't afford to make it myself right now because you need a lot of it, and it's got to be good. You can't make Fico with trim. People think you can make Fico with trim, and no, you have to have sticky buds to make really good quality Fico oil. So I'm priced out. I'm on disability. I'm on a fixed income, and I'm priced out of all that.
And so are a lot of in your experience, are a lot of the patients still getting their cannabis from the legacy market?
Yeah, I think a lot of them are. Unfortunately, you know, because I would like to support the dispensaries, and especially the mom and pop dispensaries, but I just can't. I can't afford it. I just can't afford it. I have to do what I got to do. If they have the specials, I'll get a special, sure. But I use oil. My problem is I use oil, which is processed and it's expensive. You know, if it was just flour that I use, I don't really use much flour anymore.
Got you.
You know.
Got you. And so, what do you also think about Scutari's argument that home grow is going to help help the unregulated market. What do you think about that argument he's making right there?
It's going to help the unregulated market.
Yeah, that's an argument he's made.
Oh, I see. Well, no, I think everybody should be registered, and then you won't have these issues. I mean, there won't be an unregistered market anymore. Once you have home grow and we have farmers markets and we have it opened up, opened up like that, that won't be an issue anymore.
And so when it comes to home grow, somebody told me that this is an example of the type of tent that you would use to grow, like it's the same canopy size you all are aiming for.
Isn't
Correct?
that amazing? This is it. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, it's great because this is the hot box for home grow is actually what we're looking for. A canopy this size, which is what, 14 by 10, 14 by 12, 14 by 12. And grow a nice little garden in here. I would think if this is in your backyard and it was all like open, I would do it in my backyard. See, I would like to use the sun. Like Dave was saying before, I want to use the sun. I would much rather, because I see people using the sun and getting huge return.
So this allows for more pheno hunting, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the reason why people want the canopy size as opposed to the plant limit, because it allows you to hunt for more phenos.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Have you seen bonsai cannabis?
No, I haven't
Oh
seen it.
man, it's so cool. Yeah, I forget what it's called, scroggin or something.
Yeah.
And they take the cannabis plant and they put it on a rock. So the roots are just coming off the rock, and then the plant is just tied around, and it's just so small and compact, and it's the beautifulest, cutest, prettiest thing ever. Yeah, you got to Google cannabis bonsai. I'll find you the link. I'll send it. It's amazing. I want to do shit like that.
Okay.
That's what I want to do, and like not smoke it, just have it as just to have something like that. One little. I'll use one of my 6 for that one.
Yeah.
Fine.
What does it even count if it's a bonsai?
It shouldn't count, but yeah. It's for my zen. It's for my peace moments.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time somebody used plant as art, right? Yeah. It's just a very functional art plant.
Yeah. If you need it, it's there.
Yeah. The CRCs come down with these recent fines for medical companies. I was just speaking to Chris. They're fines for medical patients not getting the specific amount of access. Do you feel like the companies that have been licensed are adequately giving access to medical patients?
I heard a lot of problems are happening, but again, they're fixing them. You got good people, you got good workers like the UFCWs. Actually, they're the ones that I rely on to keep this industry standards in line.
Keeping them honest,
because they will try to get away with whatever they want. And you got groups like the UFCW these guys love the plant. They love their jobs. They love their benefits, and they love these guys are, they're the best. So,
And so if medical patients aren't being served, like you guys go ahead and try to hold the people you try to hold the companies accountable for that as well.
Yeah, that's something that
grab that mic. Is there a process for that? If you see something wrong, like if you see something like that's a problem, like you would just go to the shop steward, or how would that work?
No, so like this process is for anybody in the public. If you're at an adult use and medical dispensary where they're supposed to prioritize medical patients, if you see them not doing that, you can contact the CRC yourself, whether it's through email, a handwritten letter, or they have their phone number listed on their website even. And you can say exactly what you saw. I was at XYZ. I saw a patient who was, left waiting while adult use customers came in and out over and over and over. And that's just any of us. That's something we all have to look out for. Not even us, just the union, just all of us. But yeah, anybody could report that. Our process on that would be exactly the same as, from a personal level, we would call and be like, yo, CRC, it's messed up. And from there, they'll investigate it. And as we've seen over the last couple months, they're actively finding people for it.
The Senate president has made very clear he hasn't been very happy about those actions either, but you know, it seems like the cannabis community of consumers, you know, supports said actions, so to speak.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
More fines. You just get them all.
Yeah.
If you don't support them taking action against these companies that are not prioritizing patients. All right. So if you don't actively find these companies and hold them responsible for doing exactly what the state said that they wanted them to do and that they were going to hold them responsible for doing, then we get lost in all of this, right? Your regulations mean absolutely nothing at that point. Your medical patients feel, yeah, that's one way of saying it, you know, disregarded, left behind. I know for me personally, just recently, I won't say who, but twice a dispensary that I've gone to, same location. I have given them my medical card. There's two things wrong here. One, my medical card is a state issued ID. It should be taken as a government form of ID anywhere I go. And every time I've handed it to them, they've told me to put it away. We need your license. I haven't said anything. Okay, that's fine. They also should be taking my medical card and providing me some sort of a discount as a medical patient, whether you are an adult use recreational facility or not. I'm not asking you to hand me the world. I'm asking you to make this reasonable because the state put regulations and guidelines in place for you to make it reasonable to me. So I see every reason to hold them accountable.
And so that you are also, it's mandated that you all have to get discounts, right?
I believe it was.
So there are currently no regulations that if an adult use only store exists, they do not have to do anything for medical patients.
Was it just whispers then at that point that they were going to be providing some sort of discount? Because I thought that I had heard it at one point that medical patients would only be paying like that excise tax, the manufacturing fee. So that should only be what, 2% or so, depending on where you're at in this state. 2 to 3%, I would assume, but maybe that was just a whisper. I don't know.
So as a patient, where are you all at with the prices? Still not a good experience?
I think the pricing is outrageous. I think they're completely gouging us, honestly.
Living in the state of New Jersey is expensive enough. I don't need my medicine to also be just as expensive as everything else here.
At one point in time, before we became an adult use recreational market, when we were still medical only, back in 2021, I was still bud tending inside of the dispensaries here. I worked for two of the bigger MSOs out here as a bud tender and as a supervisor. And before we hit adult use recreational, you used to be able to come into those dispensaries and buy an eighth of shake, trim, pre-ground, whatever you want to refer to it as, for $30. You can't walk into a dispensary in this state now and buy an eighth of pre-ground anything for less than 50. You tell me why that price increase happened. You tell me who's profiting off of this. You tell me where the medical patients got lost in that. It's completely unfair.
And to build off of that as well, as a medical patient, you used to be able to get a 350 milligram bulk bag of gummies at a discounted price than your regular your standard pack, which is usually $30. The bulk bag would be, you know, 3 times as much for only twice as much in price. That has disappeared. There is one dispensary in the state, and I'll give them a shout out for this actually, NJ Leaf out in Freehold. They're the only ones in my recent experience that keeps that bulk bag of gummies in stock for medical patients. I have not seen it anywhere else in at least 8 months. It disappeared. Yet somehow this one dispensary can still keep it in stock for their medical patients and nobody else can. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Price gouging.
And so would it be fair to say that as patients, you all have experienced less access and higher prices in the wake of legalization?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so even with the discounts that you receive at some of these places, are the discount prices the same as what you were paying like before all this got legalized?
No.
I'm still getting more affordable medicine on the streets
Yeah.
than in the dispensaries.
Yeah.
And I understand that's not the dispensary's fault necessarily. I understand that the market, how it's formed, I understand where it's at. I understand the amount of growers we have and why it's so expensive. But holy shit, can I get a cheap route on the streets?
Also, if you are a patient in this state that has been following what's been happening and you pay attention to your discounts and you pay attention to your pricing, some of the dispensaries out here have actually lowered their discount pricing for medical patients out here.
Seen that too?
That again, you are price gouging. There is supply. The supply is there. There is no more demand, minus the fact that your patients are demanding to be heard and to stop being forced into buying product that's of poor quality at insanely high prices. And we still don't even have the products on the market that we should have, especially for medical patients.
And so
we've lost products.
Oh wow. And so what is, like, from a patient perspective, and I mean you can weigh in on it too, what is a quality product for a patient? Like what are the characteristics of a quality product?
So let's start with vape cartridges.
Okay.
Stop providing us with BDTs. Those are botanically derived terpene cartridges, right? So they're taking it's a distillate process in the first place. I'm not going to get into the whole breakdown and go through all of it, but they're products that are harsh, they're rougher, they're not derived specifically from the cannabis. These are pre-bottled tastings and flavorings and terpenes that they're putting in there. Let's start there. Where's the quality? Where's the rosin? Where's the resin? Where's the solventless products on this market that are safer to consume?
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
And so what about you? What do you think are some of the characteristics of a good product for a patient?
So characteristics of a good product, to me, one of the most important things is that it's accurately lab tested so that we truly know if there's pesticides in it, if there's heavy metals in it, just all of that. That's an important thing for me to know because I want to know what I'm putting in my body these days. Maybe 10 years ago, it didn't matter as much, but now I care a little bit more. I also like to know accurate terpene profiles. I want to know that what that label says, that I can trust it. And yet I still have to go to the legacy market because it's cheaper. It's a lot cheaper.
I also don't want to be sold product anymore inside of a legal dispensary that is 8, 9, or 10 months old and still paying nearly full price for it.
Thank you, man.
It's insane.
Appreciation.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
What strain is that?
Thank you.
White slushies just got dropped in front of us.
Yeah.
Wow.
Huge shout out.
Nice. That was nice.
Yeah. And so
hold on, I got all my shit to roll in my pocket. I'm hitting the mic down.
Shout out to Urban Hippie.
Yes, shout out
Urban Hippie.
Urban Hippie. Shout out.
and then Chris has got some in his hand.
Now it's a hot box.
Yeah. And so you guys are saying also like lab shopping also essentially affects medical patients.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And they also don't inside a lot of these places, you know, if a medical patient doesn't know to ask for a COA, they're not going to make that readily available. But also the staff that's there, the owners that are there, the people that are involved in these businesses need to be educated on cannabis. When we walk into dispensaries and ask for what's going to help with, I'm actively in PTSD, I'm actively having an anxiety attack, I'm going through chemo, I have stomach issues. There should be somebody there that's able to guide us through that and offer us a quality product that's affordable and know what they're talking about. Don't upsell me on your products. Provide me with a suggestion and how to use it and be comfortable and confident in that decision. I can't find that in most of the dispensaries anymore.
And I want to go back to something you said earlier. You said that some people have actually lowered their discounts for medical patients.
Yes, I've seen that from dispensaries out here where at one point in time, they were offering for, let's say, government assistance to medical patients, they were offering 20%. That is now 15%. and it's gone from there. So discounts that were 15% at one time are now 10%. They also don't allow you to stack. So if you walk in at one point in time, if they were to give you a discount card for product, you know, that you didn't like, or something was defective or whatever it may be, you can't use your government assistance and that discount card at the same time, because they won't let you stack up more than like 25 or 30% in discounts. It's insane. Like, I am a medical patient that has loyalty points, that has discounts in place, that makes purchases here, and you want to charge me $55 for an eighth of pre-ground trash that you probably swept up off of the floor. And then you're not even going to allow me to use the discounts that I have in place for it. It's price gouging.
And so would it be fair to say that medical patients at this point, you know, feel pretty like disrespected?
Yes, I think it's fair to say that the medical patients out here feel unheard, unseen. They feel disrespected. They don't feel like people have the proper education and the proper training to be working with us. We also did not have the proper products on the market. We were medical out here since what, 2008-ish, somewhere around there? Where, 2010? Nice. Where, though, were the medical products at that time? We didn't have RSOs. They didn't have edibles. They didn't have any kind of concentrate options for people. There's no FICO still, but none of it then, of course, either. All of those things came around after adult use recreational came to play. So I think it is absolutely fair to say that we feel disrespected.
Yeah. And like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like one of the bargains of the MSOs getting the first crack at the market and converting was that they would still maintain their current level of access to patients, right? Like that seemed to have been one part of the implicit bargains. And essentially what you all are saying is they haven't. They
do hold them accountable on.
Yeah, and so you're saying that they really have the market as it currently exists hasn't kept to that bargain.
Right.
What about you, Leffy? What's a quality product for you?
I heard we have craft cannabis in New Jersey. Yeah. I went to Ripped dispensary and I went inside and they had a sign that said, "Oh, we have craft cannabis here." I said, "Oh,
Breakwater?
wow. Craft cannabis in New Jersey. This is great. I'm so excited."
Yeah.
I said, "Where's the craft cannabis?" They said, "Oh, he has a case right there. Breakwater." I'm like, "Oh, because Breakwater is medical only." I said, "Are they hand trimmed?" I didn't really have an answer for that. So I'm a little confused on what craft cannabis is and when can we call something craft cannabis. Chris, I don't even think Chris has an answer for that because what's that?
I was thinking that the standard we should have for craft cannabis is the Amish standards. So it really has to be, there has to be a little bit of child labor involved. And I think that I think that's what we really need is the Amish standard. Craft cannabis, you know, that's a good question because, you know, I think that the community is called craft cannabis is something that we identify with as something being non-corporate, right? But now the industry is taking craft cannabis as like marketing, you know what I mean? So you have to be a little bit careful because now craft cannabis, instead of being something that consumers say to each other, it's something that companies use in their marketing language. So that's the tough part about craft cannabis. But I do have an Amish standard for it. I do think that there should be more of an Amish standard for organic cannabis. There maybe with a little less of the child labor than say the bakery or something like that. But I think that there should be like a more of a family tradition.
I want kosher cannabis.
Yeah.
I would like kosher cannabis.
There is, I mean, actually cannabis itself is kosher, by the way. There was I wrote about this years ago. There's a big debate about this in Israel, of course, because you have to get rid of non-kosher items if you're, you know, particularly observant on certain holidays. And people were worried that they'd have to give all their weed away to their friends. And of course, some of their friends were encouraging this. So that's the problem. They're like, "Oh my God, dude, the weed might not be kosher." You can see why the rabbis had to weigh in. So anyway, the rabbis did weigh in. And in Israel, the top rabbis said that cannabis was kosher. So you can't call I guess you can't call any cannabis. You could produce it in a way. I guess if you're crossing your cannabis plants with certain animal strains, if you're doing genetic splicing, like in a CRISPR machine, it might become non-kosher, but that could be a problem. I mean, but I also worry, I do, you got to wonder what they're doing in the lab today.
Situations that you come up with are mildly to moderately disturbing. Like there's a spectrum with
we are hotboxing in here, and that is affecting some of my answers. But oh my God, oh my God, this is gigantic. Whew.
You okay?
Oh my God, that's like the Backwoodzilla of blunts right there. There's like an entire field of tobacco plants that went into that, as well as marijuana.
There's some marijuana in there.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I really don't. I really don't. Only if it's a family thing. I could like I could see the kids tending the garden, We can't really, exactly.
Everybody should.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck
Exactly.
what nationality.
You been
where
on
you're
here?
from. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So you were talking about laboratory shopping. I think that's a big that is, I think, label accuracy. I think that comes to label accuracy. And I think consumers are like chasing a couple of things, but most consumers are shopping by price and by label, and the accuracy on the label is like super questionable these days too. We'd love to have like independent labs and like walk-up lab testing. That would feel a lot better as a consumer if you could buy something and if it was labeled X amount of THC CBD on the label, and then you could take it in and just for curiosity's sake, pay $5 and see if the label is accurate. If it came back with the same test, that'd be cool. Oh, fun times. Some of the media have done, the Associated Press, by the way, did that. New York Times did that. They went out and tested against the labels, and they revealed that there was a lot of inaccuracy in the labels. I've encouraged, it's not easy to do here because in those states there were independent labs to contract and do that with.
Yeah.
In New Jersey, even journalists don't have the same
I
opportunity.
had that conversation with Kristen this week, and so I told her, I'm with it. We'll team up with whoever we need to team up with to do it. What if we were to like test products for accuracy, which ones do you think that we should, I guess, be going after to test, so to speak?
I think that probably one of the most ubiquitous products. It's good to hear all the honks. I hope everybody hears that. That's not like a traffic jam in Trenton. That's people supporting home cultivation. Okay. That is buses who are honking for home cultivation. It's good. It's good when you get the buses. But I'm sorry, go back to your question about the what should we be testing for in the market? I think one of the most ubiquitous products that's hard to figure out the safety on are concentrates, especially vape pen carts. I think flower is something that we know is traditional, it's safe, human use for thousands of years. The New York Times did an article not too long ago where they tested the tuna fish in Subway tuna sandwiches, and they couldn't find any tuna DNA.
Yeah, but who was expecting the tuna to be real?
Well, no. It's not about if they couldn't find any fish DNA. That was so. The point is the product is so processed, right?
Yeah.
So I think of vape pens as the Subway tuna fish of marijuana, right? It's like the most processed form. That
People love it though.
Right. So a lot of people use these products here. Oh my God. This is what you have to do. You want to see something cool? This is what I call a menorah toke.
Oh
this
my
is
goodness.
The second night. Third night.
That's great.
When you get to the fourth night of the menorah toke, it gets serious.
You ever hit the menorah bomb?
No, but the menorah toke, even with two right there, was second night was tough. But the vape pens, it's really hard to nail down what is accurate to be safe on that. Okay. So what do you test for to make sure that the vape pen is accurate and safe? Do you test it to make sure it doesn't have too many additives? Do you test it to make sure, like in Pennsylvania's medical marijuana program, they passed a law that said they can basically remediate moldy weed by turning them into vape pens. So, No, seriously.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they said that basically the processing technique eliminated the mold enough that they could then resell it to patients in a cart. They do, and then they do it today.
Yeah.
And they don't even need to I don't even think they need to label it like this came from moldy weed or anything. So
terrific.
yeah, exactly. Would you buy a candy that said that? Would you even get something for your cat when you were shopping for cat food? If it was like this was previously moldy cat food that has been treated for this can, would you buy it for your cat? No. So anyway, that's what the companies do is so that's the problem I have with concentrates. I think that we have a tough understanding, especially the average consumer has a tough understanding of what is safe, what should be safe. They're using these products. They're sold alongside all kinds of stuff, nicotine vape carts, who knows, pineapple, wacky, fresh, potpourri vape carts in a gas station. You know what I mean? And, I think consumers encounter, they want to buy a safe, affordable product. They want to buy something that, quite frankly, has an effect, gets them high, and doesn't break the bank, and that they can trust. And the truth is that they have a wide range of questionable products in front of them. And I, even as a longtime advocate, can't point at the regulated products and say, oh, that's totally 100% safe.
And so how does lab shopping work? Explain the logistics to me of how you get away with it.
Again, I have to rely on my knowledge of the Pennsylvania program and some of the reporting that's happened there. It was a little easier to see it in some programs than here in New Jersey. New Jersey's medical marijuana program, essentially for many years, there was only one lab. It was the state police forensics lab that did essentially the batch testing for the medical cannabis program. Did you know? I don't know if but that's not true anymore, I don't think.
Yeah.
But that was the original case here. But lab shopping means that if you go to one laboratory and you get results that you don't like the potency level isn't high enough, or maybe they detect mold, you go to another lab and maybe they'll give you results that you do like, especially if you pay them more. Laboratory shopping means that for a long time, regulators didn't really check to see if somebody had shopped the results around to multiple labs and what those results were. So if I take a sample to lab one and it comes back with mold and pesticide and low THC levels, maybe I'll take it to lab two and they'll give me something different on paper, and I'll sell it like that. And I'll submit it to the Department of Health like that too. So this is actually, unfortunately, endemic and notorious in the industry in general. Laboratory shopping is unfortunately part and parcel in the industry. I hate to say it today. So consumers experience lab tests that, let me give you an example. If you buy a product in New Jersey or Pennsylvania, and I see this a lot, you look at the label and it's got THCA at something and THC at something. It's got CBD at 0. That's scientifically impossible. How are you going to sell me a product that already has an inaccurate label? This cannabis doesn't have 0% CBD. I guarantee it. It can't be scientifically possible. Why does the label say that?
Yeah.
So that's already a flag on why that label has a problem. They're already trying to tell me it doesn't have any CBD. Wrong. And then they're trying to tell me I'm supposed to believe in the rest of the label, and that's tough to believe. So anyway, laboratory shopping happens for a lot of reasons, but mainly because consumers tend to chase the label. So it's hard to believe it's 0% CBD. It's even harder to believe 29% THC on flower. For real, 29% THC flower for $80 a quarter. It better shovel my driveway, clean my bathroom, but while I smoke it, for real. Come on. How does this happen? Who buys this stuff? How can it takes serious to be diplomatic, gumption for people to ask for $75 an eighth.
Yeah.
Come on.
And what's the usual price in the street?
Well, as somebody, I broke my leg a couple years ago, so I smoke a little bit more than I used to.
Yeah.
But as somebody who smokes, a couple ounces a month, I'm not spending more than $150 an ounce ever.
Yeah.
I haven't. I can't.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
I'm a writer, man.
Yeah. Same.
For real, right? So, the baller status of the prices is really, it's hard to achieve. And again, we got to $15. This is the juxtaposition of legislators. They are cheering themselves for passing a $15 an hour living wage. You have to work basically 4 hours for an eighth of marijuana. that's, how does your living wage feel when it only earns you a gram of weed?
Yeah. Well,
And
that's before taxes, though, right?
yeah, well, no, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I got
Yeah.
the menorah toke again. Jeez. I have to pass these in different directions.
Yeah, they're all
Cookies was $80 with tax. With tax, so cookies was 80.
Ouch.
Just saying.
Again,
But who's counting?
To go to a lot of these legacy events too. So we talk to a lot of random just legacy vendors. You can really see the price of an eighth anywhere from $20 for, a little bit lower quality, but a good deal.
It's
all the way up to, 50, 55. But you really don't see much past that these days, unless it's like true homegrown bud that people are selling.
look, that's the problem with pricing is that regular consumers aren't stupid. We've traveled around, we see, if everybody's state of New Jersey was like the walled city of Trenton or something, like, you never left.
The walled city of Trenton.
Yes.
I haven't heard that one before.
Let's hope that doesn't ever come true. Okay. I don't want to see the mayor's race in that one. Okay. Oh man, it was January 18th, by the way. Oh my God.
We have more blunts than people. This is
So
great.
by the way, it was January 18th, 2010. So it was very, very much close to now. January 18th, 2010, that John Corzine signed the original medical marijuana law in New Jersey. It was the last day of literally the last night of his administration.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God there's another person here.
I'm gonna pass through.
We needed somebody to break the deadlock. There were more blunts than people.
Love when that happens.
I can try.
We gotta get some more chairs in.
I guess I can.
He took the weed. He was like, if I must make this sacrifice.
Yes.
If I must.
You got him on the mic now.
Here, take some headphones. Okay.
That's one.
Off the stretch.
Fuck.
We need more weed smokers in the tent.
Yeah,
We need more
please
weed
enter the hot box.
We have more weed circulating than people.
Oh my God.
Willie, want some of the blunt? Come on in.
Yes.
We got a blunt over here.
We need blunt assistance,
And there's
please.
a bigger one going around over here too.
Yes.
So a reminder that this tent is about the size of what we're asking for homegrown.
Yeah, this is the canopy we're looking for.
And what are the type of phenos that people are usually hunting for out there? Do they vary wildly?
What are they hunting for?
Yeah,
Like what are they looking to grow?
Yeah, like when it comes to like pheno hunting and stuff like that.
I think that for most people, so as somebody who grows some squash and tomatoes in my backyard here in New Jersey,
Indeed.
I started off with the easiest stuff, and then I learned what I could grow. We all have these dreams about growing weed that it's all you're going to plant the seed and you're going to turn the light on and it's going to be like magic. It's going to look like a high time centerfold in like 2 weeks. Okay. And it's so not like that. And but also too, like, the strains that you may want may not even be within, I mean, I'm not saying like it's like expert level, like you have to be like Great British Baking Show with this stuff, but to the same extent, it might take a little practice before you get to the level where you can consistently grow exactly what you want. It may be easier to start out with some stuff that is basically easy to grow. You know what I mean? Like the easy level of tomatoes and squash before you get to the heritage tomatoes that you really want in your backyard.
And so there will be casualties in the growing process.
There will.
Start out.
So here's what I've been talking about with legislators. There is a bill that would subsidize medical cannabis access in New Jersey, but what they wouldn't cover in subsidy, you could write off your taxes at the end of the year. Just like you do with pharmaceutical stuff, basically. You get a tax refund for your expenditure. Imagine if we carried that over to homegrown. So that's my suggestion to legislators. A one-time $500 tax rebate for growing at home if you're a medical patient to cover the cost of your garden setup. So yes, there are casualties, but if you can get a tax rebate on that and get your money back on your initial grow, for a medical patient, even one on a budget, that makes it more attractive for them to try.
That's even better.
There was a project in Washington State called Life Vine, and they basically grew for patients in their house. Oh my God. Are we too hotboxed? Is that what happened? Did we over hotbox?
We over hotbox, I think. That's good.
Oh my God. I have a chimney port.
We could close the flaps and merely be nuts about this.
I think that for home grow, people, most of the time, they just want to, first of all, I think that there's a spectator sport aspect to it, is that people just want to know that they could try. Okay. They feel like there's like esoterically, they feel like less liberty in their life, knowing that they can.
Yeah.
So I think that that's a good reason. And honestly, just being happy, the pursuit of freaking happiness in New Jersey, just, not restricting people on silly things. That's well, yes. Exactly. I think that that's a really good point too. And I think that also too, like the idea that anything that you rely upon so much, relying upon companies, like we're talking about True Leave, like pulling out of Massachusetts.
Right.
Dude, you could have these companies just like up and be like, you know what, New Jersey sucks. We're leaving. So, we're out. And then what are you going to do? Especially if there's no home grow. There's only 80 dispensaries in New Jersey. That's not that many. Imagine, we're saying outside, like imagine if in 1992, there were only 80 people that you could get weed from in the entire state of New Jersey. They would have 9,000 people at their door every morning lined the fuck up. I'm telling you, like 80 dispensaries is not enough for 9 million people. You know what I mean? And it really is. Pennsylvania has 163 medical dispensaries for 1 million patients. And they get pretty good business, but they also are charging half as much as what we're being charged here. So.
And why don't you? I mean, I've talked about this before. I mean, Maryland, they started off with like 100, right? Because they had 100 medical dispensaries before they switched over to adult use. And then they have some people, I think it was the governor, matter of fact, who may have been a board member of GTI. And yeah.
Fun times.
Yeah.
Fun times.
And so I mean, how many dispensaries, I mean, does New Jersey, I guess, need to serve like a good faith amount of the medical community?
That's a really good and interesting question, and something the industry would love an answer to, because they would like to infill those areas. Like, again, I mean, I don't think it's rocket science. I think we've been confounded on how to reach consumers by the towns banning retail. I think that the slow rollout of delivery and people really adopting delivery as a way to purchase, you know what I mean? People just aren't used to it. Purchasing their cannabis via delivery. It's just a new thing here. But I think it'll be quick to adopt. I mean, once people can get weed delivered to their door, it's they get their ice cream and their Chipotle that way. So it's like going to be hard to argue the weed coming there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know. Like, well, you know what? They're starting. I'm seeing, I visit all the menus and some are offering delivery. But to the same extent, in other states, even in states that have had delivery, consumers have been like quick or like super adopting of delivery. It hasn't been something that is uber popular. I think just like the dispensary experience, how it's like super impersonal and it's like shopping for auto parts, I think that delivery I think that the industry really hasn't got any personality into this stuff. So, that's what it needs. And I don't think it means celebrity endorsements and stuff like that by personality. I mean, like, if they delivered it to you in a green ambulance with like green lights that went on and everybody in the neighborhood knew you were getting like awesome freaking weed, that's what I want. No, I don't. Actually, it's like the child labor. I don't want the child labor either. Don't send the kids in the ambulance, okay, with the weed. I know, Amish.
You can't make that
Dude,
joke with
if
the
you
FCW. Those are those are the wrong people to make that joke with. You can't make jokes like
I know. If you shop at enough Amish markets, you start to wonder. I'm a fan of barbecue. It's a terrible thing. I don't mind.
You're gonna end up on their free smoke list.
Oh, I know. My house is gonna get surrounded by buggies in the night. The mafia after me. It's gonna be tough. Yeah. So wait. So wait, I'm gonna ask, can I ask you a couple questions?
Go ahead. Go.
All right. What do you think you've been covering this now for Insider.
Uh-huh.
I mean, what do you think of how like the industry players seem very focused on themselves to me from a consumer standpoint, they're focused on their funding. I understand that.
Yeah.
Regulations and everything like that.
Yeah.
So I'm not around these guys a lot. I see them like having parties and stuff. Do they all smoke weed? Are they consumers? Like,
I mean, some of them are, some of them aren't. You know, some of the commissioners consume and some don't.
do you think I mean, is it a stigma issue, or do they feel it somehow hurts their business or something like that, or their integrity somehow to come out as a consumer? Be more outward as a consumer.
Yeah, no, I mean, some of the as far as the corporate side is concerned, some of the people I've met who don't smoke weed just simply, you know, look at this as a business opportunity.
Sure.
You know, as a reporter, you'd be surprised like at how many people who own you know, restaurants don't oftentimes eat the restaurant's food.
Sure.
You know, it's you know, how I mean, I don't know how much Walmart stuff the people who own Walmart have in their house. I mean, they kind of strictly look at it as a business opportunity. And I think it's very interesting. This is a very interesting business market to cover as a reporter, because you are expected to have a personal amount of familiarity with the product, because the product does have roots in very personalized narratives, so to speak.
Well, isn't the press the same way as the industry, though? I mean, they don't encourage you to come out as a consumer and say, "Hey, I'm covering this issue." I've heard that a lot from a lot of people.
I got drug tested before I took this job.
No.
Yeah.
They really?
Yeah.
No kidding.
No, I don't know if they were drug testing me for cannabis, but I did find it rather odd.
That's a sin.
Yeah, before I got hired as a cannabis reporter, they were drug testing me. And
That's funny.
Well, did I?
Yeah. Yeah, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I always freelanced at the Inquirer, so I was paid as a freelancer. I was never an employee there, so and they drug tested at the Inquirer. And that's why I asked.
Yeah.
You know, again, the press, like anywhere else, is, you know, they have corporate standards, as it were.
I mean, a lot of the publications no longer test for weed and everything like that. But
does Advanced Media still test for THC in New Jersey and New York? They're based in New York.
No, I mean, I would have been able to keep a job here if they had a no smoking cannabis policy.
But that's well, yeah, all right, okay.
You know, I mean,
that's good.
Yeah, everybody in my leadership, I mean, there's no expectation that I not partake. Everybody in my chain of command, from the general manager and CEO on down, knows, you know, that I am a consumer.
That's good though, right?
I mean, I think that the advantage that NJ.com had is that our cannabis newsletter was actually started by the previous what you would all know as an executive editor. And so I mean, the top editor actually took a personal interest in it, and you know, he wasn't much of a smoker either.
You mean Enrique?
No, not Enrique. I'm talking about the boss of NJ.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's
maybe I didn't realize that.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's where NJ Cannabis Insider initially got started. It got started from him.
That's a pretty interesting story, honey. I don't think I've ever heard that.
Yeah, just a little bit of internal tea, but you know, yeah, that's how it got started. And then Enrique was the one who picked it up and took over, and then there was me. But I remember I was at one event, and our previous CEO, Kevin Whitmer, he was, I mean, not CEO, our general manager, our previous guy, he was there, and we were at an event, and I'm rolling up a blunt, and I realized I've never rolled up a blunt in front of our executive editor before. And, you know, and everybody's out there drinking and stuff like that. So, you know, I'm thinking like, let me go ahead and test the waters real quick and see how open-minded they are here. And so, you know, he was sitting there talking to Enrique, and I just kind of sat down at like this separate table, you know, just started breaking stuff down and rolling it up. And he didn't say anything to me, but apparently what Enrique told me, what he apparently told Enrique later was, that is the largest blunt I've ever seen roll. And I was like, really? I didn't. And I was like, really? I didn't think it was that. Yeah.
That's good.
And I was like, I was like, in the cannabis space, this is actually pretty normal size. You know.
Wow.
And so yeah, I mean, yeah, everybody, all of my editors know that I am the smoker, and some of them actually come to me for weed suggestions. So you know, some of their,
I like that.
yeah, some of their family members, you know,
That's
will
good.
be like, yeah, my family member asked me about weed and
That's good.
I didn't know what was going on, so I'm asking you, and yeah, and so you know, it's pretty open over at nj.com.
I mean, that's good though, because I think that's, I mean, as a consumer, we want to see the reporters who are covering this have that knowledge. It would be weird if you were covering the restaurant industry. I mean, yes, it's okay to be a restaurant owner who doesn't eat there, but if you're a reporter covering the restaurant industry
Yeah.
and you never eat at a restaurant, that would be weird. And if you were a non-drinker and covered the craft beer industry, it would be weird,
You wouldn't
right?
be able to,
So,
yeah.
but I think that there used to be, I guess, maybe an expectation that, like with the drug testing and the press and everything like that, that would be that at least there was more errors in the past around it. So it's good to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't exactly have the type of background where you could probably have that reasonable expectation of me. I mean, I was kind of hired with the intention that they would hire a different reporter with a different background, because usually what you see in the newsroom, and I don't think this is the case as much anymore, but originally a whole lot of the first batch of cannabis reporters that you saw in like the 90s, early 2000s, a lot of them were either from the State House or the crime beat. And I'm technically at the State House now, you know, but I think I was like one of the, I would say, few cannabis reporters, and I'm glad that this trend is changing. But usually you would pull your cannabis reporter from the State House, you would pull them from the crime beat, and they pulled me from like more of a social justice beat, so to speak.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, you know, Sue Livio used to be pretty much the lead source on anything related to this, and she is a long time.
She's an OG. She's an OG,
and she's amazing at her job. Again,
Yeah.
you know, that's a job. She does a job that is not only essential, but probably one of the toughest jobs to do.
It is not easy to cover this place called
Oh
the
my
State House of
gosh.
Trenton.
And she's good at it. So, but again, like those reporters did their best, but you're right. I mean, you know, Sue's got the entire State House to cover, every bill that comes through the State House, not just marijuana. So,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
she did a good job covering cannabis though.
Yeah, I am specifically focused on cannabis, and the people at the newspaper think that it is a beat that's worthy of having a separate beat for. And so I'm glad to see that. And I'm glad to see more publications buying into having reporters report on cannabis.
Yeah.
And even at some of the journalism conferences, we've had panels. We've had panels on how to report on cannabis. We've had panels on you know, hey, when cannabis comes in, remember these terms, remember, you know, just don't check in with the MSO, also check in with what the unions are saying. You know, we do have substantive conversations about, you know, which sources are platform, which sources are balanced out, and everything like that.
Is it tough to cover consumers? I mean, you cover the industry a lot, and you know, you have to map out the players, who owns what, who's doing what. But looking for a consumer perspective on this stuff, is that tougher to get?
I mean, I'm a consumer, so
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's true. That's
you know,
true.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm on VA disability and everything like that, and so, you know, I have conditions that would qualify for medical use of cannabis and everything like that. I don't really find it hard to speak to consumers because I am a consumer. You know, I don't really find it hard to speak to people who are in the same category as me.
Well, not to speak to them directly, but to, I don't know. You know, you're amongst today like the politically savvy stoners of New Jersey.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you think that cannabis consumers are generally politically tapped in, you know, like connected?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting. And I was going to mention this in my newsletter on Friday, but you know, you saw like the lame duck session, and you saw a lot of advocacy groups out there, right? And you know, the hot box here is great, right? But you know, I think that there's probably also going to need to be more of a presence at these you know, committee hearings and everything like that. You know, I mean, that lame duck session, I mean, they had you know, they had migrants' rights. It's like they were packed in, they were deep, they were locked in, you know, and a lot of them, you know, English wasn't even their first language, but they understood the language of the democratic process and why they should be there. You know, you had Najee Seabrooks and their family there for the policing bill. And so I think that there's probably going to need to be you know, a lot more showing up to committees, and so the other legislators can actually hear these things said to the individuals to their face, right? I mean, if I think your perspectives would be wildly valuable the next time they call the CRC to any judiciary meeting, but to the judiciary hearing of also any cannabis bill that passes. And as a reporter, I've also said we need to be better about at least letting constituents know from a civic information process when certain things are up for committee. We
It's
can't
tough.
report. We
It
can't
is so
report
tough.
on everything that's in committee. Like we can't do an article on everything that's committee. But yeah, I mean, we can set out a text message or a LinkedIn post or something saying, hey, this bill is up. And I mean, even the basics like how do you sign up for a committee? Because some people don't know that. It's easy to kind of go to the CRC and they have this public meeting process. They let you know when it's going to be, but being a reporter from state to state, what I've consistently seen is that people will oftentimes know about how to show up to the agency public meeting, but they won't really know how to show up to like the
A legislative
the legislative.
It's
meeting.
intimidating.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny, Jelani, as an organizer for Normal, I've done a lot of what you were talking about. I've sort of coached a lot of people into their first testimony,
Yeah.
and a lot of medical marijuana patients who are pretty medically compromised in the moment. And it's an emotional moment for people to testify.
Yeah.
I think then when you go before the CRC, feels a little bit different, feels more businesslike.
Yeah.
But when you're sitting below the dais in a committee room or in one of the legislative chambers, it feels, I have to say that most people walk away their first time doing it. And it's quite an emotional, memorable experience for them. It's something they never forget. And I used to be on public radio, and I used to do a youth radio program and teach kids how to like do live radio.
No, hence your infatuation with child labor.
Oh yeah, there you go. As long as you get them working for public radio, it's the fundraisers. That's where you put them to work.
Yeah.
It guilt the audience into the donations. That's the key. But what do you call no? The concept here is I don't know. I think that when you talk about organizing and sending people in front of committees, I think that medical marijuana patients and a lot of people who are here today have done a lot of that. You know what I mean? I think it's tough to ask people to keep doing that.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm menorah.
You said some good points. Sorry. I'm gonna use them. And you did too. So that's the reason I'm asking you to work on it.
I didn't say much.
Well, you sacrificed. You sacrificed because you were the blunt sacrificer when you came into.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's what
He's got a great story. I mean, I was just telling him outside. It's so cool to see him go from dispensary to union organizer. You know what I mean? And that whole concept is like, it's really great to see. I was going to ask you outside, what do you think of the labor peace agreement? You know what I mean? That whole, one thing I have tough, I love unionization. Labor peace agreements in New Jersey that we have in place for the cannabis industry are pretty draconian, I guess is even the most diplomatic way to put it. You can't strike. So if you have a problem, you can't strike. You're not really allowed. If you really have a problem, you can only go through the union once you sign the LPA, basically. So it seems like, like people think of unions, they're like, oh, dude, that's the people bring the giant inflatable rat and like stuff like that, But with an LPA, not happening.
On the worker end, before I learned to work out PAs in practice, I did kind of mixed feelings about that because of the strike plans. But an important part to remember is it's not just no strike, it's no strike. And the supposed neutrality of companies goes a really long way. So like an LPA also gives us the ability to schedule in-house meetings to meet the workers. So we can email the appropriate people and we get a scheduled meeting where we can be in the break room with the workers and
the union, you mean? Yes. Okay.
The union can have a meeting with the workers at their job site without management present.
That's interesting.
And it really does go a long way because a lot of these facilities
feels a lot different.
A lot of these facilities waiting outside, holding signs that it does work eventually, but it's very difficult. So LPAs really help expedite the process a lot of times because the biggest barrier is just having that conversation, just getting to talk to the worker eye to eye and let them know you're here for them.
We're using LPA. I want to make sure people know it's called a labor peace agreement. And this is.
I'm going to go get some food.
Oh, yeah.
Now. Yeah. Yeah. Like I know there's a gyro place down the street.
Where is Lefty? He has to come
Yeah,
rehost. I have to go
that's what I'm
too.
gonna do.
Oh, I have to go get him. You guys hold down the fort. I'll be right back.
It's a UNCW podcast now. Yes.
Basically. Oh, you have to hold down the fort until bring food back. Yeah.
Jump in here. All right. Enjoy your food.
Take a bite. Come on, Jake. Grab a chair. Yeah, you can have this.
Why don't you, somebody can come over here.
We're the intermission show.
Intermission here. I can't get these headphones to turn around. There we go.
Think I'm allowed to sit in the captain's seat.
Here, come on in, Kevin. Here's these. I'll jump over here.
Okay, we're here. We had to play a little jointsicle chairs. Yeah, there's a camera. You're on camera now. And when Lefty gets back, he's gonna make you record your medical marijuana testimony and why you're angry about still waiting for it. So, what we're about to talk about, labor peace agreements. And I believe there's a little bit of a misunderstanding between a labor peace agreement and a collective bargaining agreement. So while I roll this joint, I'm going to pass this off to Kevin and Janet, who are screeching.
I don't know why though.
So how do you feel about a labor peace agreement? We should all establish our feelings first.
All right, well,
Do we
I
really
think
want to
labor
start by-
peace agreements are honestly a benefit to the workers because it provides a neutral way for those workers to meet with us on right there at their job. You know, no worries. They don't have to worry about people spying on them. And the only thing that it really restricts the company from doing is outright disparaging the union and saying that they don't want their workers to join the union. So I think draconian earlier was maybe a little bit of a misrepresentation of even what a labor peace agreement is, but you guys chime in too. We're playing jointsicle chairs again, everybody. Hold on. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
I
Lefty's back.
Lefty.
Yeah, I think everybody like just took off for breaks for a moment. But
Sorry.
we were talking about labor peace agreements and kind of how we feel about them, our view on them, and what they are. So
Where we got left off by the previous host. The intermission.
Who was the previous host? Jelani and Chris. They took off. Oh, okay. All
You
right.
took over
Fair
when you
enough.
left. When you abandoned us.
That's all right. We'll make it through. I
Kevin cried, man.
It was emotional.
it was beautiful.
Yeah, we're talking about our feelings and LPAs.
oh
I started tearing up.
this thing.
Are you feeling mad? Are you feeling kind of sad too? Yeah, you're feeling. Oh, are you feeling? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Are you feeling?
Lefty,
mad?
give us a oh yeah.
Are you feeling mad? Are you?
Are you feeling stoned?
Yeah.
Yeah, Janet, how high are you?
I'm pretty high right now, to be honest.
Yeah, they literally dropped like piles of weed in front of us here. Like I don't even know what to do.
I guess I'm just gonna keep rolling.
And there's just been one joint or blunt consistently after the other.
Yeah.
So
We had more joints than people before. It was amazing.
yeah, it's quite the hot box.
That was that was fun.
It was a good time.
We should hotbox this thing. We should have as many people in here as possible.
I think so. I think we need
Tell
to
them
get
it's time
some
to
people in
hotbox
here
it.
We have to close the door and close
and
this up,
close that up.
and everybody has to smoke.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
hold on.
We have to roll up
Everybody
some.
help me roll up some more joints, and then we'll hotbox the shit out of it.
All right, let's do that. All right, so we're gonna hotbox this thing. Everybody out there, if you can hear me, we're gonna hotbox this fucker.
Come on in.
We're gonna
everybody.
roll up and we're gonna smoke in here.
Yeah,
So
hot boxing.
Dirty Dank
Yeah.
is in the house. Oh, get Dank in here. John, you made the best video for me. Thank you, man.
brother.
Yeah, it was so good.
Here you go, Kevin. What's up, man? How are you?
How you doing, bro?
It's good to see you.
Grab give him that.
Nice.
Give him that. For now. Yeah. Well, you're working today.
No, I took off work.
Nice. Yes.
I said, you know what? I got some PTO, and this is an important cause, and it's time to come out and support.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Right on.
Pretty amazing to be smoking weed on the State House.
Yes, sir.
I laugh because some people don't know, like, this is also where my, my depravity happened. I was going through it right on Perry Street. I used to be an addict here. And so Judge Gerald Counsel is the one that put me away a couple times. And so to be able to come back and have the testimony that cannabis is a major part of my recovery today, and I have helped people have a new way to live, not feeling alone in their fight to get clean, a tool, like I said, if we can destigmatize and acknowledge the medical benefit of the plant, even for harm reduction, is just like another check on the box. All right. How much more evidence and weight do we need to put on the scale?
You wanna have a seat? Grab a seat, man. Yeah, have a seat over here. There you go. Yeah. So what do we call them? What do we now? Wait, you have like a few names. I had to cut your video down. I know you saw it. I got to cut a little bit out, but you had 4 names, I believe, and I loved them all. And I don't know which one I land on today, but the Sasquatch,
The NJ Gasquatch.
Gasquatch. That's it.
The NJ Gasquatch, the Puerto Rican Sasquatch.
Puerto Rican Sasquatch.
Getting higher on the fire you desire.
I love it.
The cannabis that cannot miss.
See, yeah, that's radio right there. It's radio gold, bro.
The vernacular, so spectacular.
Come on, man.
But no, for real. It's been fun. Again, you talk about, like I said, a tool, cannabis being a tool. My voice has been a tool.
Right,
right. And literally, my voice is a tool now that I understand can be a platform for much more than I was using it for. I have some good people like Andrea and Shram around. They keep it 100.
Well, you've had issues like I've had with my spine. You've had degenerative disc disease,
Yes.
Stenosis,
Yep.
neuropathy,
Radiculopathy, neuropathy,
all that crap.
sciatica.
Yeah, all that.
So yeah, I was in several car accidents. My C3, C4, C5 had to get herniated or had to get fused. Then I also have my thoracic and my lumbar where I have bulges and herniation. So I've done facet injections. I've had that radio frequency ablation.
Had that.
Then I had to go through all kinds of holistic homeopathic stuff, from acupuncture to cupping to, massages. And eventually I just recognized that in order to stay healthy today, it costs way too much, right? The income that I make to support my mom, myself, my grandma, my daughter, and everybody, it's just, how do you get your own medicine? How do you afford these? Oh, awesome. How do you afford these different medicinal plants, medicines, when it's just, look at this. Let's hotbox for home grow, right?
I'll risk it. I want to make sure everybody knows. Risk it for him, Brownie.
I wanted to see if I can get you on the mic there. I got you on. Yeah, I got you there. Okay.
Some people don't want to give me a microphone. Once you give it to me, you won't get it back.
Smoking at the
If
state.
everybody can hear me,
Yeah.
let's get in here. Let's hotbox this. Let's box it up.
Yeah.
We gotta pull the curtains. Let's go, guys. There's plenty of room.
Medman,
Team on
I
three.
love you. I love you, Medman. You crack me up.
I know all you smoke.
You handed me a blunt. Didn't even say hi. You handed me a blunt and walked away. I'm like, dude, hi. Hey, wait. What you doing?
Anybody who needs a lighter?
Trying to start the smoke.
I love. Thank you. Thank you.
You've got the fire.
Yeah, we got to close
Fuego,
those
fuego.
doors. How do you close those doors?
Take one down, pass it around. 99 joints in the tent.
right, here we go.
Here, hold on.
Arlene, if you could drop the top.
Drop the top. Hot box time.
Time to zip it down. Take it down a notch.
I hope we have enough weed. We got enough weed.
Plenty of weed.
They should just dump weed on the table. I love it.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch out there. If you guys need more. We appreciate all your efforts. You're welcome. No, thank you. Gosh, somebody's got to do it. It's usually me, so thank you.
So, boys and girls, this is what the cavalry looks like. When the cavalry is coming to your rescue, this is the cavalry. You guys are the cavalry, believe it or not.
Gang, gang.
You guys are helping a lot more people than you know.
It's important.
Did I hear you needed
It's an
more?
important cause, and we're
Oh my!
just keep loading it up. The more, the merrier.
Someone said they needed more.
Does anybody have a
Oh.
blunt? I can roll those.
Here, let me take a picture of this. This is nuts.
There's a whole giant bag out there.
Weed here.
Come one, come all.
Where is he? Go get Jason. Where is he?
Yeah, we need Jason, EJ. Excuse me.
Yes.
Paging Jason and E EJ.
Oh, so I want us all to say, why are we still waiting at some point? All of us
I'll
together.
just keep saying.
Yeah,
Because I believe it.
that'd be a great time for that.
What are we waiting?
Why are we still waiting?
No, man, I mean,
It's a beautiful question.
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Why?
You need a lighter? EJ has entered the tent. Welcome. Welcome aboard. Gang, gang.
Not
an excuse.
No, there is no
Welcome
excuse.
to the box. It's gonna get hot.
Welcome to the box.
It's gonna get hot.
The Temple of Cannabis.
Hey, Jumbo. Welcome, everyone.
Everybody's getting blessed.
Hello.
And all in one small wave, the hippie tribe doubled the attendance here today, so shout out for everybody. who
Yeah.
trip, you know.
Thank you.
Admittedly, it's not a tough gig once we get here, you know, but it does make a difference for the people who see out the windows. that
Sure, numbers.
There's actually people showing up and it's under control and we can do it anytime we want.
And we do.
The end of January, nobody shows up. And we look like we're tenacious because the view is, oh, they had crap weather at the beginning of the day. Look,
Oh, that doesn't matter.
they got tents. Oh, no, the tents were gonna be here anyway.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's
You already
undeserved
know.
credit, but it works. It's all part of the perception.
To zip it in?
Yeah.
Still waiting.
Still waiting for what? Start? Arlene, I'm pretty sure all of us started. Just have gotten off the crisis. And they're off. And they're off.
Roll out.
Lighters off.
Rockets, red glare. Oh yeah, belted out. The bombs are smoking. I was like, wait.
Okay. All right, let's try it. Let's try to see if we can do why are we still waiting? All right. On I'm gonna put my camera up here. Use this camera.
I can use
You gotta get in there though, that.
Yeah, you should be. Yeah, you should be.
You gotta get in.
Yeah, you do gotta be in there.
Yeah, you gotta.
Gotta get yourself-
So I can actually set up my phone. Can I set this right here?
Because I can set up a video of tan out. Perfect. What are you gonna do, Veron? No, I can actually back it out with this one. I'll show you.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty cool. Wow, you're backing out. And.
There you go.
With this group, and I'm gonna control it via my watch. Oh.
Fancy. Fancy like Apple.
Well, this doesn't sound.
That's not handy.
There you go. Oh, I'm handy. Hands these. All right.
Or did you, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
You guys see where, if you're not in the picture, here, let me gotta crunch down.
All right, we're in there. All right, I gotta get you guys over. You guys come over.
If everybody can come on in this way.
Cindy, I
Keep going. Sorry, we gotta scoot you in. People-
stack it and pack it. Stack it and pack it. Cindy, I got you now.
Where's the camera?
Somebody's phone is here. Okay, sorry.
Prop it here. Cause I can turn it on from my watch. Cause that'd be fancy.
I think if you hold it up in the air.
Vertically, maybe. Yeah.
Right
Skyhook.
Yeah, right there, right there. Hold it.
Go. That'll be perfect. Take that. I got that. Why are we still waiting?
I know, right? Why are we
Does
still
somebody want to hold it? Yeah, here, I can go. Now he's charging my card.
If they only made something that would hold the camera for you.
I know. Do we have anything?
Oh, somebody's gonna invent something like that too.
A hand.
It'll hold
Think,
on to the
we gotta think smarter, y'all, not work harder.
Yes, yes. All right, so. Why are we?
Meantime,
waiting?
how's the
That's
boat,
it.
y'all? It's getting hot. It's getting hot in here. So box it all up. Box it all up. I see guns.
All right, come on in, close the door.
Yes. Why are we waiting? Because we are.
Yeah, why are we still waiting? The irony.
Yes. Oh, there's a clip. Shit.
Yeah.
Look at that. Perfect.
Beautiful.
That gets a lot of people. Wait, we can only see your microphone.
Okay.
It's been there the whole
There
time,
you go.
right? And from gray or whatever that color. Yeah, everybody's gotta be in. Squish me further. Arlene, we can't see you. We can't see you. Not in the picture. Arlene, you're still not in it. Down in front. I'll come up in there.
Oh,
You go in there. Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, we're doing a public service announcement.
Tops of our little heads.
Public service
What are we
announcement.
gonna say?
We're gonna say, why are we still waiting?
Still waiting.
On the count of three.
Yeah, who's counting?
1, 2, 3.
Whoa!
Stoners, guys. We'll try it again.
One more.
Because I forgot what we were supposed to say.
Why? Why are we still waiting?
I'm still waiting. On 1.
Why are we still waiting? Good.
That was-
And
Put that on the chat.
Take a break. Turn it up.
That was good.
No, I said I have disco balls.
That was really good.
Why are we still waiting?
That was good, John.
Everybody said
Right.
that.
You take Are you bad?
Are you feeling stoned? Yeah.
Yeah, let's see a little bit.
February
bit.
9th.
Are you feeling mad?
Are you feeling kind of sad too?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're. I don't know if you can all hear that in there, but we got samples going on. That's a funny one. Are you feeling bad? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't be mad, get stoned.
That's it. That's it. So yeah, John, I had all kinds of injections. Every injection you can think of, medial branch block, facet joint,
You got
whatever they had, I did it.
Yep.
Then one time I had an injection and it made me go blind in my right eye for 6 months. Remember they had all those problems back in the day with the infections and people dying from that?
Absolutely.
Well, must have had bacteria in mine. It made me go blind in one eye for 6 months. It was scary.
Oh.
Yeah. So I never had any more shots after that.
No. I same thing for me. Similarly, I think part of my diagnosis came out of an auto accident where I was enticed, I think, by the attorneys representing me to pursue a surgical intervention that wasn't needed, but for the case, and I had I had more access to medication like this, and had I been not battling an active addiction anyway and on prescription narcotics, it would have been easier probably to address. But so I try to steer clear of doctors until I absolutely need them.
What kind of opiates were you on?
So I was on everything. I was on Dilaudid. I was on MSIR as a cancer patient. I don't know, morphine sulfate immediate release. I was on Vicodin, Vicoprofen, Lortabs. I don't know, a whole bunch of stuff. So when I initially found solventless products like hash rosin and concentrates, I was very impressed to find that anytime I had a craving, anytime I had severe debilitating pain, something that was triggering my addiction, like those behaviors, I could go take these dabs and it was like gone. And something I learned in a multitude of treatments is if the addict brain can give itself 2 to 5 minutes of reprieve, you're able to redirect your focus. You could sit there and sweat and white knuckle it, but I would say just roll a joint. Get yourself a habit or a routine that can course correct you from your self-destructive behaviors. Because most addiction is, I hate to say it, it's a me problem. It's not a drug. Everybody looks at a drug. It's like, no, you're just fucked up. Figure out a way a new coping mechanism. Don't go down the escapism road. No, it's all good. You are now watching the repair of a technical difficulty real time.
Excuse me.
It's all good, dude.
I know, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you could.
But yeah, they had me on Neurontin. Did you have that?
Yeah,
gabapentin,
which is a whole nother nightmare.
Oh, you have? Yeah, you tried that? It's
the bath,
I was
the
gonna say,
bathtub effect.
yeah. Your story resonates so much with me. I mean, same kind of thing. Just even like how X happens, then they push Y, Z. Why
There's a
can't we go
narrative.
backwards in that alphabet? Why can't we hit up all the other letters before? Seriously, though. I mean,
I am impressed to see how New Jersey has in recent years, like when I was in 2002, when I got diagnosed, initially, I was given 180 Percocet 325s at a time. I was given 500 Vicodin at a time. I was given 180 Xanax 1 milligrams at a time, prescribed 3 a day.
Yeah.
The cocktail, I was 18. I was an all-state athlete. What is going on where all of these
they
things
just set you up for failure.
and there was no discussion of withdrawal. There's no discussion of what you do the day you are in remission.
Yeah.
Or, whatever your insurance runs out, whatever
Exactly.
the case is. And then you're just like, stop,
Left to your own devices, or your own neighborhood, or your own.
and unfortunately, jails in New Jersey made me a better, bad guy. That's why cannabis is such a unique opportunity as well for this state too, because all these people that had, problems, we have such a wonderful foundation of how to translate your street skills into financial freedom and security if you follow the leadership of those who have come before.
Yeah.
So as if all these companies that are signing our letter of support are able to testify that they're not afraid that home grow will affect the commerce, like why are we still waiting? Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what's aggravating,
Very
because
simple question.
my homies are out there, these people that own these dispensaries, and none of them want to see this happening. It's like, why have we had medical for so long? I'm a little late to the game for the fight, but I'm happy to be here now and awake and
It's never too late.
correct.
That's right.
This is fire. I don't know who rolled that one.
I think that was.
How about the Valium? Try down that road too.
Oh, dude.
Benzos.
So part of my story too is I've been in 12 totaled vehicles. I was cut out by the jaws of life 3 times. And I would hit telephone. They would put me on Ativan or Alprazolam.
Oh,
like
wow.
1 or 2 milligrams.
You're like the boy version of me.
Yeah.
Same kind of.
And then they would do, I tried methadone to get off, but it was only like 30 mil. It was the first day I ever tried it, and I totaled my car into a telephone pole. So it was,
And like, I want to say, like, also some of the reason we start taking it is because of that physical pain. I mean, like literally my back was wrecked after a car wreck.
Okay.
Didn't know. I really was not a smoker. I didn't know about this plant and all of the freaking amazing things that it does. And the fact that people, was so taboo and still is taboo. You know, you walk into a bar and it's so easy. Everybody can pick up a drink
Absolutely.
and that's okay. Everybody can get in their car afterwards as long as they're, under the legal limit. But what I get looked at because I want to have instead of a beer, a blunt or a joint.
Correct.
And phew, lost my original train of thought where I was going, but that's what happens. But yeah, same kind of thing that so the physical pain, yes, that's what they go to. I just wish that as a community, we just continue to educate and continue to fight the fight, because to be able to grow our own medicine, to be able to, during this, everything's expensive. Everything. Bread the other day, they wanted $6.
Yeah.
$6 for a couple slices. No, please let me grow.
Yep. No, and on the journey too, recently I went up to Massachusetts with my friend Andrea. Got to give a big shout out to Massachusetts caregivers.
Hey.
We're trying to just get more information about how to advocate, how to fight, what's going on, and to see the science and these amazing things that are coming. It is cool,
It is really cool, and it's cool to be a part of it. We're doing the damn thing out here. I always say, like, that's one of my favorite phrases. Like, at the end of the day, we're doing the damn thing by showing up, by talking to all of these fancy dress people as they walk out. Like, hey, what do you think about homegrown?
Yeah.
In a creepy little way, like popping up, like,
I think
yeah,
showing-
walk up with a blunt or a joint and just be like, hey, are you off? Here you go.
Yeah, doing like Lefty was saying too, like documentary style, like media, like how does cannabis affect people? Watch, like my grandfather was a fiscal conservative Tea Party Republican. He was a Marine. He didn't take Tylenol. He didn't take anything. And on his deathbed with leukemia and COVID, he conceded to try RSO. And watching RSO help him when he had myelodysplastic syndrome, and the red blood cells would pop. So he got very cold all the time because it wasn't circulating oxygen in his blood anymore. As soon as he started doing sublingual RSO, like I was loading him up, 3 droppers full 3 times a day, no more blood transfusions for 4 weeks. And his oncologist and his hematologist were wondering what was going on. I said, Mr. Frank, what's the difference? And unfortunately, this is something you can't talk about because he was inside of an acute rehabilitation center, and I didn't care anymore. I was like, I want my pop to live. I was like, I'm willing to try anything. And then CBD, I was really blown away. High dose, something that people need to high dose CBD, CBG, right? 24,000 milligram and above, like super high dose. Like like the bottle. I think the guy that shout out Intellectual Extracts, check it out. It's a specialized CBD that it arrests migraines. It works on the stuff. Like I have a lot of women in my mom's circle that suffer from lupus and light sensitivity and all these other migraine type things, and they dose with this high dose CBD CBG stuff, and it just boop, better than any pill, and just the more research you do, like from the 1800s to whatever, I think it was like 1850s or something, like cannabis was an 80 or 90% of all medicine, and it gets just frustrating, not to get conspiratorial, but we all know what happened, the switch over to the pharmaceutical side of things instead of plant medicine, and then weaponizing the seed. That's where I that's kind of like I'm most passionate about. Why are we not allowed to grow something from a seed? In all of
Not a factory.
like everybody is so happy at the grocery store. Oh, it's seedless. Yummy seedless. Right. I'm like,
give me the.
Do you realize that
Give me them
that's
seeds.
literally telling you like you cannot grow again.
Yeah.
It ends when you poop this out. You do not get the benefits of the seed.
Game over. Game over.
We're gonna take more of your money and give you less.
Piggybacking off of how you were saying the testimony about the RSO, somebody who I met through, urban hippie and, just different communities. She's become such a good friend. I also love that my friends are so diverse. Like in this community, we all look different. We all come from different backgrounds, and yet we can come together here on the state house and be able to come together for a common cause and a common purpose. And I think that's real cool. But so my friend, her name's Christine, and she had cancer in her lymph nodes, had them completely removed. Same kind of thing. Found out about as we educate and different things like that. She takes the RSO capsules to a high dose. Her cancer came back prior to taking them. Bad. They wanted to start chemo. And then we were like, wait, try this. So she held off on chemo, took them for a few months, and took another scan, and they were significantly reduced. And then she just kept on. Cancer went away like 100%. Like
Absolutely.
it's one of those, I guess, until you have somebody close to you, like go through that and like being fearful and scary for each of her scans, like, and then knowing, holy crap, like, yeah,
No,
it was,
there's a lot of amazing, I think people are more receptive today than ever to holistic medicine, to new treatments. The pseudoscience of past is being re-looked at because physics, so a lot of people are afraid of AI, but like I said, I work at an interesting place with interesting people, and they're telling me about
interesting.
the quantum computing is doing things and figuring things out that are going to fundamentally change your life. Like they're doing something called protein folding with AI, where they can run out a particular genetic mutation and figure out exactly the kind of targeted therapy that you would need before having to go trial and error. So instead of doing proton and gamma rays over and over, right? I still to this day have a little tattoo from when I did 33 radiation treatments at Fox Chase, where I had to go and put my testicles inside of an iron shot put every time. And then a laser grid comes over my body, and this giant NASA arm machine came over. I don't know if it's like called targeted proton therapy or something crazy stuff, but like it would just beam. And then, so we need to be able to address our own health through plants. That's a sacred geometry, all this stuff. And like I was telling somebody out there, like the AI pheno hunting stuff that's coming, it's bizarre. It's awesome. Like there's not any disease or illness that will be able to stand the technology that's coming, and sound like cymatics. I don't know if you've heard about they're doing it with plants, electroculture. They're able to harness the electromagnetic field around us to make 20-foot plants. Like imagine a 50-foot pot plant, that grows
without
outside.
Miracle-Gro.
without Miracle.
Exactly.
They're
Yeah.
telluric.
Using what's already around us. And at the end of the day, seeds are a part of that.
The
This
tech,
plant is
the
part of
ancient technology.
It's been here.
The most ancient technology is seeds. And that's why that's why I think there's so much resistance. They're afraid that once, the most wise people, the gardeners. I always say America would be nowhere without farmers and gardeners and foragers and like the ancient people. Like there's a very mystical wisdom, that I learned in Boy Scouts,
Hunting and gathering.
Yeah, but that's part of it. It's like self-sustainability, something that we are all, I see as a big problem too, is we got to stop conceding our rights. Like a lot of people, we got to make sure we vote. If we're all, there's a lot of people I know that they want to take action and stuff, but they don't vote. That's like why I said I'm maybe late to the party in my life, but I'm happy to be here to use the voice and the platform I've built to kind of, like I said, take the message and the hope that you guys have been working on and building and fighting for. It's very admirable, and I appreciate you, Lefty and Sativa.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. You guys do
You
great
know,
things.
really, I want you to not miss this real quick, but how long Bill Caruso is sitting there talking with members of the
He's still here?
hippie tribe.
Yeah.
He
Get
is,
Bill in here.
they're engrossed, but they have this time with Bill
Who is it?
Caruso, the one that we rely on, the paid lobbyist who was a free volunteer lobbyist before that, and I've known him for, 22 years.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I love this
to
picture.
see that, I'm thinking you got something where paths cross, where they're getting information.
Yep.
And they're smart enough to know this is the guy. And they're getting answers they kind of understand, but he'll explain something. So basically, there's an educational process going on with
And
half a
multiple
dozen
Translation.
I've
that-
seen a few
right,
different
that's
people
gonna
in suits.
apply to them, knowing what to do about something a little better and how it works. And I'm thinking, that's the cool thing. They got 42 people here.
That's amazing.
And I love it when paths cross, because sometimes it's already happened here dozens of times. You look back and they met here, at a podcast. So
It's cool.
yeah.
Did anybody go inside and lobby? Do some lobby.
I do
Oh,
believe Green
I've
Dragon
been to the
Hydro.
bathroom.
I did see Green Dragon go in there.
Good.
I do think
Yeah.
Tricom went in there.
Good.
Well, it's
And we're
what-
not going in cause a ruckus.
I
you know
thought
what
it
mean?
was going to be
It's-
raining today, and I didn't want to, but the fact is, it's not just the committee hearings, it's that there are 4 offices there that anybody can walk into. It's the majority Senate office and the minority Senate office, and then there's the majority Assembly office and the minority Assembly office. So basically, if you wanted to get something to say a senator, you'd go to that office. Now you can give them something and it goes in his inbox. I mean, it's getting there. They know that you physically came and did that. And while you're there, you can talk to somebody. In the case of with Philippe Dumais, I was wise enough to bring a veteran with me, a combat veteran, without identifying him as such. And when it was like, well, no, there's nobody here. We go, thank you. We'll get it to him, blah, 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 blah. I said, you do realize you're turning away a combat veteran who has PTSD. Oh, hold on a second.
Yeah.
And they brought us into a room, a big table, and Fruquan Mouzon, who was the guy that actually delegated the responsibility of trying to get 21 votes in the Senate to get it legalized on their end. But all it took was having the right person in there, with skin in the game, which would be somebody even like you. But when somebody, can play that card, and Fleep always thought, well, that was, and I mean, I had that with years. I'd go on with my late wife, Cheryl, in a wheelchair, had to recline, and she could only move her head and a little bit of her shoulders. Bets were off then.
Yeah, I definitely want to use my grandfather got me into the politics. I used to be a Middlesex County Republican delegate, and I used to vote and do that. And when he was alive, he was a foot on the ground politician. He was like I said, a town councilman. He ran for Middlesex County freeholder, and he only lost, I think, by 8,000 votes, which was crazy. It was kind of unheard of in Edison, in that area for a Republican to have. But he went out and he ate with people, and so I want to use his story too, and he was good friends with Bill Spadia and all these different guys, and I think that's like what needs to happen, like you're saying, a translation of what exactly needs to be done in those halls.
Well, I think when people can get together on a singular standalone issue that might not agree on a lot of other stuff, I have hope, because we need to be able to do that. So basically, if it's concerning homegrown patients, I need to know nothing else about a person other than how they feel about that. And that's all I care to talk about then. And we both get something we agree on, So I like that. At least the bill that didn't get voted on has the same amount of Republican co-sponsors as Democrats. That's because Democrats are inhibited by Senate Scutari. That'd be a slap in his face. On the other hand, Republicans and Democrats both haven't asked for that bill to be heard. If they're a co-sponsor and they know it's blocked and they don't ask for it to be unblocked, we want the information. We need to hear this, Senator Scutari. The minority party is the check and balance against them. Now, the leader of a minority party here in the assembly, Senator Bucco, co-sponsored this bill. He co-sponsored this bill the session before last. He co-sponsored last session's bill. And he's a co-sponsor of the bill right now. He's the minority leader. He needs to ask Senator Scutari, just say, Senator Scutari, Senate President Scutari, I respectfully, officially, on the record, request that you allow the chairman of the Senate Health Committee, Joe Vitelli, to post S 1393 as he stands ready to post it upon you saying so. I'm officially requesting you do that. Thank you. That's it. You don't have to be nasty. You don't have to make points. But being the head of the minority party who is the check and the balance, not being a check and a balance, I got to accuse that of being what would be called greenwashing, pretending to do something that looks good for a cannabis issue because the Republicans have been the party of no all along.
Pandering.
Well, you know, he really understands it would be good, but it's a fair thing to ask, why, or will you do it? If not, why? Because you've been the best co-sponsor all along. You were one of the first Republicans, and the reason I helped a woman named Jennifer, a constituent, write a letter to him the first time, and he did good. He co-sponsored. So I helped that happen, and he has like no idea.
Gotcha.
But what I want to say is I desperately want this to be good. I don't want to say, look, what else could it be? I understand Democrats not asking him to do it because it doesn't have to be spoken. You understand, I can see, you know how it works. So Republicans would be smart to co-sponsor it again. It was, they had 5 out of 15 at one point before Ed Durr lost his seat. And left him, he went to a fundraiser for him, Republican truck driver. Ed Durr. Right, Jake.
Be safe.
Okay.
Good seeing you.
Loving my brother.
So anyway, I believe.
But it sounds like that you have the pathway. That's
Yeah.
the no
and-
nonsense.
and-
What has to
and
happen.
it's sort of like, I don't want to do this because we loved that you've been there all along, but to be there all along while it's being blocked and you don't say anything, this is 2 dots. Other people can make the connection that know screw all about politics. It's like, you mean he was co-sponsor all along?
It'll dry up a little bit.
So I have it on good authority that his constituent is now about to say exactly what I'm saying, only she'll say it as her own. Because she's a constituent and they have an email trail, it's called. It looks really good till now. When this gets tagged on to the last thing, these go up on a website for everybody to see. We've got some ready to go. And anybody can read that. You can see the correspondence, and if it doesn't add up, I don't have to say anything. So I think he is the kind of guy that would say, that does look right for me to do that. Senator Scutari would have no choice. He could actually say to him, by the way, Jim Miller pressured me to do this. They'd be, oh, Jesus, really? They can talk to each other like that.
Correct.
They will work together.
The old boys.
Yeah, but that I know that. It's fun to be able to take part in the beginning of a session where it started at the end of a session. We knew they could wait that out. The fact that they made it all the way through without hearing, I can't believe that happened. Despite what we did do, that's why I'm so reinvigorated with especially what Lefty's doing in the video world of I saw you were
You all. Yeah,
in that. Yeah, it was very it worked very well. Matter of fact, I think it started with you, if I remember right.
Plus, I'm going to Las Vegas for champs, and I'm going to continue the message out there in front of all the celebrities that I'll be with,
Nice.
doing these shows.
Yeah.
I want to bring this message to a bigger spotlight. That's what I said. Like, not for
Man.
profit. Nobody understands. Like, I usually self-sponsor all my stuff. It's like out of
Okay,
pocket.
now the fact that you're talking to me doing this for 30 years, that there are people like you that recognize with everything available, you can do that. That was freaking possible till everybody had something in their hand that they could do and get around. And that's been a while now,
Yeah.
and that if you could do anything like that, that would be the most anybody and delved into that area
For sure.
of other people. Okay, when one day Lefty had Riley Cote on he's a hockey player. He was the enforcer for the Philadelphia Flyers for 3 years.
That's right.
Yeah. Anyway,
Badass.
and then we got to meet him at a Patients at a Time conference after that, myself. But it was to me like, holy crap, he's got the enforcer on. And what I loved about the interview you did, it was sort of like, who's the biggest pussy, whatever. And he didn't hesitate. He didn't hesitate to name somebody. It wasn't, well, in hockey, everybody's got a, but it was that kind, and he was right on it, And then what I liked at the conferences, he'd slimmed down to 185 from like 235 for being the enforcer. And what I liked is people ask me, why do I fight all the time? It's like, if I could go 50 goals and 50 assists, I wouldn't fight all the time, but I can't. So I get paid to do what I do.
Be relevant.
Yeah, there's going to be somebody, it's the part of the game. And he would do that. So he basically said he played with his face. But I went and since then looked on YouTube, Riley Cote and his fights and all. He made people sometimes so mad the other coach couldn't sit him down. And he's the next time, and all this, and he's just on the other side, like doing that. But he was a great advocate because of who he was. And if you're going to run into people, or you're going to run into people who do know somebody,
First, and what I see though too is the political, having these highly polarized issues and challenging people who are in the spotlight to utilize the platform that they have. If they're profiting on this plant, if they're making money by licensing their likeness and their stuff out, well, what are you doing for the patients? What are you doing for the people that are still suffering and struggling? And that's where I think there's opportunity to do, all kinds of, charitable things. If you have this beautiful 501c3 that could be funded, whatever we can do, let me know. I do believe more now than ever that home grow could help me save my mom's and my grandmother's life and my life, and give me a new quality of life that, I'm into hash rosin, right? And the problem with that is, if I could grow my own flower, I have the best processes. The problem is hash rosin is so expensive. It is so expensive.
And you could press it right out.
Correct. And if I could just make my own meds at home, this, like my friend Andrea said, she needs to be pheno hunting particular genetics to address her own illness. And that's the beauty of the plant. It's like we can find our own music.
Yeah. And you can rely on it. The whole thing about the dispensary that always got me is I would go there and find something. I like this actually. I mean, it would be too expensive, but I like it. And then where is it next week? Oh, I don't have it.
Yeah. Consistency.
Yeah, it would be, you can rarely find what you wanted even then.
I learned early from OGs, like homies that were going over to Amsterdam, and they were they're like, befriend a cultivator.
Oh, sure.
Not me. Not me.
I'll take one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Katrina comes in.
Thank you so much.
So what we have an advantage here, I think, is the move that needs to be made next is the Senate president has to release his hold on this so it can be posted for hearing. Now, he knows he has to do it. And if he knows that the sooner he does it now, the better. Because doing it now or 3 months from now, it's
Why are you waiting?
yeah, exactly. Well, we're waiting, and he won't say. Well, now we're not going to let you not say because Lefty and me have a couple of moves to make potentially to say, here's what we're going to do. You can stop us by simply, it's a whole different thing about to happen. But it's all he needs to do is have an actual, just a Zoom meeting with a small number of people. And I'm thinking anything more than 4 is a risk because he'll try to get lost with whoever he's most comfortable with, and he'll start running the clock out. And I'm gonna have something to say about like who's gonna be doing that. And well, right now, it would be Andrea, you, and me. That'd be it. Also, the people that might show up at his house.
Yeah. I think that's. I mean, we've been talking about this.
Not without it him knowing that first, and also the Mendham police knowing that at first.
For sure.
Who would be informed by a lawyer that this is going to be quiet. It's they can
play by the rules.
Yeah. Well, actually, the thing is that in doing that, I can attach pictures of me in front of Congressman Frank Pallone's house with a wheelchair. Here lives Congressman Pallone. He lied while my wife died in 2003 because I was allowed to do that right after the Patriot Act, which was supposed to, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
And I offered myself up to be a test case, and the Long Branch police well knew that I got to do that. And so I did. And so I get to say to our Senate President, Frank Pallone will take your call. Call Frank Pallone, tell him what's going on, and just talk to him. That's all I'm asking. He will take your call. And then a picture of me at his house. You see, it's all this is coming together. And honestly, I think he's in position to say he's better off totally jumping in. I don't know. But see, that didn't happen until I became more closely associated with the Sativa Cross. I'll tell you one more thing I'm giving you right now.
Power in numbers.
Yeah. One more thing I'll give you right now, only a couple of seconds more. I've been doing amazingly well for as well medicated as I am right now.
That's a big one.
This incredible event. Yeah. I usually like to get this kind of in the mood I'm in smaller numbers because there's less people to embarrass myself in front of. So as long as there's a permanent record of this, I feel like,
Oh yeah.
holding my own. So I'm gonna go back out. It's like a whole new
Yes.
whole new world here.
Thank you, Lefty.
Yes, I'm gonna smoke that blunt. I'll take that if you don't. Yeah.
He's like, don't
walk away.
not take that with you. That's not a party. He's like, that's part of that's Sativa Cross property.
Yo,
Man,
you can't freaking flaunt that
I'll set the
thing.
Sasquatch on you.
okay.
Light it up.
Holy
Light
crap.
that sucker up, man.
No, I got these like therapeutic clown shoes, and they don't mix with corpse like you got.
Oh.
I wear a size 18.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you can't knock me over in these.
Can you ask Katrina to come in here? I have to do her video. Katrina's video, and let's see. And anybody else who thank you, sir. Anyone else who I didn't get yet? Slav, I didn't get you either yet.
What do you want me to do?
You're a patient?
No,
You're not a patient.
I've never been a patient.
Oh.
You know why I've never been a patient, but you probably forgot. You talked to 1,000 million people, so. What? I don't have a green card. That's right. I can't be a big. I don't have a green card. I have a red car.
Green card.
I have a red car.
Green card? Red card.
No red card.
Hello.
Green card.
It was never financially viable for me, although I have 6 bulging herniated discs, some fewer rear end auto collisions. Yeah, I'm not going on 20. What is it? What do they want? $700 a month and 20 or 15-hour.
What?
Well, if you're on disability, you're only allowed to work if you're allowed to work.
Really?
Limited amount of time, and it's just not viable to sustain survivability that way. So I never, and plus the cost of cannabis outrages me in the legal sector. I would never, I would be more than broke. I would be in a lot of trouble if I was a patient all these years.
It's been terrible. Us both being patients.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, it's
And
crazy.
and then I gotta pay $200 a year.
Also, I'm not a big fan of the end product that the medical industry has. I'm more accustomed to the cannabis cup grade cannabis. And that is eons from what we have in the medical in Jersey. So the quality of the medicine is just not there for the
Hasn't been there at
for the
all.
price that they want to charge the end user. So and I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still something better than nothing for
Right.
some.
But it's $115
At least some people are able
quarter
to.
ounce.
Yeah, it's
You go in a corner, it's $150 an ounce. Whatever. So it's a big difference
it's a
from
big difference.
going to the dispensary and getting
Financially.
something that's not even quality at all.
Well, the thing is, I don't understand why. Well, I understand why, but we want to know publicly why we haven't have had the release of the statistics for the mortality rate for the cannabis patients in the state of New Jersey after the medical implementation of the medical program, which is another big, big problem in terms of them getting the legislators inside the chambers to talk about
The success rate of the
right,
cannabis
because if cannabis
uses.
is supposed to be helpful for this and
Right,
that,
it should be out there
it
for
should be
the
it should be
benefits that it's having.
extending the lifespan of these users.
Right.
And if it's not, that means there's something wrong with
Well,
the way it's grown, or the genetics,
Well,
or
it's
all of the
true.
above. And we need that information right now. It should be it's public information. It should not be concealed from us. That is ridiculous. We've been asking for it, according to Cam Walski, for at least 4 years now. Even more than that, probably. But maybe I'm wrong on the day. But it doesn't matter, But long enough for them to give us what we need.
New York has it.
What does
New York has what?
have?
Home grow for anybody.
No,
Are
we're
you
not talking
kidding?
about
New
home
York?
grow.
Anybody.
Upstate?
Yeah,
Anywhere.
the state,
Really?
even in the city. So where are the fires? Where's the disaster? Where's the fire disaster the marshals were, beating everybody over the head with? There isn't any, because they were there because they were paid to be there. Okay, they were there because money made them talk. But and same thing with the sheriff's department, and same thing with all the prohibitionists that went against us all these years and gave us nothing but hell in the chambers. But eventually we succeeded, not legislatively again. I love to remind the constituents that this wasn't a legislative thing. This was your thing. You guys, everybody, all the New Jersey citizens voted for legalization and the referendum question, which was, by the way, a historical turnout in itself in terms of how many people voted on a referendum question. I think worldwide, I don't think they've ever scored 68% on a referendum question anywhere in the world during any referendum. That is, I mean, if you don't understand that that's a ball flying out of this ballpark, then you're not in the right state of mind in terms of you being a legislator and giving us the actual legalization, which includes the home grow, which includes the sick and the dying gaining access to the strains and different, potency qualities. And we don't have that right now. And we're fighting for that. We're not going to stop fighting for that. I love fighting for that. I think we've lost some steam because of COVID. We're regaining steam. And hopefully this time that has passed the legalization is enough time for the co-sponsors, the sponsors, and other legislators to see that this is what we need today. The cost of living in New Jersey is unaffordable. One bedroom apartment will cost you around $1,800, and you don't even have a choice anymore, essentially, because per township you're only going to have only a few apartments available. The market is dried up, and it's unaffordable. There's little choice, and the cost of cannabis as medicine is interfering with families' function to pay their
survive
bills
locally, yeah.
and survive. And we cannot have this.
You're not talking about the $600 electric bill neither. or
I'm not even $1,700, not including your bills, my
Oh,
friend.
yeah, you're talking
I'm
double.
I'm being nice.
Yeah.
So
You can't afford $1,200 a month on top of that because
Right,
that's what we
right.
have to pay
Right.
to get our
The cost of gasoline is outrageous.
right.
What's
our limit? We're allowed 3 ounces a month, right? And the dispensaries.
Well, you
wanna
can only
charge
walk
about
out with a quarter
400.
ounce as a recreation. It's ridiculous. You have to drive 10
Are you
times.
kidding me?
I think it's only quarter ounce you're allowed to walk out the store with.
Do you
Am I
know
right
this?
or wrong?
We need to know. Inquiring minds.
I don't go to the dispensary.
If I'm not wrong, I could be wrong. I don't know. I might be wrong. I can't afford to buy anything more than an eighth or a joint
No, I
at a time.
guarantee that you got to be
But
able to buy more than a quarter.
but when I last checked in, it was like a quarter ounce. You're allowed to walk out that door with
Anybody
nothing
out
more.
there got any info on this?
So there's problems. There's serious neglect going on right now in terms of the expansion of even the menus, and but although according to David, there are some really cool stuff that's coming in.
You know that in Mount Holly, where I live, there's 6 dispensaries right in the same area. They're across the street from each other, all the way down the block. Ironically, one of the roads is High Street, and High Street has Villa dispensary, and across the street there's like massive something mass, and then there's Valva. There's all these different ones popping up all over the place, and there's 6 of them in town, and they're all recreational.
Look,
None of
look,
them
I think
are
there's
medical.
enough space for 20 dispensaries on one block for as long as each one has a unique brand that is, and it's possible because for example, there's 8,300 different strains that's known to mankind. I mean, if one dispensary has, and realistically, one dispensary should only have 30, 40, 50. It shouldn't be a whole catalog of strains because, because I'm the kind, no, I'm good. I'm the kind of person that likes different strains, and I like, I like to try different stuff. But I'm cool with going, different places to find my stuff. I have no problem with that as long as there's access to that. Okay, and I think it makes it more fair for the retailers, and gives more business space to other, cannabis entrepreneurs to do business in the cannabis space, which is fair, and everybody should be able to, if they can, compete in a legal market if they can.
Right, but it costs.
But however, when you go back and look at all the townships in the state of New Jersey that has voted if they wanted, recreational cannabis sales or medical happening in the township, a lot of them opted out. So there's still a lot of ground that needs to be cleaned up in the state of New Jersey in terms of licensing per township, because we're like Lefty. This was during COVID. This was another issue. We all couldn't attend. Lefty was attending most of these town hall meetings, and I was following him on his accounts. So I wasn't there in body, but I was there through the digital portal, and a lot of these people took the prohibition route, and it's less than 40 jurisdictions in the state of New Jersey that approve some kind of licensing process. Is that correct, Lefty?
I could probably tell you the ones that didn't
Right.
easier than the ones that did.
Let's not go.
He wrote a song about it. Barnegat, Berkeley, Bridgeton, Bridgewater, Brigantine, Carlstadt, Chatham, Clifton, Cranberry, East Rutherford. But Cranberry is a weird one because
Is that my Berkeley?
how do you remember all that?
Berkeley. I went to, remember, I did Berkeley.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
cranberry.
need to go back to Berkeley. We need to straighten them out. That's been a long time. It's been like 7 years or so
Yeah.
that we've been to Berkeley. It's time to get back on there.
Yeah, so it's East Rutherford, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Fairhaven, Freehold, Garfield, Hasbrook Heights, Hawthorne, Levelette, Lodi, Jamesburg, Hazlitt, Mawa. You can't get no weed there.
You can't get no weed.
You can't get no weed there.
Can't get
Is
no
that all, or
weed
is
there.
that
get
wait,
no
wait,
weed
wait?
there.
I thought there was a lot more than that.
Manville, Mannington, Point
There we
Pleasant
go.
Beach,
I knew there was a lot more than that.
Lodgeport, Ridgewood, Ringwood, Seaside Heights, Seagrove, Shrewsbury, Seaquoia, Surf City, Spotswood, Upper Freehold, Upper Saddle River, Wall, and Wayne. You can't get no weed there.
Wow.
Can't get no weed
You can't
there.
get no weed there.
Can't
You
get no
can't
weed
get no weed there. Weehawken, West Caldwell, West Long Branch, Westwood, Wyckoff, Woodcliff Lake, Palisades Park.
You can't get no weed there.
Palisades Park.
God damn them.
Wheelchair access in Palisades
Oh my
Park.
lord.
You can't get no weed there either.
You can't get no weed there.
Keep your wheelchairs home.
Yeah, don't come to their town.
Chester, Franklin Lakes, Harding, Midland Park, Mansfield, Ulridge, Oltapan, Ramsey, Denville, Avalon, Parsippany, Pleasantville, Saddlebrook, Brick, and Union City. You can't get no weed there.
You can't get no weed
You
there.
can't get no weed there.
Wow.
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 Why do you know why the Union City didn't
No,
didn't want to
that's not even all the towns. There's probably a more.
Oh yeah, there's more. Yeah.
There's
yeah.
more. There's probably like
Yeah.
50 more.
I remember you, dude. It was disgusting to what you see. You attended most of these town hall meetings in person.
Yeah.
During COVID.
Yeah, on COVID they made it easy because it was online.
Right.
So we did like a
Right.
five a week.
Right.
Sometimes we
Right.
did-
Right.
I'm sorry, 5 a day. I think we did 5 in one day one time because there was all these different council meetings at different times, and they're all banning it. They had this whole rush of banning weed. Remember?
Yeah.
Everyone was banning weed. Oh my god! Oh my god! They're gonna weed's coming.
They were
Whoa!
the plants
Right.
coming like
Wow!
Right. I remember.
Stigma.
I remember like it was an hour ago.
The stigma and the ignorance.
They thought it was like
The stigma and the
drugs.
ignorance is in full effect. 2 minutes from here, right across that river. As soon as you're in Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania.
you know it's
Yeah,
like
you can get weed there.
You can't drive there.
medical. They have medical
You
programs.
can't drive your car there. You can't drive
Your car there. You can drive your car there.
Because if you show the cop your medical card, they're going to take you and bring you in and give you a DUI because you have cannabis in your system and they have zero tolerance for that in Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania don't let you smoke.
You can't drive your car there. Oh,
But
you-
you can't
No.
bring your Jersey weed there.
No.
You got to get your weed from Pennsylvania. if you go to Pennsylvania.
Yes. Yes.
And you have to have a medical license.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't just.
And their
say,
medical
"I'm
weed is not good.
recreational."
Their medical cannabis is not good.
No.
It is
No.
not. They
sucks.
They are crying a wolf about their cannabis.
You don't want that weed there.
No.
You don't want that weed there.
You don't want to smoke their weed.
No,
there.
you do not.
No,
It
Nope.
might not. It might be harmful to your health.
it probably is.
Yeah.
So you
They
might
talk
you might
like
not
bug
want to smoke
mites
there.
and mold and what else we talking about? We're probably
mean, it's
seed
just not-
popping
it's-
and shit.
Remediated mold.
Remediated mold is
What's
one.
that
one
even
issue.
deeper? That's like the real deep.
Radiation.
That's oh my God.
They radiate moldy weed and they give it back to you and say, here you go. It's
Did
good
you
now.
know they're doing this?
Yeah, that
now?
happens in Pennsylvania.
Oh my
I
God.
mean, it may happen. I don't know. I haven't looked up all the regulations, but several states have allowed that. It's not just Pennsylvania, but several states are allowing the remediation of moldy weed by processing it into vape carts and other kinds.
Oh God, that's horrible.
Yeah, well, that's to them, and that's enough. You know,
Is that
So-
the other 33% that the 70 or 34% that the 77% THC content in those vape carts are?
You know, occasionally I think that these same folks, they must like moldy things.
Can you get
Maybe-
high on mold?
I don't
Can
know.
you get high on
Can-
mold?
can
Only if you have an
smoke
allergy.
mold and get
Wow.
high.
I mean,
Scary.
I
Oh my
wouldn't-
God.
Wait,
that's
wait.
scary talk.
That's
Wait.
gross.
Wait.
I'm
Well,
cleaning up your
wait.
table.
I'm gonna throw
You
up.
have blue cheese.
No, you could get
It's great for you.
pneumonia. You could get pneumonia in your
Right.
lungs if
Right.
you smoke.
No, wait.
mold.
There's so many different, variations.
Hope you don't
of
get
the
pneumonia
mold.
in your nose instead of your lungs.
Well, not every mold is bad for you.
No, mushrooms are a mold, right?
Right.
Fungi.
I mean,
All right, so
blue
what are you
cheese
talking
is a
about?
mold.
I'm
and it's,
telling you,
That's really yummy.
I'm telling you,
it's
you don't want
healthy
to
for you.
smoke it. Do you guys want to smoke blue cheese
No.
or breed? No.
I
That's
mean,
a good
it's not
strain.
bad.
Have you ever had blue cheese?
Some
That's a
things
great
taste
strain.
very good
Kinda
to eat.
good.
that
It's an
you shouldn't
acquired
smoke.
taste.
I don't
Yeah.
think you should smoke everything. So that's
discussion
where we
turned
are.
to
I came
cheese.
back into the tent and you guys are smoking cheese, and
Yeah.
that's where we are. How long are we doing this today?
There
How
is
long are-
You tell me.
well, I mean, it's
not 4:20 yet.
2:45.
Didn't you talk about the 420 moment?
I did
Oh,
talk
this
about
smells so
Okay.
good.
Just saying. Just saying.
Smell
I don't care though. I'm good.
I like that.
I'm good. Whatever you want to do, bro.
So I think, yeah, I mean, it's funny. It's very loud with the headphones.
You want to lower it?
Did you smell this?
Yeah, actually, it does
Smells
smell very good.
good.
Yes, it does smell very good. No, it's not. I mean, oh, that's better.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's a very handy button on that board.
Being smoked.
That's like everything is. It's like when Superman first discovers his powers, and all of a sudden you're like honing it in.
It's called volume.
Wow. Yes. It's like that fragile on the box. That's funny.
Does anybody want the slice? Because just kind of dying.
Eat it,
here.
please.
Go ahead, eat.
I'm gonna
Please.
save it.
Save it. Save it. Rescue that slice of pizza.
Now it's yours.
So we should never do a hotbox event without shopping for ashtrays first. I think that
That's
Yeah, it's like
I-
all over the table.
I have
maybe-
garbage.
Here, scoop that into here.
I have
Yeah, you
garbage cans,
I'll clean it.
a garbage bag with a garbage receptacle under here in this bag right there by Slavsky.
Garbage receptacle.
Receptacle for garbage. You'll see. You'll see.
So that makes it sound like Luke Skywalker is fighting off a monster in there. You know what I mean?
There
Like
could
it's
be.
like the garbage scene out of Star Wars is happening underneath this table right now. So that's it. I wish I had a garbage can that did that, so that every time you threw something in there, be like,
Smush. Crunch.
that would be awesome. That would be awesome.
What kind of stuff are they throwing away in the Empire
Yeah,
anyway?
cleaned it up.
Hey,
I don't know.
Hey guys, we're
Don't-
trying to raise a Cabbage Patch Kid down there. All right, man.
Whoa. Back to child labor. So
Talking about the
So Jelani made a really good point
Smell
that we
kids.
need to attend committee hearings and stuff like that. But that really wasn't happening today, and that's a good thing. But when it happens, when we get committee hearings on Homegrown in the future, what are you gonna say? You get like 30 seconds up there or something. No, I'm kidding. Like usually 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
So what are you gonna say in your 2 minutes?
What committee is it? And what bill? What bill?
Let's talk about. Okay, that's fine. We're playing Bill Roulette today. I'm gonna spin the bill wheel right now. So let's talk about the. You've come up, Lefty Grimes, with the medical homegrow bill by Troy Singleton.
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say about that bill when it's before committee? Because there's out of all the bills I see moving in our favor soon, that could be one.
Okay. Well, I would probably have notes first of all because I wouldn't know how to start. But however, I would talk about what patients needs
Notes.
first. I need notes, just maybe.
Maybe a
Okay.
secretary.
Oh my God!
Well,
Be nice.
all right. Well,
You need a
No, it's like-
teleprompter. You
like
need a
musical
teleprompter.
notes, like a B flat,
A
an F minor.
minor diminished.
Yeah, there you go.
Little drum roll.
And I wouldn't be this stoned in front of the committee. First of all,
Why?
Yeah, why?
I wouldn't.
Why would
Have you ever been this
I'm
stoned?
always stoned in front of the committee.
So you're gonna go stone cold sober committee?
No, not stone cold sober. I'm really high right now, bro.
I think sobriety.
I don't even understand.
Left looks
I
really
ate
high.
edibles. I had Cindy's edibles.
Oh my
You don't
God.
understand.
I mean, you definitely look hot.
You know,
I'm
there's-
saying like
I know Lefty for 10 some
you
years.
look like
Today he's been the highest I've ever known.
wow.
I'm super high. I'm just letting you know. But I would definitely talk about patients' needs, the strain specific strains that like people like Andrea needs.
Strain specific strains.
Strain specific. See, that's why I'm really high, bro.
I'm talking about strain specific strains here.
Strain specific needs
Hold on. No, I got this.
for
one.
home grow.
So when you talk about strain specific strain needs for home grow,
Strain needs.
yes. Let me strain needs. That sounds like a band name right there. Strain needs. We are strain needs. Thank you, Nashville. So, but when they have committee hearings, have you done committee hearings? What's the last committee you testified before?
Oh,
CRC.
Well, yeah, the CRC probably.
That doesn't
Cannabis
count that shit.
Regulatory Commission.
Other than that, it was Scutari's committee oh no, it was also Vitali's committee, health committee.
When was this?
2 years ago with Cody. Cody was on there.
You're talking about Richard Cody.
Senator Dick.
Yes. Whoa.
Senator Dick.
It's heavy. He's retiring.
Cody.
Yeah.
In the state of New Jersey,
It's his name.
We know his name is
It's
Dick.
Senator Dick.
Oh man, Senator Dick. They don't call him that. I'm
Cody.
gonna say that. You're committed to this one. You're not letting go.
No.
You're a dog on a
He's
bone.
very mean to me.
What do you mean?
He was very mean to Vivian Wilson, and he ignored me. He would not meet with
Senator Cody.
Senator Dick.
But he's not your senator, right?
Cody. He was.
He was. He was your district senator? You lived in his district?
I lived 5 minutes from his office. Yes.
Really?
I lived in East Hanover.
Oh, okay.
And I used to go to his office all the time.
That
He
is, yeah, I
ignored me.
guess so.
I was shocked when he signed his name on a freaking award for me. I was shocked because I was like, he hates me. I'm like, why did he sign this award for me? Says, I support your endeavors. Can't tell, but he'll sign freaking the stupid award. So anyway, I'm going to keep flossing that award though. And I went to his office with the award. So anyway, Cody owes Vivian Wilson an apology because when they first passed medical cannabis,
I do.
he made a big joke about it and picked up the phone and was like, "Oh, Michael Phelps called." I don't know, some shit. It was not even a patient.
oh man.
And Vivian Wilson and her family had to move out of the state. You remember that? They had to move out of state
Wow.
to get their medicine. And it was very sad.
They did get to go. I mean, on one hand, that all happened. On the other hand, they got to leave New Jersey. So, they got out. They got across the event horizon
They sure did.
called the New Jersey border where
I
you
know-
have to pay to leave.
I know Jenny Storms is pretty happy in Colorado. I can tell
yeah.
you
They're all happy out
They're
there.
wild.
Is she? I haven't. It's funny. She used to come out all the time.
Yeah.
And I remember this one time there was a bill up and I was arranging testimony with CMMJ and she was fired up. She was definitely passionate. And I told her straight up, I was like, look, you're asking for everything reasonable that you should expect here in New Jersey. There's no way it's probably going to happen. And you shouldn't stay here. Like, I was like, honestly, like you're making the best choice.
Yeah.
Because really, if you're waiting for it all to happen here the way that you want it, again, none of it unreasonable. It just won't. And truth is, if she would have stayed here, man, I'm glad that they moved. I hate to say that, but I'm glad that they moved because there was no way, even as compelling as all of them are, it should be the kind of thing that does move legislators to do stuff. But they didn't. And I knew that they wouldn't. They're just that stubborn. They feel like it's a weakness to give in.
That's
It's
what Bill,
about the money, though, isn't it?
Bill said that too. Bill said that there's a lot of people that feel home grow is not good. It's going to hurt the industry. And he's hearing from both sides. I'm sure the Republicans and the Democrats, but mostly probably Republicans are saying that.
Well, if they
I
give
think that the idea that that 5% of consumers growing a few plants hurting a multi-billion-dollar international industry that have themselves listed on the Canadian Stock Exchange is shocking. I think that they do more damage to themselves every day by violating the regulations that they have permits to follow. I mean, these companies have been given the keys to a multi-billion-dollar startup operation. They already took the profits, all of it, at $60 an eighth, as much as they could charge. They won't ever be able to get that price again. And the small businesses entering the space will never be able to get that price from consumers. And they knew it all the way. I do think, I am telling you guys, when I first read the conflicts of interest rules for cannabis, I felt like Senator Scutari was already coming pretty close to the line by advocating so vehemently for certain companies to get the first mover permits. I believe that was, you're not allowed. I mean, some would say that he was standing up to get the industry started and all that kind of stuff, and New York did prove that these litigious corporate operators are willing to push the nuclear button. New York tried to launch it through small businesses, and the big corporations, just over the last 6 months, they took them to court. They shut down their entire licensing operation, and they held their entire state marijuana program hostage. Now, when a group of corporations can go state to state and hold regulators and a legislator hostage, we absolutely must deal with them in a completely different way. States don't have the tools to deal with these international corporations on their own. So it's a big issue.
There's Bill.
Oh, there's Bill. Here.
We're trying to answer your question.
Yeah, one of you can sit down and take one of the seats. Take headphones so that you know how loud you want. Otherwise, you do what I did, which is be real loud into the microphone.
I understand that I've been demoted to senator. That's outrageous.
You're Senator
love
Senator Caruso, huh?
I will never run for public office. You heard it here first.
Oh no. Don't say that. We need you, man. What about the third party that's going to be created, right?
I am right now riding with Biden. I'm looking forward to hopefully rescheduling before his State of the Union address. That's the buzz that we're hearing, which I think has some profound benefit. And I want to say this to you. You're my friend. You're a beacon of hope in this movement. And I am really, really, really happy for what you got.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Congratulations.
Presidential pardon.
Chris.
No,
Yes. That was fun.
Chris, you are literally the poster child of who should have had this, and it should have happened a lot earlier. And I'm also happy that our president is starting to deliver on certain things that he promised us. There's a lot of people that went to the ballot box in 2020, and it wasn't to save democracy, but it was. But this was part of the deal. And you know, you're real. We hear about all these things in theory, but you're my friend. I know what you went through. It's total bullshit and garbage. And the fact that you and by the way, I don't think it's held you back at all. I know it's a personal issue, but
they even let me through the Panama Canal.
Were you kayaking? Should we go?
Oh my gosh. That was the only time I sweated it, though. I have to be honest. So.
You deserve this. You deserve this for everything you've done, and you deserve this because it was promised. And I hope there are many, 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 many more people like you in that circumstance that are going to have that relief.
Well, thankfully, I mean, mine happened in a national park. And it wasn't until the December 2nd proclamation where the president specifically put a bunch of codes in there.
Yep.
Where it was the National Park Service.
Yep.
And if you think about it, you're a kayaker. I'm a fisherman.
Yep.
We both probably been to a lot of national parks between us.
Yes, sir.
Because I love national parks and camping. We're sitting here in my glamping tent.
I love
the weird thing is there's 10,000 miles of road, national parks, and rangers, not necessarily targeting people, give out a lot of marijuana citations.
Sure they do.
It turns out that national parks are a big vector for people with a federal record for marijuana possession. So it wasn't until that proclamation, I think a lot of people like me applied when it was first announced. And we're sitting around wondering, I was like, man, it's been months since I applied for that thing. Where's my paperwork, But that's why the president made the second proclamation. I think that they were looking at the applications that were coming in. They realized that they needed a little bit of dotting the I's and crossing the T's. And with the National Park Service offenses included, I do think that thousands of people will end up benefiting from this because I think a lot of people ended up with this. Think about Yosemite in California or Glacier. There's a lot of places, national parks that exist in states that have legalized. So.
It also is the hope for what we've all wanted to have happen, right? The world has changed. Most people agree that this was not something that we should have been criminalizing to begin with. We're winning that fight. And I say this to you because there's probably people like, what the hell is he talking about? Of course, that's where people are. I'm old enough. I'm 50 today.
Oh, really? Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm old enough to remember when we were having conversations not too long ago here. Okay. I'm not even talking about back in 2000 when I first met my friend, Jim Miller. I'm talking about, 2015, where we were having conversations and Chris Christie was still our governor. And we were getting laughed at about the prospect of legalizing after several jurisdictions already had. We were polling in the 40s. Today, we're polling better than clean air related to medical cannabis. And we've also won, hearts and minds in other places that I never thought we'd win. My parents are in their mid to late 70s. I'm not going to be more specific because I don't want to embarrass them either. But they weren't cannabis users. But that generation is coming around now, those that weren't, to understanding the medical benefits for them as they're aging and they're in good health, but they have ailments rather than cortisone shots and other horrible things that have to happen. A cannabis tincture or bomb, right? You don't even have to smoke it. You don't have to ingest it. there's so many profound benefits in there by destigmatizing this and taking away the
Marijuana retirement homes are the future.
They are.
They absolutely are the
Well,
future.
and
I mean, really.
Ken Walski, our friend Ken Walski's been doing yeoman's work by sitting down and having senior center education efforts, right? Where he'll go and sit down at a common area at a senior center and talk about the benefits of medical cannabis. This is all happening now.
Well, I mean, this is okay. So the medical cannabis thing, you and I have been there for the whole way.
Yeah.
And back to the Biden thing, of course, with the pardons, the other thing was the letter to HHS.
Yep.
You mentioned the prospect of rescheduling.
Yeah.
The congressional finance report just came out on that. I was surprised when I read that because it was like friend speaks my mind in Quaker meeting. I was like, wow, they're recognizing, they said right out, they're like Schedule 3 won't solve the conflict between state law and federal law when it comes to cannabis. It will open it to medical research.
Yep.
It will open it to a couple of other realms, but it absolutely rescheduling it will not solve the conflict. I got my pardon because I was protesting for one reason. We were out there asking for descheduling.
Yep.
Every one of our protests was asking for descheduling. And you want to talk about when people, 2015, dude, in 2013, they thought we were delusional asking for this.
I know.
I had to remind people that it was the 1972 Schaefer Commission report for Nixon that first recommended cannabis descheduling.
You're correct.
That cannabis just doesn't belong in the CSA in any schedule. It belongs with alcohol and tobacco outside of the CSA.
Agreed.
And that really is the only place that we're going to get to solve the bigger. I was talking with the UFCW guys. I mean, one of the problems we have with labor, cannabis labor, is that UFCW is on their own.
Yep.
They don't have federal labor law to help protect them. It's just the states and UFCW.
Yep.
And just as you walked in, we were talking about how the states are really ill-equipped. We saw this in New York, where the industry really took New York hostage. Their whole program got taken hostage in a lawsuit over issuing licenses. And I think that behind the scenes, people were afraid of that same thing happening here.
Yep.
And that's why we saw the rollout that we did. But there was definitely the same threat on the table here. The industry would have done the same thing. If we'd have, imagine, Bill, if we'd have done the same thing in New York. New York tried to issue licenses to the small businesses first.
Yep.
Hold the big guys at the line.
Yep.
They took them to court and said, it's not working.
Yep.
Got to give us a permit. State said, wait, not enough time.
Yep.
They said, we have more money in court and lawyers.
Listen,
Even in New York.
I was telling somebody else this recently. You can't stop litigation. We're dealing with things at the local level where towns are getting sued for having arbitrary processes and all that. And the best way you can protect yourself from litigation is try to develop a good process and deal with it. But I do disagree with you on one thing, because I was there. The reason why, and I don't necessarily agree with everything that New York has done. New York was supposed to be the great hope, and it may still be. But what Jersey's done is done a couple things, and I think they've done it well. The majority of people that went to the ballot box in 2020 to vote for legal cannabis didn't necessarily go for a particular reason, but did go to support legal cannabis. Some of that was to be able to go in a store and buy it. But what we ended up talking about was pacify those folks by providing something right now, but making sure you hold these companies' feet to the fire. We can argue whether or not the CRC has done a good enough job of holding the medical operators, the big MSOs, feet to the fire to honor their commitment to medical patients. You have done a great job of making that argument that they haven't, especially on cost. But that's an ongoing debate. But what we did succeed in doing is two things. Give the CRC time to start building the new model, right? We had no people in the pipeline. We had a lot of people that wanted to be in the pipeline. And the second was tax these folks, the big folks that are in, and take their revenue and let's reappropriate it now through the EDA and that was one of your things that you talked about of creating a fund. So I do think that Jersey's done a better job of creating a blended model.
Yeah, but the medical program, Bill, like the last testimony I gave before the CRC was pointing out that across the river in Pennsylvania, you have 1 million registered patients in that program who access 163 dispensaries operated by 30 companies, most of which are here.
Yeah. Do you want to know why, though? I mean, let me say two things to you about that. Jersey screwed the pooch on its medical program. We never did what we were
as
supposed
far
to
as
do.
patient registrations go.
On all of it, across the board. Let me tell you what.
Sure.
We made it too hard. We purposely did. We implemented a law in 2009, in 2010, and then didn't really do anything with it.
Yeah,
right?
but like you said, we've had a few years now under this new...
Pennsylvania hit the gas pedal on developing their medical market and never looked back. And they've developed a fantastic medical market. Here's the other thing we
It's
never
gotten highly consolidated over there, Bill.
well, and listen, those things are going to happen. But what has happened here? I'm not a medical patient. Okay, I should be a medical patient. I've never had a medical card. I don't want to be on a list. I don't want to pay for it. I don't want to go pay a doctor to go see it.
That's all fine. But a million registered patients are sustaining 163 dispensaries
They
over
are.
there at prices that are half that of New Jersey.
But they don't have the opportunity to go buy it rec. And what we do now is a lot of medical patients have said, this is stupid. I'm not going to spend money on a card I don't need. I'm not going to go see a doctor that doesn't know anything about this either. It's just there taking a check from me. Okay. And I can go walk into any dispensary I want without having to re-register for it. That's another hurdle, right? When I go to one store one day, I want to go to another.
I agree with all that.
We've created two. Now, here's what I do think is going to happen. If we develop home grow, my vision of home grow is pass a law that allows 6 plants or less for now. We can always expand. And the way that you credential whether or not you can have 6 plants is you have a medical card. That's it. No more. No license. Nobody needs to come check it. That's
But
it.
back to your not being on a list there. So like, okay, I hear you.
I'm not going to grow it, by the way. I've chose not to be on a list.
That's
I've
fine.
also chose not to the expense of being on a list, which other people have chose too.
That's fine. But they okay. I hear all of your arguments, but I've also seen what happens when a state invests in having people be part of a medical cannabis program. You can't really have it both ways. You can either have a robust medical cannabis program like Pennsylvania with 1 million patients that you could say, here are 1 million patients, here are them accessing the program, and then say, this is the impact it has on the opiate crisis. This is the impact down the road.
Yeah.
Or you can have a program like New Jersey. We have less than 100,000 patients now.
But hold on.
But wait, and now you can't call it a public health program.
I don't.
It's just sort of an aside to the regular business.
It doesn't
Now,
exist.
But here's the problem. Again, we're trying to stand up an entire industry of small businesses that, if we did have 1 million registered patients, would have an entire market that would help them.
We don't.
And when it comes to, being on a list and everything like that, another thing I'm advocating for, and
Yeah.
some states do this, is that if you're over 65 in the state of Maine, you can adjust with the ID that says you're over 65, which certainly
I think we may come back to a medical model again when insurers are paying for it, and they're paying for it because it's in a medical setting. When my doctor is saying to me, you're on these 3 drugs and I want to keep you.
Well, it's subsidized access, Bill. There's 2 bills. There's 2 pieces of legislation that would allow people on family care, senior gold, and all
I
that.
get all that.
But if you don't have a medical marijuana card, you're not willing to register, you can't get access.
And that's what I'm saying to you. Those would be incentives to get back into those programs. But forget about those things. That's small potatoes. I'm talking about Medicaid, Medicare, VA coverage, private insurers. We're on the doorstep of that. Rescheduling will help with some of that.
Now, rescheduling. I mean, I have to disagree with you on some of this. I mean, look, rescheduling is not going to get you insurance. The bills that Singleton have here in Trenton will. There are several states that will allow. Imagine, Bill, the world, just for a minute, hypothetically, right? Let's say that New Jersey has 1 million registered medical marijuana patients, and that they can walk into a dispensary and pay $5 for an ounce of marijuana. And then those small business dispensaries, instead of being a big corporation who gets the subsidy, is a small business who runs on it.
Number one, there's not enough money in the state budget to allow for that. There's also issues with federal law that will prevent family care dollars from.
Well, I'm not asking the state to pay for it. Like you said, we've got plenty of cannabis taxes coming in from those big corporations. Why not have them subsidize some of it? And why not have them offer better wholesale price to the medical
We're going to
program?
double spend that money now, because the first thing that money's going to go to right now is helping the new companies get started because of access to capital issues.
That's
right?
a limited amount that's only funded at what, 15 million a year?
For now, because
but there's money left over, Bill.
There's money that no, that money's not been appropriated. We have cannabis dollars that are coming in that need to get, and there'll be a discussion.
And the EDA money doesn't always have to come from cannabis taxes either. So,
well, but this is the problem. It can't come from anything at the federal.
but it can come from the state level. And that's what's nice about EDA is that it mixes federal and state money, and it can pull some of that.
You should talk to them, because their challenge right now is finding pots of money that they can utilize. We have the New Jersey Business Action Center that's been prevented from helping certain cannabis companies because
I like that the EDA is looking for money.
and listen, they're looking for available dollars that can be utilized for this purpose. They have more money they can do.
The EDA does, and they're doing a good job.
Come back to this point. Right now, you're comparing apples and bananas. Pennsylvania has a fantastic medical market, but you and I agree that they have shit the bed when it comes to racial social justice issues and legalizing cannabis and decriminalizing cannabis. So patients and consumers are not being arrested still in Pennsylvania. Jersey's done better on that. Pennsylvania hasn't gotten there yet, right? but it's a push and pull. Now they have a fantastic medical market because there's no other way to be legal in Pennsylvania.
That was true in New Jersey for years. We never saw that level of registration. So that argument isn't good. Bill.
Well, no, it's good because we never had the opportunities here. In
Bill,
New Jersey.
states like New York, New Jersey, Delaware, they did not see what you're seeing. That argument doesn't hold
No,
true.
you're right.
They have 1 million patients in Pennsylvania because the largest health networks like Fox Medical Center, Penn Medicine, Temple, they got research permits and they told all of their thousands of doctors to issue recommendations.
Well,
so for the last 5 years, tens of thousands of physicians have made the medical recommendation in Pennsylvania. And guess what, in New Jersey? Do you know the number of physicians that have made the recommendation in New Jersey? 1,534. So again, that's the difference.
But
it's very clear.
We're arguing a similar point here. I don't disagree with you that Pennsylvania did a much better job than New Jersey. I can't speak for Delaware or others. I know they did. Okay. We're beyond that now. The idea now is not going to be to expand medical because the consumer base doesn't want to. The consumer base doesn't.
There's no incentive. But if you
Right.
give them, you're building again, Bill. I can't understand which argument you have. On one hand, you're saying that medical home grow is the incentive for people to get a card. On the other hand, you're saying consumers don't want a card. I'm telling you that we are at the point with 100,000 patients that our medical marijuana program is literally on life support.
And I agree.
If we don't do something to get to the point where we have a better,
the home grow card is an example of what would provide a little bit of incentive for folks to go and register for a card. The real incentive is going to come when I can go to my doctor, a real doctor, okay, not just some card thief, and get medical treatment that recommends or prescribes cannabis now. And then the next chapter will be whether it's a state payer base or the federal government allowing the payer coverage. You will see
federal government won't allow it. But the states are getting ready to do it. And that's the point.
But you have to understand one other thing here, okay?
Yeah.
This place, okay, cannabis is an issue, and we spend all our time here talking about cannabis. I walked in this building today. We're at the State House today. I had nothing to do with cannabis today, right? I was in Trenton for a variety of things. When the budget comes up, okay, and this is a fight that we had with some of our friends on the sea. They're not looking to spend more money on cannabis right now. To be sending more money to Trent.
I get it, Bill. But I also see these guys on Instagram talking about how they negotiated better prices for pharmaceuticals. I see the New Jersey Democratic leadership every day saying how they make things more affordable for New Jersey residents. At the same time, they're asking medical patients in New Jersey to pay 2 times as much as to the same companies across the river.
I agree.
So I'm sorry, the amount of hypocrisy that it takes to say that they're negotiating better prices for pharmaceuticals, but they will not negotiate better prices for medical cannabis on the same level.
You're right.
It doesn't work.
Well, can I ask you a different question? Did you hear the governor's state of the state?
I did not.
Okay.
Listen to the governor's state of the state this year.
The governor did not really mention cannabis at all. Of all the things that the governor talked about, he didn't mention cannabis. He mentioned it in passing as a fleeting thing about, but not digging in. And it starts there. And I'm not being critical of Phil Murphy. A lot of reasons why we have legal cannabis in New Jersey is because of Phil Murphy. I would also argue it's because of the advocacy movement mostly, but we had good leadership in getting this done.
I remember the legislature not passing bills and then having to ask voters to vote for it.
But it wasn't for the lack of effort.
I remember the legislature stumbling on this issue, Bill. I remember the Democrats and the Republicans getting locked up amongst each other and battling amongst each other to the point where they couldn't pass a bill.
And back to the point, Phil Murphy was on board with trying to get this done.
Yes.
But what it takes is.
But he was there for, that was the start of his administration. Yeah. And he deserves a lot of credit for where he is as governor and for being a supportive governor. We don't get that from Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania.
Well, and you're not, and we'll see, right? And maybe the impetus for the folks in Pennsylvania to start doing more, and for our governor to pick this up and really start recognizing that this is an industry for our state. This is medical treatment for his constituents. And leaning
if they can't negotiate a better price for medical cannabis, how are they ever going to stand up to a big corporation and get a better price for pharmauticals?
Well,
they need to learn how to do some of this with cannabis
Chris,
companies.
I think the concern is that for me right now is they don't view this the way we view this as is that
Bill, I meet with these guys too, and I've been around the block with these guys for 15 years on this. Some of the same people that you and I talk to all the time.
Though, that
they have changed their tune.
No,
I remember meeting with Troy Singleton and proposing price caps and having Troy say to me, "Oh my God, Chris, are you kidding me? We live in a free market economy. I would never imagine saying price caps on cannabis." And just a few weeks ago, he said maybe we should have a price cap on medical cannabis.
And you're going to see more change coming. I think these guys are getting more.
But I'm telling you that they have changed their view on this industry. They have encountered the corporations just like you and I have.
I don't know who the they is. I'm going back to a different point.
Okay.
The leadership right now across the board, wherever we look, whether we look at the governor's level, we look at the legislative level, we look to our national level, the ability to recognize that this is medicine, okay? And that the ability to recognize that there are patients that need it is missing and still lacking in this movement.
It's because we only have 100,000 patients we can't represent. Look, this is unfortunately been a problem, as you and I know, since the Christie administration.
It's been before that.
Here's where it comes down to. I have a healthcare card in my pocket for healthcare.
Yep.
And I do believe that around the country, millions of Americans, tens of millions of them, are willing to get a medical cannabis card for their medical cannabis therapy.
Agreed.
For one reason or another. It's cheaper. There's no tax. They can home grow in some states because of it.
Yes.
There's a lot of good incentives for it elsewhere that don't exist here.
And it also protects you in non-legal jurisdictions because you're a medical to some extent, right?
It also there's a million.
And what is it? We have reciprocity with Maine, thanks to you. Is that what
that is
told me? Yeah.
But to the same extent, yes, and you can get a much better deal in
Nice,
Maine. But
nice.
to the same extent, I will say again, I like you, I am not the kind of person who would get a card per se. However, I have a fishing license. And I would be willing to pay, I pay $32.50 each year to the state of New Jersey, Department of Environmental Protection, to fish for trout. I would pay an equal amount to grow cannabis in my backyard.
So you're
All right.
kindred spirits, my friend. I have a clamming license and a fishing license, and I don't clam or fish. I just want to paddle in those places. Here's another one, though. I'll tell you. You know what? You know why else you wouldn't have a medical card? Because you own a firearm. Okay. And you don't want to be on either of those lists then because.
Oh, man.
And that is,
I was just talking with somebody else. No, I'm sorry. Look, I went back and if you really want to get technical about this, I had to intervene in this case in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
If you recall in 2016, when they first passed the medical marijuana law in Pennsylvania,
Yep.
the state police got a nice little piece in the law that said they could look at the patient registry. And the Pennsylvania State Police pushed out a press release the first week that they were registering patients there that said, time to turn in your firearms. The Hawaii State Police did the same thing. This is kind of a scary era. And at the time, Josh Shapiro was the attorney general.
Yes.
And we went to Shapiro's office and we said, this is like a major problem.
Yep.
And he agreed. And the Governor Wolf and Shapiro worked together on making sure that there was a firewall between there. But given the opportunity, state police who are not happy about this, unlike New Jersey State Police, who are apparently trying to
Pretty solid. Yeah.
they would be willing to do something like that. Here's the unfortunate part. The state police in Pennsylvania that were looking at the patient registry are also searching social media to see if you're smoking weed, to deny you that firearm permit, even if you're not a patient.
But that's so
wait. Joining the list doesn't make you any more vulnerable in that circumstance. It also doesn't protect you under the law. Basically, what you're looking to avoid is lying on one federal form.
Yeah.
Whether you're a medical patient or a casual consumer, you're going to lie or not on that form.
And you're having
having the card. Your argument is having the card, the firearms, having the card, blah 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 blah.
The lie is a lie, but the proof
Dude,
is
the picture of you smoking weed on social media. You are sitting in the hot box tent, Bill. This is enough for you to get denied. In Pennsylvania.
I am not smoking anything right now, and I
Doesn't matter.
I don't post pictures on social media.
This is weed, not oregano.
It is. I have no idea.
Camera.
I had no idea. I'm Italian. I thought this was oregano. It's Italian.
This is not oregano.
Listen.
Now, this is what I'm saying, Bill. I mean, I think that ultimately what I said to the CRC was, having worked regionally on this issue, New Jersey, out of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania has the lowest amount of medical marijuana patients.
They do.
And even post-legalization.
But they don't. We have a lot of medical patients. We don't have a lot of registered medical patients is the problem.
Right. But again, the registered patients give patients a consumer advocacy voice. In Pennsylvania, having 1 million patients drove the price down.
Yep.
The regulators released the wholesale versus retail pricing. When you only have 100,000 patients, it's much less of a voice. It's much less of a thing to pay attention to.
Chris, I'm going to say this to you because one, I got to go, but two, I want to be agreeable to something. I don't know how to solve the how we make more patients problem, but I do know how to solve some other ones. And what we're fighting for right now is three things, I think. On the federal level, where they can't agree that today is Thursday down there, I think we're actually starting to see incremental change. I agree with you that rescheduling is not the answer, but it's a start. And it's the first major thing we're going to see, other than, frankly, Biden living up to some of his election promises, than we've seen in my lifetime. And I said to you, I'm 50 today. The second thing is Jersey's continuing to get better. There have been lots of shots fired at this CRC. There was an effort at one point to disband the CRC.
That's scary.
Right. And that seems to be on the right track now. And the last piece, and I said this to some of the friends out here, I don't know what the hell I am. I am a lawyer. I'm a lobbyist. I'm an advocate. I was the co-chair of the most successful ballot question campaign in the history of the nation, or the history of the state. I was a former staffer inside this building that helped to get the medical cannabis law done, as shitty as that was. I'm a dad. I'm a husband. I'm a prolific paddler. But every single time I come before the legislature on anything related to cannabis, the first thing I remind them is we still have not kept the faith with our patients and what we promised them. Not in 2020, in 2009, when we said we were going to give them relief and allow home grow. We haven't done that yet. It's 15 years and we haven't completed that mission. So that's where I think is the laser focus right now with growing the patient base. If it happens to be you get a medical card and you can grow, God bless you. I still think a lot of people aren't going to grow, but we have not. And I say this as a participant in this effort. We have not gotten done what we promised to get done for patients. And I know where the blame lies. And it's a variety of different stupid concerns. And I'm sorry to say it that way to whoever feels offended by that, but there's no rational reason why we could not get home grow done. And, that's the mission now.
It really does stink that such a huge issue for a lot of people can get hung up by a couple stubborn people.
It is. And I'll say something to you, because I think you know this. We were talking about this out there. I'm a lobbyist, whatever that means in this world. And, I'm a nice person, by the way.
No one thinks that lobbyist is a bad term.
Okay,
no. And lawyers, I want to tell you something, Bill. I'm telling you, only lawyers think lobbyist is a bad term.
No,
we are not lawyers.
Yeah.
We don't have as bad a term as
lawyers.
lobbyists,
Lawyers
you know what I
pretend
mean?
they're lobbyists, but then they're not. But
yeah,
but you know, yes, they do, because I'll tell you why. The white knight hats are advocates. Okay. When there's a negative connotation, like, oh, he's a lobbyist. And I've gotten this. My friend Bill Spadia, who does a radio show on 1015, sometimes he will call me an advocate. And then when he comes and wants to get under my, oh, Cruz is a lobbyist. Anyway, as a lobbyist, the dirty lobbyist, I'm going to say this to you. And I thought this was profound because we were talking with some friends out there that didn't get this. The Senate president, okay? He's a friend of mine, by the way. I like him, but I'm not even talking about him individually. The position of Senate president. The lobbying does not occur, the advocacy does not occur with him, because he is not really a real person. He's an office. The people that can affect his vote and influence him are his constituents, not in his district. Here, his senators, they vote for him to be or her to be Senate president. And so the ability to marshal the resources, because people say, well, we got to come down here. We got to get in that building. We got to get through the ivory towers of, no, you don't. You need to get a meeting with your state senator in your district. You've done this. I'm preaching to the choir, and have a real conversation. And the reason I know that works is because I've seen it work, where you're flipping hearts and minds, because real people that vote for these people are then able to go to Nick Scutari and say, why aren't we doing this? I had 5 people in my district, one of whom is literally dying right now, and they're in cancer treatment. They can't get their this isn't about convenience.
But these bills have more co-sponsors.
I know. Oh, I know.
They have more co-sponsors than a lot of stuff that ever passed.
I know.
Come on.
But what the ask is,
his peers are right there.
The ask isn't to put their name on the bill. The ask is to ask to get the bill posted.
They are. What? Look, let's take your specific argument.
Yeah.
The bill is posted to like the health committee by Vitale, and then the Senate president's office removes it. Yes, Senator Scutari and the Senate president is in office.
Yes.
But the office removes the bill from the committee schedule.
Happens all the time.
I understand that, but that is also the influence of the office.
No, but I'm going to tell you, I did this job, so I'm going to tell you what ends up happening. The bill comes off once. Bill comes off twice.
It's been off 9 times.
I know. With a 5,
just saying,
5 key members of the Senate call the Senate president and say, this bill needs to be on the next agenda. That has not happened yet. Okay?
It hasn't.
It hasn't. I know it hasn't happened, because it would have happened already if they did. One man or woman is not going to stand in the way of the caucus. Now, what may have happened is,
I wish I didn't know that more than 5 members and ranking members of the Senate.
They've told you.
No, I've sat in the room with some of them.
Okay. I
They haven't
had-
told me. I watched them,
but
I watched them get denied.
having members of the Democratic caucus reaching out to make a play for this is the way it gets done. And the good news is
that's why I say it's stubborn.
The assembly is not standing in the way of this.
Oh,
So
that's true.
I think if the Senate
But that's why it's
relinquishes
one
and moves
stubborn
forward-
guy.
Yeah.
It's one stubborn guy, though. Look, his peers. That's the weird thing about this. This issue has been horse traded over and over again in the back rooms of the Senate,
But
and
for
that's
no
what
reason over.
It's the football. It's a visible football.
There's some of it is ignorance, okay, and we're working to fix that. I had a conversation with a state senator.
Not ignorance. Everybody looks good when it passes.
Nope. I'm going to tell you.
Guitar gets to
Nope,
be the
you're
godfather
wrong.
of homegrown.
You're wrong. Here's the ignorance. I heard from a very intelligent person who is an honest broker, who's an elected official, who I think will be with us now, that, well, is the market ready for this? And I said, it's always been ready. I go, take that out of your vocabulary. I understand the meme out there that the market can't sustain it. It's never been an issue. Every place this has been done, the market's thrived and been fine. This is not a market issue. And we may even say, screw that. Who cares about the market? Well, this person does. Defeat it where it is. This is not going to hurt. And then I point to, and I'll point to two of them. There's a trade association here that in paper is, by the way, populated by a lot of people that have been standing in the way of home grow, but on paper is at least said they're not standing in the way. Fantastic. Take them at the word. I don't really care. The Cannabis Association, Scott Rutter's been here, right? I mean, Scott's been down here. Scott has testified, and in full disclosure, I'm general counsel of that organization. Every time I come to talk about cannabis, I talk about the fact that we haven't gotten home grow done, and Scott does too. The industry isn't stopping this. They're not trying to block this, at least the honest broker industry. I've never been in a room with anyone from the industry where they've said, hey, by the way, we got to keep this home grow.
I'm not blaming. I've never been blaming
No, I
the
know.
industry.
I'm just saying.
And
It's
but
ignorance,
that's what
though.
I wish it
It's
were.
ignorance.
I wish, like New York, we could come up with a document that
Right.
said, "Hey,
They
look,
learned. Yeah,
you know,"
yeah.
but it doesn't exist.
No.
And people often ask me, "Oh man, is Nick Scutari in the pocket of somebody?"
Nope.
I'm like,
Nope.
absolutely not.
Nope.
The guy is simply stubborn. And again, I mean, Bill, I understand. Look, I have been around the block with legislators on this particular
Yeah, I
issue.
know. I
I'm
know you
getting
were.
old.
Yeah.
And I'm getting old and frustrated. Okay. I'm a Quaker activist. I am not a lobbyist. I am not paid to be here. And I am a citizen who votes. And I am getting tired of watching, like I said, a couple stubborn people stand in the way of what is important stuff. And on the other hand, when you talk about the peers and stuff, dude, I understand good brokers and everything. But look, we are sitting out here in the rain in a tent in front of the State House for this right now. Why? Because this was horse traded again, the last session, the lame duck session, everything.
It wasn't. Listen, I don't know if it was horse trade or not. I'm saying this to you. And by the way, I'm here on my time. I'm not here being paid to do this either. In fact, I'm missing some things, but I
wasn't a dig against you. I was more like the legislator.
No,
Yeah, come on.
I'm saying that to agree with you on this. I think that's the power of this, though. When I go sit down on a dais to talk about this stuff, I say that I'm not here for anyone. I'm not here. I'm here for me. I'm here for a movement. I'm here for a discussion. But I think we're winning hearts and minds now inside that building for the people that matter to Nick Scutari, his constituents, his members, to understand sick patients are not getting their medicine. That's the answer to this now. The home grow piece is a tangential effort, but about increasing patients and giving a medical card. But the ability to walk in and get the strain that you found that is going to help you, and it's not there today. Okay, it was there a week ago, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, we don't have that anymore." Right? This is happening all the time, if they ever had it. And if you could grow this, and I've talked with parents of kids who are patients, you would do anything in your power to find whatever will help your kid. And I've said this to the legislators. And if you're told you can't get that, or by the way, you have to break the law to get it, they're going to do that. And now you're turning good parents or people with a sick grandmother into criminals because they can't get access to their medicine. That's the story that's going on that I think is starting to win hearts and minds.
They've heard that one. I hate to say it, Bill. They've heard that one. It is winning. I mean, what's winning hearts and minds to me, to them, on the home grow issue, is that they do finally have some people from the industry in there and some of the small businesses saying it really doesn't hurt our industry.
That's been
you know what I
for
mean?
a while. But I'll give you.
But they're not
when
in
you
the
say
business.
They,
I
but
mean,
hold on. The they though. So Dick Cody and Fred Madden. Okay, but they're not.
They're on their way out.
They're gone. They're
Yeah.
not in the Senate anymore.
They
weren't going to help you on this. Okay, John McKeon and Paul Moriarty may. Okay, they're the replacements. John McKean is from Essex County, and Paul Moriarty is from Camden County.
Yeah, but what about our new frenemy, Vin Gopal? Like, Senator Gopal is the sponsor of the adult use home grow bill, but I'm seeing that he wants to create a new division of marijuana enforcement under the Law and Public Safety Division. I'm seeing Senator Gopal's name on other bills that are in my terrible category this year. So, and along with Senator Scutari, we have like this is the problem, Bill. Like, we've got frenemies. Okay, Senator Scutari is a frenemy now. That's a problem.
Well, Scutari's Scutari. We've seen what Scutari is. Vin has, Vin's one senator, and he has a variety of different ideas. He has been a champion on home grow, although we've not really moved the ball forward. Troy is absolutely on board with some of these things, right? Now,
he's in my good bill category.
Yeah, and by the way, there's a young lady was just telling me that they had a good conversation with Joe Vitale. Joe Vitale's been in the corner, right? Joe's trying to become
absolutely.
chair of the health committee.
Yeah.
I actually think Conaway's moved, right? And you and I have talked about Conaway.
His opinion has moved.
Right.
I will never forget Herb Conaway sitting in his office in Delran, munching on pistachios when he was, he's much more health conscious guy now, but he told me very flat out, and he is a doctor and a lawyer. He was like, Chris, people don't grow their medicine. That's what he told me in 2000.
I know he did.
But I do think that, but again, he's running for Congress. So.
Well, can I give you, and that's another reason why I think he's going to even more come around on this. But the good news is Herb Conaway's not your problem. The Assembly's not your problem. You focused on the Senate. You have a significant amount of new members in the Senate. You have powerful people that are around Nick Scutari. I'll give you another example. Senator Paul Sarlo, who's in charge of the budget and hails for Bergen County. He's not very cannabis friendly. He's been coming around.
That's diplomatic.
Because I take people where they come. And I also think people come to this journey in different places. Okay,
he wants to drug test everybody, Bill.
Well, but he also works. He works in a place that, frankly, is caught between the federal prohibition and state laws.
Construction?
Yeah, heavy construction, by the way, with people with CDLs. Okay,
I hear
that can't have a CDL if they get caught using cannabis. So he's being a realist to some extent. He's also very pro-cop, and there's some issues with police officers we've bumped into, right? Not about enforcement, but about actually carrying a gun and having a badge and using cannabis. So there's still challenges here that are vexing to some of these folks as they're coming around and realizing the world's not going to fall, the sky's not going to fall. And another conversation, this is an important one too. You guys remember Jeff Folks, right? We had a situation where a person being treated for end of life care who happened to be a medical cannabis user in a hospital, who couldn't use cannabis in a hospital, but nor could they leave their hospital bed to go use medical cannabis. This is several years ago now. The hospital administrator that I was friends with called and actually asked, what do I do here? And, there were challenges. What ended up happening is a don't ask, don't tell policy, where the hospital staff left the room, the family was there, they came back in, and nothing happened. That's our policies right now because of the broken system at the federal level. But the world is starting to change. The world is starting to move.
That's not a federal problem.
Why is it?
In Pennsylvania, you'll be glad to know that if you walk into the Fox Chase Medical Center and are diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and you have to get treatment today, you have to start chemo. You'll be glad to know that the doctor will ask you if you've ever heard of cannabis therapy and how it can be a good concurrent therapy for your chemo.
And they'll administer it while you're there?
They'll give you a card and allow you to use it in the hospital.
They allow you to use it in the hospital?
Yeah, you can use cannabis in the hospital in Pennsylvania.
That's game changer.
And
we don't have that here.
And hospice care centers.
I'm interested in learning more of that because
Philadelphia is actually really, you're over there a lot. If Philadelphia has really modernized itself with cannabis. If you end up in the hospital in Philly, heart attack, cancer, they're going to talk to you in a positive way about cannabis therapy. They're not going to say, "Oh, dude, are you using weed?" They're going to be like, "Have you heard about cannabis therapy? We can get your card."
We have that too. Well, speaking about this, which is game changer too, is one thing. Allowing it to be administered in a bed in a hospital setting or hospital.
I have to be specific here, and because it's legalese. Pennsylvania technically has a no smoke medical cannabis program. Even though they sell you dried flower, you're not supposed to set it on fire. You're only supposed to vaporize.
And listen, I get all that, but even the ability to have a tincture drop on your
you're
tongue.
allowed.
That's great.
I broke my leg. I was in Voorhees Virtua. And I was there for several weeks. I couldn't get out of the bed. I had a huge bottle of tincture on the thing next to me. I was also refusing OxyContin.
Did they know?
Oh yeah. Oh, are you kidding me? I mean, it had like big wheat leaves all over it.
Okay.
But and I wasn't abashed about it, and I got no pushback whatsoever.
that's a
In
good-
fact, all they kept telling me is thank God you're not taking the opiates, Chris.
Agreed. Right.
Okay.
This is the change though that's occurring though, because I'll say this to you. This is probably we're going back 5 years ago when this was there, and this may have changed now. And I'm relaying this anecdotal story because these are the challenges and the ignorance that we're continuing to fight.
I agree that there's not a normalized system for it, but I don't think that in most situations, and at least in my personal situation in recent time, that there's much pushback against it.
It's good.
Now, again, what we need to get to is more like Pennsylvania. And it is funny, like the difference between the two states. So,
The thing I'll leave everybody with here is the way you get this done in the Senate is you talk to your senators and get them to agree to call the Senate president and ask for it to be posted.
I agree with that. But I also think that Scutari is a stubborn man.
However we want to characterize it, that's how you get to him.
Sure.
And I would also offer standing in front of his district office with signs and a lunch of people, that's probably a waste of our time because you're not convincing his colleagues that vote for him that this is the path they want.
Bill, you will not find me in Linden, New Jersey for much other than the fishing that can
There you go.
occasionally happen up there. But
we're overdue for kayaking this summer, right? So
well, yeah, I was in Panama last year, so
good.
I'll have to go out.
It's always
But
a pleasure,
yeah,
my man.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's always good seeing you. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
honestly, that's the best news I've heard in a long time.
It is nice to see the president's promise fulfilled. So
I'll talk to you, man.
thanks. Have a great day.
Good seeing you. Lefty, I'll see you,
Hey,
my man.
have a great day. Thank you.
brother. Thank
Peace.
you so much, man. Peace.
That's my pleasure. My pleasure.
My pleasure.
All right, it is chilly.
They shut half of Wharton State Forest roadways down. The DEP now, so the kayaking. I'm putting my other advocacy hat.
I love the story you had last year when you went up against those two guys. And you had a problem.
You didn't know your boy could fight, did you?
What are you like having the kayak pirates out there or
I
something?
had one guy come in, take a swing with me and jump me, and another guy grabbed my hands and hold behind my back and both off in a parking lot and
What?
yeah,
Where was this?
down at work, down on the.
Are you kidding? What, like rednecks in an airboat or something, or what? Seriously.
No, it was like I'm drinking in a pickup truck on the water with a dog, and the dog sort of charged me unleashed, and I was and then I started carrying my boat down, and the dog charged again, and I dropped the boat, and
Man, that
I
sucks.
said to him, guys, what the fuck, care of your dog. And the guy came up drunk, and he's like, "Oh, you want to fight?" And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And then took a swing. But then his boy grabbed me and grabbed my arms and locked me up.
That's scary.
So he took a swing. I ducked. He hit this guy behind me, and I hit the guy in the solar plexus and turned around. He backed off. And in the back of my car, I have tools, baseball bat.
Wow.
Yeah. And I got to the car and they backed away. And we had
That's scary.
yeah, they took off. We got the police involved. And
I'm glad you're okay.
it's all good.
Yeah, it's scary to hear
Amazing.
about the pirates of Wharton State Forest. You know what I mean?
The ending is I saw this guy a couple weeks later, and he came up, apologized to me, head down. That's not who I am. That's not the character, the person I am. Really, yeah, people do dumb shit, right? And
That's extraordinarily dumb, but it's good that he apologized.
Yeah, yeah.
happy endings. Boys, we'll see you.
Thanks,
Great
Bill. God bless. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's a great story.
Wow, that is crazy. I mean, I didn't even have anything like that happen to me in Mexico.
Yeah, you took on two dudes, man. That was great.
It's getting chilly out here.
Yeah, yeah.
Temperature going down.
I think so.
What time is it?
Well, the door is open. I mean,
3:37. We could. I have a heater. Do you want me to bring in my propane heater?
sure. Close the door and hey, Seth.
What's up, Lefty?
Seth, you didn't make a video for me yet, did you?
No,
You want to make one?
real quick.
Yeah, right here.
I'll probably stutter though.
That's all right. I'll edit all that shit out. Here, let me switch the camera.
Yeah, but it's live out there, right?
That's all right. It's not. It's all good. It's only 30 seconds. You sit right there, and I'll put this here on you here, and you got a microphone here in your face. There. So, try to get out your shot.
I don't know what to say though.
I'll help you. It's easy. There you go. Okay. Let me turn this one down. So, is that one? Hello. All right. So all you got to do really just say your name
what your condition is, and how home grow could help you. That's it.
Ready? Hey, my name's Seth. I'm a New Jersey medical marijuana patient. I suffered from opioid use disorder and chronic pain, anxiety, depression, the whole thing. And I'm on my own, so I can't afford to go to the dispensary. So if I was able to grow some of my own, it would help out a lot. Also, recently I got into another accident, and I have 5 herniated discs, and I tore my ACL and broke 3 ribs. And I still haven't used any opiates. I've just been using the medical marijuana. And we need home grow. Is that good?
Say, why am I still waiting?
Why am I still waiting?
Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
That's it. Painless. It's a good job. See, and I'm not sure if I'm going to make another video or just add this to the original video and make the video longer. I already got 6 minutes of it. Have you seen what I put out so far?
Yeah. On YouTube.
Can I make it longer or just make a new one?
They're like 5 minutes though.
That's good, right? That's good
That's
enough.
a decent time.
Let's make another one, right? I have enough for another one now. After today,
Part 2.
I'm going to have part 2. Part 3, actually. It's part
Part
3.
3.
Part 1 was Pennsylvania. That was for Pennsylvania people. And then I kind of chopped it up a little bit to make it Jersey, but then I made Jersey only. The last one was, well, this one, Jersey only.
Yeah.
So why are we still waiting? Why are we still here out in the freaking cold?
I was thinking that before. Like, I know it's my choice to come out here, but it's like bullshit that we have to come out here in this rain.
I know.
It's not raining anymore, but still.
Ooh. Hey, can you close the tent doors and we'll hotbox it a little bit and we'll cozy up with the heater. Look, we got a heater.
Oh shit.
This is great. Oh, he's got propane. It's a propane heater. Yeah, look at that. Look at that propane heater right there. That's fancy.
Buddy.
This is an expert camper. You were a Boy Scout. You were an expert. You were a Boy Scout, right? Of course, right? Explorer. Weeblo. What? No? Shocking. How'd you learn how to sail? Your grandfather taught you how to sail.
Did you?
That's wild. That's awesome. That's a great skill to have.
You have a garbage in here, Lefty?
There's a garbage bag out there. They just took it out there, but I have another one here. But there's one they just brought out there.
Yeah, I'll wait.
But if you want this one too.
It's just I want to get rid of these cans. I can wait.
Yeah, throw it that one bag out.
Yeah.
They just put it out there. There's actually a garbage thing you can put together, but they didn't take that.
Bag might be easier.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, there we go. Now it's gonna get warm in here. Let's hotbox. We got a pile of weed here. We got to make a dent in this pile of weed here, man.
You have any Dutches or anything?
No. No, I wish I did.
Just joint papers?
I have papers. There's papers on the table.
Maybe we can just smoke that then.
I believe people took the lighters and the papers. That's good, but they didn't get donations.
There's papers.
There was more than that, and more lighters.
I have a lighter.
But
There's another lighter.
that's fine. We're trying to take donations for that. We didn't announce the donations, but if you took a lighter or papers, please donate to sativacross.org on the shop page. That's right, the shop page. Give us $10.
Oh yeah, now the heater is low.
Oh boy, here we go.
It's nice. Down to this. I got the heater going now.
Not the best hand roller. I use the thumb rollers.
Oh, okay. I can roll a joint.
Yeah.
Oh, do you need a joint? I'll be right back. Oh,
I don't need one.
I could use one. I sure could use one though. Yeah, somebody gave me a pre-roll. Let's see. Where's this from? Monster Doinks.
Oh, that's Monster Pack.
Yeah, Babazuka by
Yeah.
MPE Gusher.
Got
Nice.
some pretty good stuff.
Monster Pack Exotics. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Monster Pack. Shout out to Monster Pack. Try one of those too. Let's see. Oh,
Was that? Nice.
oh, it's one of these. One of those. Ooh, that's a beauty. This is great to hot box with. We got to close that tent door. Next person that comes in, we got to tell them to close the door. And let's hot box this sucker.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were doing before, and I don't think.
Chris, can you close that door? We're gonna hot box it.
See when I'm inviting.
Huh?
we have to have the door open. It's an event. Not until everybody else comes in can you close the door on a hot box. You can't
All right.
solo hot box.
Let's
it.
get more people. Get more people in here. All right, we're hot boxing.
Let me roll this first.
Look at this. Look at this thing. Chris, look at this thing. It's a pre-roll given to me by Monster Doinks.
I like what Mitch Hedberg used to say about a tent.
That's for
A tent is a bad place to have an argument because you can't slam a flap shut. Can't slam a flap.
I'm sorry, it's Bill's birthday. I should have been nicer, huh? I felt like I was holding Bill's feet to the fire there.
The hell is that?
Yeah, what the hell is that, Lefty?
What?
That joint.
He said what it
No.
was, and I forgot.
What's that pile?
Urban hippie.
What's that?
Urban hippie. Just stop the.
That looked like what
Because there isn't enough plastic in our world already.
Why is there a plastic cap? How do I smoke it with a plastic cap?
What's that? That's a plastic cap on it? I don't know. I've never seen this before in my life.
It's like that's the tip, I think. No.
It's like I don't know what it is. Do I need a special tool?
Do we pull this off? Yeah. What do we do here?
You need to extract something from inside that container.
I think that's just the tip.
Is that the filter?
Could be a tracking
It
device.
feels like a filter. It feels like it'll. It feels like it'll burn. All right, let's try it. You got a lighter?
Don't go that far.
Let's
Yeah.
try it. Let's give it a shot. I think it'll burn.
Are you lighting the right end, Lefty?
Oh my
You're supposed to
God.
light the
Yeah.
plastic, man. Imagine that, like you.
That's right, yeah, but you made him look.
You're lighting up plastic.
Made you look.
Shoes untied.
Not funny, guys.
Yeah, no, you funny too.
Oh, oh shit!
Wow. Hot boxing,
I'm not sure how that's burning. Check that fucker.
is that real?
Check that fucker.
It's like an electronic sort of, not air still.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that smells good.
Oh,
It actually smells. The smell. That smells good. Is it pure THC? Is it just cannabis?
oh.
Or does it have oil or extract? Or what the hell is this?
Oh.
Who is New Jersey MP Exotics? Like, what is this that you guys are lighting up right here?
Wait, did you figure out how to open that say goodbye.
Can I have 30 seconds before you go?
How'd you do that?
Oh, you want me to,
No, yes, just sit right here.
Oh yeah.
No, can you sit? No, you have to sit
Yeah.
here. You have to sit right here. I need 5 minutes. Not even.
oh, I need to see this.
I just have to switch this. Give me 1 second. And we'll switch it over based on. Okay. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna get a shot.
Let them.
What do I say?
Okay. Can you? How's that?
I can hear it. Can you?
Just your name.
I'm tall.
Just your name.
why you need cannabis, and how home grow will help you.
My name is Katrina. I am from South Jersey. How home grow would help me? So many different ways. Number one, if we're being literal, I like to garden. But number two, more than that, being more serious, this plant has helped me tremendously. It has helped me get off opiates and use more holistic solutions when it comes to pain management. It helps with my anxiety and to be able to pick my own strain and to be able to grow it from the ground instead of a factory or an industrial plant is very important. And what are we waiting for?
Can you tell me your condition?
Yeah, so I use it for PTSD, and anxiety, depression. It literally helps with so many different things, but medical patient, is the PTSD. Yeah. Yep. It helps. I have a lot of GI issues and stomach. I was unable to eat. So I mean, I could go on and on and on about the miracles of this plant and the seed. And yeah, I'm so passionate about it. So we show up whenever because it's important.
It is an amazing plant. It really is. And you did say, "Why am I still waiting?" Right? I think you did.
Yeah,
Take a nice token, say it. Why not? B-roll. Never know. This might work.
Why am I still waiting? Why am I still waiting? I'm a medical patient and I need this plant. Why am I still waiting?
Yeah. Why are we still waiting?
When another 20 people chime in and scream it as well.
Thank you so much, Katrina.
Thank you.
Good
Thank you
job.
for all you're doing.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
We're gonna have to come out here again. We'll be out here
Yeah.
April 18th.
Just say when.
April 18th.
Okay. Mark it in your calendars.
Yeah, it's the 420 event, but 420 is a Saturday.
Okay.
So it's the Thursday before.
So we're doing it early,
We'll be
like
here.
a pre-show. I like that.
Pre 420.
Yes.
Yes.
It's the pre. Yes. Love it. 420 Eve.
420 Eve. Eve.
The Eve.
Eve. Is it Eve? Eve?
Uh,
No, it's
yeah.
Eve. You're right.
See?
Eve.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
But I want
Awesome.
to thank you guys so
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
this was fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It rocks too. Like lip physically. Yeah. Yeah, no. People think you fall. I fall.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like,
Pretend fall because you're not falling. But
right.
yeah.
I don't want to be that embarrassed here.
Awesome. Awesome.
I already fell out there.
You fell?
Yeah, I slipped.
It's
My
okay.
Crocs are not good on the.
No. You got to get yourself a hot pink pair of rain boots like I have.
Oh, right on. Look at that.
They're not very hot though. It's more of like a muted. Anyway. Home grow.
Nice.
Give it up for the home.
Right on.
Woo, woo.
I like the one Dave's outfit today. He had the pinks, the suit.
Yes. That's my favorite color.
Mhm.
I was about to trade them. Everybody get out of the tent. This is now a changing room.
Swapping.
But plenty of seeds here, y'all. That's all I gotta say.
Plenty of seeds. Yeah.
Got lots of seeds.
Really?
Lots of seeds.
Hemp seeds or real seeds?
Real weed seeds. Brought them to share. There's a whole little pile out there, so help yourself.
Oh.
Yeah.
I want to throw.
We're here for
seeds,
that.
Like in.
Oh, I did that. I
want to throw them around town.
Yeah. No, well, surprise. You're welcome, State House. We'll wait till the spring and hope it doesn't frost. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
No. Respect.
You got to put them in the.
We have
beds.
trash can. And,
They planted.
but we don't put the seeds in the trash can.
No, you shouldn't do that.
They fell on the ground by an accident.
Last year they planted a clone out there.
Yes, I was here.
It's amazing.
I was here. I was in that group
So
shot.
funny.
That was cool. I've been here and I'll be here every single time and we will be here every single time.
was the
Because
best
it's
thing.
like, it really was. We're like, you know what? Let's tend to this little, 4x4 patch and here we go. planted it. Somebody had a water bottle. We're like,
Yeah.
watered it. It was a hot day. Yeah.
I think it made it to a few weeks until they finally got rid of it.
Let's do it again.
They didn't say nothing about it.
Yeah. But this is cool. This is real cool.
Right on.
Cool community to be a part of.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I can't wait till Hippie Fest starts up again.
Yeah, hopefully. God willing.
Well, we have them here until then.
Yep, exactly.
Have them here.
Exactly.
They had some great ideas for last year. Maybe we'll do those here, like a water event, like a some wading pool, like wading pools.
Oh, yeah. Well, that a lot of us, it was like a BYOP event, like bring your own pool. It was hot. Like we did. They had we had like air things, we had generators. Say less. Nah, we had like slides, like the industrial ones. It was a good time.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Word. Thank you.
Please. I really need that in my
And I
life.
will send that to you, the group bake out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you. I
Katrina.
canceled all my plans. I was like, what? There's a rally?
A rally with weed?
Be right there.
Not free weed?
Say less. I know. I put like, risky, but got a couple nugs for the ride.
Nice.
Excited. Listen, everything. Had I had home grow.
So 3:55, I assume we're going to 4:20.
I have parking till 4:20 if anybody wants to slip. I literally saw it and I'm like, nah, definitely. I'll wait. I'll stand here and wait another 2 minutes because I want my ticket to say 4:20. Like that's what I'm here for. Maybe I'll just drop it on the ground. No, I don't know it.
This was a really successful event today. It was really fantastic. Let's see. Here's my stuff here. Yeah, you pass that way. I want to thank CMMNJ.
Welcome. All right, y'all. Hey, let's sit.
Peace out.
It's like cough it out. Now cough it out. Cough it out instead of walk it out. Look, I have an urban hippie sticker right there for life.
Nice.
Urban hippie.
You got a sticker? I like stickers. That's okay.
Where is it?
You've got a good heart. One more pound.
The urban hippie sticker
Pound around. Oh, it's right here on my chair.
on your chair. Oh, okay.
It's also
Okay.
Anti-gravity chair.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm a little bougie.
I was gonna say I'll take a sticker if you got one. Okay.
And it will be on the 18th, Thursday.
Yes. Maybe even before that. You never know. So
Maybe.
we don't have to stay till 4:20, Chris. We can we got a lot of stuff to work out here, but I don't mind. We only have 20 more minutes, really. 20 more minutes. So
Well, we should start in history.
but let me end the show.
2024.
No, don't end the show.
Almost. Let me start with thanking CannaSense. I want to thank the UFCW, the United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 152. They came out here today in full support of Homegrow. JacksonStorms.com, Smoking Monkey, Arlo Glass, OprahMachine.com.
I'm taking a handful.
SativaCrust.org. Yeah, me too.
I don't have any weed, so this is good.
I know, same here. I'm like, wow.
Can I take?
Oh, yeah.
Can I take some?
Yeah.
Hooray.
Do you have any?
I know, I got no weed.
I have no weed.
Okay, our list starts
Yeah.
with Cheryl Miller. Cheryl Miller actually changed my whole outlook on cannabis and medical cannabis. I originally thought cannabis was just for, giving cancer patients the munchies. But then I saw what Jim and Cheryl did and how he would exercise her by giving her cannabis and then turning her legs from hard noodles into cooked noodles, where she could actually stretch her legs and move her muscles because she was always stiff and rigid. And that's when I started understanding more about the benefits of medical cannabis and the endocannabinoid system. and how we need this in our bodies. Sabina Rose was a 15-month-old baby. 15 months old, and she died from a 24-hour seizure. She had to spend months trying to find a psychiatrist to go to at 1 year old, because that was the rules back then. And Sabina died because she ran out of time. They ran the clock out on Sabina, just like Scutari is running the clock out on patients right now. And Murphy. Diane, Gracie, Cindy Mae, Marie, Jack, Joan, Randy, Holly, Bill, Chad, Jeremy, Colette, Matt, Troy, Russ, Roger, Jay, Ella, Hattie, Jackie, Anthony, Jake, Armando, Felicia, Lynn, Dan, Sean, Joyce, Lori, Frank, Brian, Flo, Carl, Thorne, Frank, Lorraine, Terry, Charlotte, Cher, Jaybird, Michael, Marley, Colette, Brendan, Red, Rico, Lulu, Becky, Lawanda, Chip, and Jeff Oakes. It's a long list, man. And we've been doing this for 10 years here. So that list is at least that long. That's when we started doing the list, was here. So it's 10 years worth of patients. Man. It's out there. Oh, man. So that's who we're doing home grow for. Those are people that's still waiting. They're still waiting for home grow.
Dead lives matter. Dead lives matter, okay?
Still waiting. So what's cool about this mixer is I got some beats I was given that we can just use to talk over and end the show with, which I really like. By Big Bear Evans. The cool sounds of Big Bear Evans. They gave us some promo music, right? This is good.
This is good.
Let's put on some headphones. Just check it out. It's
Yeah,
good.
throw the headphones on.
It's the outro. We got a couple of them. We got a couple of them here. It's not bad. It's Brad.
It feels good.
Hand clap.
It's nice.
Right?
Yeah.
Symbol.
I like it.
End of the movie.
So it's like the end of the movie credits here.
All right, well, this is a happy ending.
It's a happy
It's a
ending.
happy ending.
I think that's too happy for us. I think it's way too happy.
I think
for
it's
this
a little
group.
early.
No, no, man.
We're not there yet.
Yeah, are you feeling mad? Are you feeling kind of sad? Yeah.
You're.
Are you feeling mad?
You're. Are you feeling stoned?
Yeah.
How's Charles doing, Lefty?
Just it's the best sample ever, bro. It really is.
Mad.
I can play it all day. I seriously can play that.
That's good.
Really, I can't. Are you feeling kind of stoned?
Are you?
That's good.
Are you feeling kind of stoned?
Yeah. Are you? The ad libbing helps.
That's the best thing ever.
That's good.
What else we got here? What's B4? What is this? More tracks. Oh, this mutes me though. That's interesting. What else we got here? I got B5. I got toilet flushing. We don't want that. We're not using the toilet flush. Are we? All right, fine. Going through my samples here. What we got? We don't have much else. We got a couple. I have to load this thing up. This thing is great though.
Yeah. Can you make a beat on that?
You can't make a beat. You can play beats though.
Okay, terrific. Law. No, I am the law. No man's right.
And what's this here? All day with that one.
That's good.
Love that one. So here's our brass music here. So thanks for all tuning in, and see you next time on the Ignorance is No Excuse podcast. Now we're about to do 420. We're gonna do 420 countdown, which is in how long? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Cool.
It felt like he just said that, like,
I know.
like 5 minutes ago.
I know. Woo. Long day, man. I was up early.
Yeah. I'm up like at 3 a.m. every day now. 3, 4.
Yeah, I was up ridiculously early, man. It was crazy.
Yeah.
So
What did you have to do so early?
I had to get up. I was going to pick up Chris, but then Chris canceled because he was in pain.
Hmm.
So Chris was in too much pain.
How's he doing, by the way?
In too much pain.
Oh,
I know the feeling.
yeah.
I woken up I'm like, I'm not going nowhere.
Oh,
Like when I'm done today, I'm going to go to bed, and I'm not going to get out of bed for probably like 2 days. It's yeah. Yeah, I'm going to stay in bed for as soon as I stop and my adrenaline kicks in, stops kicking in, I'm going to just lay down.
yeah.
And just pretty much die on the bed for a while.
I've been having like the burning pain in the mid and lower back.
Wow.
The worst.
Yeah. And I never had back problems.
Yeah. Woo woo.
I got rear-ended. You know about
What?
that, right?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah. On my motorcycle.
Damn, on a motorcycle. Well, thank God you're here with us.
Yeah.
Rear-ended on the motorcycle sounds like the end of the story. You know?
Yeah.
We're like the audience. If you want us to be seen smoking weed, roll by and people cheer for you here, man. We should have that set up somewhere like every week, you know?
That's great.
Yeah.
We should probably come back here before April. Bye. Thank you.
All right.
That's a good turnout, man.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Unbelievable in the rain. A+.
Only because we brought all the tents.
Yeah, I said, we had to bring some tents.
Yeah.
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 Definitely great idea in the winter. Yeah.
It was a good day for it. I was expecting cold, but we didn't get that.
Got one out there too. But
Yeah.
keeps it in.
Oh, yeah.
Bye, dear. Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Have a good
Bye.
day.
You too.
Chris, we can break it down early if you want. We can still do the 420 moments. All right. Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. Here, grab this mic.
Or you want to sit down? I had a chair and it's not there anymore, but
We actually have music now, outro music. I don't know if you can hear it.
Jamming.
Somebody should rap about home grow on this. Grow. Oh wow! Look at you guys. You got. Wow, that's serious.
That is serious.
Look at it.
Oh my lord.
Wow, I feel that in here. So wow, you just warmed this place up. Amazing.
It feels like the middle of summer.
Wow, yeah, it feels like summertime in here. I gotta take this off now. This is great. I need one of those. I need that.
All I'm missing is the sand and the water.
Look at that thing. That's super cool.
Wow. Thank you.
Wow.
Well, that definitely blew away my buddy.
Wow. Wow.
That's
That's insane.
We have the tent up with the side flaps everywhere. Or the other ones up with the side flaps behind that.
Grab that mic. I can't hear you. There you go. There you go.
I was just saying at the hippie tribe events, they
Maybe-
would have a big tent top, a really large one with individual 10-foot tents all around the outside. And if there wasn't one, a flap, and then they'd have flat, but they'd have the same sort of overhead heater, where it's about that high. So it was always so nice, even all winter long, while it existed.
Mm-hmm.
It's already a good old day though now. Damn.
They'll be back.
Yeah.
I'll be back. So and
Well, I'm glad it's still the kind of support where they show up and they do what's legal to do under New Jersey law and give other adults less than an ounce of marijuana. And they show up to do that. And really, look after they showed up with the people under the 3 tent tops, was it? Yeah, it looked very purposeful, well organized, and a lot of paths crossed. Serious. There was just it's the way it works. It spider webs out. And at the beginning of the session, with the little bit of momentum we have, just a little bit in many directions. Yeah. We're going to jump on it this time.
any politicians walk by or
I don't, they don't generally come in and out the front door necessarily. Park. Yeah. They have a way, yeah,
They need a disruption in the parking garage, so they all use this door.
Yeah, and and many of them walk by windows in this building.
Yeah.
And they look out those windows and see what's going on. And when they saw more people and the other signs just moved over in the middle, right for them. What a look.
Coolest thing happening here today.
We are today. Coolest thing
Yeah, there
today.
it's like, dude, did you see the tent? They're all smoking weed in the tent out front.
Hotboxing.
They know what's going on. I'm not worried.
20 people inside the tent.
That was
10
good.
10 by 10, 20 people. That's 20 people for 100 square feet with a table that's got to be at like
8 footer?
12 maybe.
8 footer? 6 footer?
Well, if it's 8 feet and 3 feet wide,
Oh,
20.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's 75 square feet of space and 20 people in it. 25 people and 70 if you don't count the table because there's nobody under or on the table. They're not available.
Skywalker trash out.
3.5 square feet. 3.5 square feet per person.
See, that was really fun. I'm super high, actually. I mean, I've just been sitting in here
That's how I've been.
with everybody all day. I can't even find my tracks if I jammed all That's kind of amazing.
You got a microphone over there?
This is a stream of consciousness stuff, man.
Yeah, I need that.
You don't want
This
that.
show's over.
The show is over?
Well, almost.
Then why am I holding a microphone?
It's gonna be over. Whoa. Here, I'm adding. This is our theme music to end the show. We got theme music.
I got I got so much weed in here just recently. I can't even find the joint I was going to smoke at 420. What's going on? Is that theme music?
Check it out, Jim.
Oh, I hear theme music.
Big Bear Evans gave us some theme music.
Big Bear Evans? That's a porn name. Big Bear Evans is a porn name, right?
No,
it's not. It should.
It's his street name.
If his street name is Big Bear Evans, what's his porn name? Gigantic Godzilla Jackson? Like, what is your porn name? Like, wow.
Oh man.
What time is it? Is it 4:20 yet? We're gonna smoke at 4:20. Okay.
To be honest with you, my legs aren't picking up on it.
Your legs aren't picking up on it? Oh. Oh, it's not a tune you can dance to. There you go.
No, I'm just saying some music, you know, my legs give up for a second with the beat, you know.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I only dance to like Christina Aguilera. And I only do that alone in the shower.
Do you open your bathroom window when you do that? Can your neighbors hear you?
I have a windowless bathroom. It's just my cat. Christina Aguilera.
That's good, man.
So yeah, is it 4:20? Are we taking this thing down? Or are we just spending the night? Are we spending the night?
You might as well.
Yeah.
We got all the weed for all the weed you would need.
Now that would be really funny if we did a marathon 24-hour hot box. Like what was that guy's name?
We'd like a 36-hour permit, please.
Yeah, like the Jerry Lewis telethon
We need to
for medical
extend our
marijuana.
permit.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt.
You know, with the housing crisis here in New Jersey, this is not a bad idea. But
Probably think we're just a bunch of construction workers. Anyway, like who don't want to go home. Dang guys.
A podcast-a-thon.
Blaster crew is staying on site again.
Podcast-a-thon.
We're doing the gold foil. We're the gold foil on the dome crew.
They can say no. Work out a podcast-a-thon thing
They
for
can
like
say
when it gets
no.
nice, and say it's just like a telethon, you know. And
Jerry Lewis.
we'll be all nobody's going to fall asleep. We promise. If they're going to fall asleep, they can go away. We promise.
Oh my God! Now we have to go, or else we're going to spend the night.
You know, and so look. You say we'd like a permit from like 11 o'clock till 11 o'clock the next morning. 24 hours.
Yeah. I think it'd be really funny, like, you know, see the news tomorrow. Marijuana group commits to hot box. Can't leave. Hot box so hard, they're burning through the lawn. Like,
quickly get the World Book of
yeah.
Guinness records out here.
And I would say that Sativa Club should have a board vote on, would you like to have a portable toilet or something like that? Oh yeah.
I brought the toilet tent just in case.
Yes, there is a toilet tent.
Yeah, there's a poop tent just in case.
Really?
It's part of the glamping setup. You don't want to poop in here.
No, well, no. It's not like one of those things where your head's sticking out of the top and
I'm
you're
just saying,
you're just sitting there like
we could
like
go 24 hours.
you know?
Good.
We could go 24 hours.
What's up, Andrea?
CMMJ, they're about 5 minutes from here.
Oh, that's
they're denying us.
Ken's house.
Go to Ken's
backyard.
If only we knew a board member and co-founder.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed a home office. The funny thing is that the CMMJ home office is on Weed Maps, and for the I swear to God, it was like the only thing. Poor Ken started getting all these like mysterious cars. Like,
wow.
Oh yeah, actually.
Weed Maps might be open to it.
Oh man, we should have put this place. What we should have done is put this place on Airbnb today.
Shared bunks,
the closest working smoking office to the New Jersey State House.
Mobile home.
But your permit says you probably can't resell it, right? You can't resell it.
Non-transferable.
Yeah, really. You're not allowed to put your boat here either. So, all right. Is it time to end? Time to
4:18. We got 1 minute.
Oh shit. Wow, dude. I have to say that since Occupy Philadelphia, this is some of the more intense urban camping I've done. It's definitely the most people that have ever been in my tent, this tent.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I think the
Cool.
max before is like 8. Definitely went way beyond that today.
Making memories.
Making memories. I already put up the Instagram reel. I forgot to tag you in it. I sent it to you though. You should see it. It's like everybody walking in, man. It's fun stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, you should look at it.
Today was fun.
Go check your messages right now. Seriously. It's fun.
It's something about the tent and having a house in front and small house. We're in a small house is the big house.
It is like a tiny house.
It's
This
like
is
the slave house.
This is no. No.
we
no.
literally are.
No, this is the kitchen. This is the cannabis kitchen. This is the cannabis kitchen. Cannabis kitchen. Cannabis kitchen. Cannabis kitchen.
Why don't you come in?
It's 4:20. Everybody
thank
smoke them
God.
if you got them. Roll them if you don't. Put that cannabis down your throat. It's time to get high. It's time to get loose. It's a drug war. I'm calling a truce.
I'm actually pretty glad I brought this thing. It served us well today. It would have been rough to do this with a regular can.
You're gonna be okay. Say the goddamn word. You're gonna be okay. Hot box here. Hot box here. And that's what I want to talk about.
Thank you all for tuning in. See you next time. They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not worry them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will